Chapter 344. P.S. Here's today's update, and at the same time, I'm trying to get votes for Chidian's 515 fan festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you can even get some coins for voting. A goddess should act like a goddess. You can't have anything to do with Guy in this lifetime. Ning Shu said to Qianjia again. Then, he said to the shaman who was covered in feathers, "Shaman, do you think I'm right?" Cough cough cough. The shaman coughed as if she was going to cough her lungs out. She didn't answer Ning Shu's words. Qianjia's face was cold, and she looked very noble and cold. She looked at Ning Shu with disdain and indifference. Isn't it just because Guy doesn't like you? Do you think Guy will like you just because you're against me? You're just tying him to your side. You can tie him to you, but you can't tie his heart. Oh, he, who Guy likes has nothing to do with me. Ning Shu rolled his eyes and walked in front of the shaman. Shaman, I don't want to be Guy's partner. You see, he only knows how to bully me and pick on me. He's not satisfied with anything I do. Cough cough cough. The shaman coughed twice and spat a mouthful of phlegm to the side. Ning Shu was speechless. This old woman just doesn't want to offend the goddess. Fuck, what do you want? When are you going to stop? Guy's expression had an uncontrollable rage. First, he was rejected by the person he liked, and now, he was humiliated by the grass. She said in front of the shaman that she didn't want to be his partner. Did he want to be Grass's partner? Having such a partner was simply a disaster. However, in front of so many beast men, he was abandoned by such an annoying female beast man. This made Guy feel extremely humiliated. He didn't even dare to look at the beastman's eyes. The thing he didn't dare to look at the most was Qianjia's eyes. Guy was extremely disgusted by the annoying grass. He walked over and wanted to grab Ning Shu. Ning Shu took a step back and looked at Guy coldly. You want to fight? The veins on Guy's forehead bulged. There seemed to be a beast roaring in his heart, wanting to break out of his prison. He only had one thought in his mind. Killing this vicious female was a way to vent the pain of being rejected. Guy instantly transformed into a tiger with wings. He opened his mouth and roared at Ning Shu. He flapped his wings and raised his huge claws to slap Ning Shu's head. You want to fight? Ning Shu sneered. He clenched his fist and channeled his dantian to meet Guy's claw. The surrounding people saw a female orc actually using her fist to block the claws of a male. She was simply courting death. Many male beastmen transformed and tried to stop the enraged Guy. A female beastman could hardly resist the power of a transformed male beastman. The female orc's face turned even paler. Ning Shu shouted, "Fuck, get out of the way." Seeing this scene, Qianjia's eyes flashed, but she didn't say anything. This female beastman had asked for it, and she couldn't blame anyone. She was so vicious that even her future partner wanted to kill her. Ning Shu's eyes met Guy's cold tiger eyes. He channeled all the power in his body and directly punched Guy's claw. The moment the claw and fist collided, everyone heard the crisp sound of bones breaking. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Guy fell heavily to the ground. All the beastmen's jaws dropped. They stared blankly at the thin female orc jumping onto Guy's back and punching him. Guy felt that the fists were like huge rocks hitting his body. It was very painful. The worst thing was that he, a transformed male beastman, was actually beaten down by a female. Guy flapped his wings and tried to throw the person on his back off. Ning Shu sneered. This time, I must beat you up so that you won't dare to talk to me in a condescending manner. I'll make you take a detour when you see me in the future. If he wanted to please Qianjia, he had to see if he had the ability. Ning Shu grabbed Guy's wings and concentrated her chi into her dantian. Then, she swung Guy like a whip. Every time Guy smashed into the ground, everyone felt the ground tremble. Male beastman, female beastman, which, Ning Shu finally slammed Guy to the ground, let go of his wings, and patted his hands. His whole body was free. Cool, really cool. Guy turned into a human. His arms were soft, obviously broken. His face and body were purple and blue, and his face was swollen. He looked terrible. Fuck. Ji looked at Ning Shu in a daze. Ning Shu smiled at Ji, then said to the stunned witch, I communicated with the God's stone. This is the power that God gave me. Witch, good. It seems that God really likes you and gave you such power. Good. Witch's face was full of smiles. Since you are the witch chosen by God, you and Guy will naturally not be partners. Witch believed Ning Shu's words without hesitation. Ning Shu's power was beyond her imagination. Besides, no female beast-man had such power. It could only be explained by God. Guy was supported by the male beast-man, and his expression was gloomy. Qian Jia looked at Ning Shu, who was showing off his female power, and felt very uncomfortable. She said, God gave you such power, but you use it to bully others. Why would God like a witch like you? Ning Shu tilted his head and smiled at Qian Jia. His smile was indifferent. He said lightly, should I be killed by Guy? God gave the male beast-man such power so that he could show off in front of the female beast-man and kill the unarmed and powerless female beast-man. Before he killed me, wouldn't Guy know that I'm a female? If God didn't give me this power and I was killed by Guy, would you blame Guy? Ning Shu looked at Qian Jia with cold eyes, and even disgust. It was not easy for women to survive, but they had to bear the malice of other women. If one day Rui wants to kill you, according to what you said, you should obediently let him kill you. Goddess, you are also a female beast-man. You should think from the perspective of a female beast-man. Females have no power and are weak, but is that a reason for a male beast-man to bully us? You are a goddess. Many people like you. Many people would do anything for you. What reason do you have to blame me? Ning Shu took a step towards Qian Jia. Qian Jia stepped back in fear and bumped into Rui's arms. Qian Jia's face was pale, but she could not find any words to refute Ning Shu. Ning Shu smiled again. Actually, goddess, you want to step on me to gain the favor of the injured guy. I don't. Qian Jia refuted loudly. Ning Shu laughed. He clenched his fist and blew on it. He looked around at the male beast-men. The male beast-men who met Ning Shu's gaze all looked away. Rui felt that something was wrong. In the past, the tribe was united, but now the tribe was facing a crisis. Rui clearly felt that the tribe might fall apart. He would be the future junior patriarch of the tribe, so he must eliminate this crisis. The female beast-man Grass would be the next shaman of the tribe, but now Grass and his partner were like fire and water. It was a kind of harm to the entire tribe. Chapter 345. P.S. Here's today's update, and at the same time, here's a vote for Qidian's 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and the votes are free coins. Rui hugged Qian Jia, who was trembling with anger. Her face was pale, and he noticed that the female beast-men around them were looking at Qian Jia unkindly. Rui couldn't understand how such a small matter could cause such a big stir, but Rui didn't want Qian Jia to be sad. Shaman, I don't agree with Cao Cao becoming the next shaman, Rui said to the shaman. The shaman coughed twice and didn't say anything. Ning Shu smiled at Rui and asked, why? I'm the shaman chosen by God. Do you want to deny God? I don't want to deny God, but you really aren't the best candidate for the shaman, Rui pursed his lips and said. The shaman said, Cao Cao was chosen by God, and God gave Cao Cao power that doesn't lose to the male beast men. Cao Cao must be a shaman, or she will go against God's will. But, she. Rui was speechless. Cao Cao did have power. It was the first time in the entire tribe that a female had power. But she doesn't have a good relationship with Goddess. Goddess is a messenger sent by God. Cao Cao shouldn't hate Jia so much, Rui said. Everyone in the tribe knew that Cao Cao and Jia didn't have a good relationship. Ning Shu covered his mouth again and chuckled like an old hen. He pointed at Qian Jia and said, "Are you sure she's a goddess?" "A goddess is pure." "Is she pure?" Rui frowned and said calmly, "How is Jia not a goddess? How much has Jia done for the winged tiger tribe? How much has she contributed? How much has she sacrificed?" "She is a goddess." Ning Shu shrugged. "She knows whether she's a goddess or not." "Goddess, tell everyone, why did God send you here?" Qian Jia panicked and said, "Of course it's to change the primitive society." Ning Shu said, "You change your primitive society, and I'll be my shaman." "Is there a conflict?" Of course there was a conflict. Qian Jia didn't expect this female beast man to become the next shaman. Witches have a noble status in the tribe. Chica can tolerate others becoming witches, but she can't tolerate this grass who always goes against her. Goddess is an emissary sent down by the gods. Fuck, you're a shaman from now on. You're not allowed to cause trouble. The shaman said sternly. Both of them were chosen by God. Rui, don't even think about changing people. The others might not be able to communicate with the divine stone. The shaman said. Rui frowned and said nothing. What are you doing? Aren't you going to the trade fair? Why are you still here? What are you making a fuss about? The chief of the clan came over. If there's anything, wait until we're back from the trade fair. Rui hummed in agreement. The male orcs turned into tigers, and the female orcs sat on their backs. After a while, they could no longer be seen. Ning Shu thought that with his poison, she should be relatively safe. The chief glanced at the injured guy, then looked at Ning Shu and asked, "Did you really communicate with God?" "Of course," Ning Shu said indifferently. The chief laughed and asked, "How did you communicate with God?" "God actually gave you power." Ning Shu heard the chief's doubt. The chief was biased towards his daughter-in-law, but he could understand. Chica was his son's partner, and she had made so many contributions to the tribe. She was just an ordinary female orc, and she didn't contribute to the tribe. Even if she had the power given by God, it was not enough to replace the benefits brought by Chica. It was normal to be biased. I saw God come to this desolate world. The first thing that appeared in the world was the sun, then the forest, and the first orc was a lion. It was God who gave the orcs the ability to transform. The chief smiled, everyone knows about these things. Ning Shu's face darkened. Obviously, the chief also knew about the grudge between her and Qian Jia. She was now the next successor of the shaman and had a noble status. Qian Jia could bring great benefits to the tribe and also had a noble status. If these two fought, it would not be good for the tribe's development. In order to ensure the tribe's stable development, the chief gave up on her. The shaman frowned. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Ning Shu also smiled like the chief, although God gave me power, it doesn't mean that the shaman is me. Throughout history, the shaman didn't have power. Ning Shu didn't care about this shaman at all. In the face of disaster, everything was like floating clouds. Whether or not he could survive was a problem. That's right. The chief smiled with satisfaction and said to the shaman, "Let the other female orcs communicate with the god's stone." After the chief finished speaking, he turned and left. With one sentence, he took away Ning Shu's right to be the next shaman. I believe that you have communicated with the god's stone, but the tribe now is different from the tribe before. The shaman coughed and then sighed. He looked a lot more haggard. People were greedy. The more they got, the more they wanted to have. Chica was an endless treasure trove. They were used to a relaxed life and didn't want to go back to the hard life of hunting. At least, the winged tiger tribe couldn't go back to the past. Ning Shu returned to his cave, turned over the bacon, and sat on the withered grass to practice. Time was running out. Ning Shu felt that the weather was getting colder. There were already 7 moons in the sky. Winter would come soon, and there was also the earthquake. To Ning Shu's surprise, the orcs who went to the trade fair came back on the 3rd day. the atmosphere of the returning team was anxious and sad. Rui, who was the leader, was very irritable. As soon as he came back, he went straight to his father. Ning Shu saw that Ji came back safely and was relieved. He asked, "Why are you back so soon?" The trade fair had been held for more than 10 days, and the orcs of the winged tiger tribe had come back in only 3 days. Something must have happened. Chica wasn't in the returning team. Ji pulled Ning Shu back to the cave, and then Ning Shu said, Chica was kidnapped by the orcs of the Black Snake tribe. Rui came back to ask people to save her. Oh. Ning Shu said very calmly. Ji said, I'm afraid Chica might be in danger this time. What danger can there be? Ning Shu raised her eyebrows. She was changing the map and getting to know a handsome man all over again. What danger could there be? Ji said, how can it not be dangerous? I heard from others that the male orcs of the Black Snake tribe are the most powerful and have the least number of female orcs in the tribe. They often go to other tribes to kidnap females. The female orcs of the Black Snake tribe don't live long because the male orcs of the Black Snake tribe are too powerful. They like to do that kind of thing so much that the females can't bear it. Oh. Ning Shu replied indifferently. To Qian Jia, this was not a big deal. Snakes were lustful by nature, and Ning Shu heard that snakes had 2 dicks. With such a powerful ability, she was definitely a good choice for a harem. As soon as they heard that the goddess had been kidnapped by the Black Snake tribe, the entire winged tiger tribe went into an uproar. The benefits brought by the goddess were real. Without the goddess, they would be back to square one. Some things could only be done by the goddess. Chapter 346. P.S. Here's today's update, and at the same time, I'm trying to get more votes for Qidian's 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you can even get some coins for voting. The male orcs in the tribe went in and out every day, and when they came back, they had some wounds on their bodies. Obviously, they went to the Black Snake tribe to ask for Qian Ji, but the Black Snake tribe did not let her go. The 2 sides fought. It was Guy, who was injured by Ning Shu before. He ignored the wounds on his body and fought with the Black Snake tribe's orcs. He was almost on par with Rui. Those who did not know would think that Qian Jia was his partner. Ning Shu did not care about it. Perhaps when these male orcs were fighting with their lives, Qian Jia was having fun. Ji was a little worried, and the whole tribe was in a state of panic, so it was inevitable that it would affect Ji. Ning Shu despised him in her heart. This was what it meant to run before learning how to crawl. Clearly, he had not developed to that stage and had not developed himself. He had placed all his hopes on Qian Jia. Without Qian Jia, everything was numb. Damn, do you think Ji will be okay? Ji asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu said indifferently, she is a goddess. Wherever she goes, she will be worshipped. What can happen? The whole tribe was in a mess. Every time Ning Shu swaggered out of the tribe with Ji, no one cared about them. They went hunting with Ji and swaggered back with their prey. Even if they saw them, no one cared about them. Ha! Ning Shu took Ji out to pick herbs and told her the medicinal effects of the herbs in detail, so that she could learn from them. Ji did not expect that these ordinary weeds would have such an effect. She learned very seriously, and many times she could not remember, so she had to ask Ning Shu to repeat it twice. Ning Shu also taught her patiently. This method reminded Ning Shu of the miracle doctor who had a heart disease. He did not know how the miracle doctor was now, but with the little radish by his side, he should not be so lonely. There were too many injured male orcs in the tribe. The shamaness was already old, and when the weather turned cold, she coughed. She was too busy to ask Ning Shu for help. Ning Shu brought Twig to the shaman's cave. He saw many injured orcs at the entrance of the cave. They were either sitting or sleeping. They all had wounds on their bodies. Some of the orcs even had black faces. They looked like they had been poisoned. Was he bitten by a poisonous snake? The shamaness coughed and looked a little thinner. When she saw Ning Shu, she quickly said, "Go and take a look at them. I need to rest." Ning Shu looked at these beastmen. Some of the feathers on their wings had been pulled off, and they were dripping with blood. Some of them were swollen and purple. Ning Shu asked Ji to treat the injured orcs. Ji was very nervous. Ning Shu said, "What kind of medicine can stop bleeding and heal?" "Just crush it and apply it to the wound." "Was he bitten by something?" "Where is the wound?" Ning Shu asked an orc who was purple all over. When the male orc saw Ning Shu, he tilted his head and didn't speak. Obviously, he didn't believe Ning Shu. Ning Shu turned around and went to check on the next person. She saw 2 small holes on his calf, which should have been bitten by a snake. Ning Shu knew from the shaman that the black snake tribe raised all kinds of poisonous snakes. Ning Shu cut the skin with a sharpened stone. Then, black and smelly blood flowed out. Ning Shu squeezed the wound with his hand. When the blood turned red, he stuffed a handful of herbs into his mouth, chewed them, and applied them to the wound. As for whether it could be detoxified, it depended on the heavens. This was the best she could do. The shamaness asked curiously, "How did you think of this?" "We female orcs have to bleed every month. It's dirty." "It's the same if you're bitten by a snake," Ning Shu said with a smile. The shamaness was speechless. However, the shamaness thought it was a good idea, so she helped. It seemed to be effective. Perhaps it had something to do with the orcs' strong physique. They recovered quickly, but these orcs couldn't fight. There weren't many orcs in the winged tiger tribe who could fight. Ning Shu looked up at the sky. So this was the definition of a femme fatale. After working for a while, he finally treated the wounds of the wounded. Ji followed Ning Shu and said, "Damn, you're so good. You can be so good too. You memorized all these herbs." Ning Shu walked in the tribe. At a glance, the wheat seemed to be ripening. However, the orcs didn't pay attention to the wheat. They were eager to get the goddess back. Ji was very interested in herbs and always pestered Ning Shu with all kinds of questions. Ning Shu patiently explained that if he left this world, she had a skill that could let him live well with the original owner. There were no words in this world. Ning Shu couldn't even record some knowledge of herbs. He could only rely on Ji to memorize. After the bacon was dried, Ning Shu and Ji put it in the big cave. When there were 8 moons in the sky, Qian Jia still hadn't come back. The wheat was already ripe. Only some female orcs were harvesting the wheat, but the male orcs were crazy. How could they be compared to the goddess when it came to harvesting grain? Ning Shu and Ji both helped to harvest the wheat. Some female orcs gave Ning Shu some wheat. Ning Shu didn't hesitate to dry it and put it away. The weather was cold. Even after being transformed by Qi, Ning Shu felt very cold. The cold wind blew into his bones. Ji was wrapped in a lot of animal skins. When she slept, she hugged Ning Shu. Ji liked hugging Ning Shu when she slept. It felt like hugging a big fireball with endless heat. Ning Shu couldn't sleep well. Things were getting more and more out of control. The chief also came forward to negotiate with the Black Snake tribe. Before the first heavy snowfall, Qian Jia returned to the Winged Tiger tribe, but there was a man with her. This man had long black hair and delicate facial features, but overall, he gave people a feminine feeling. He had a pair of snake-like vertical pupils. When he looked at people, there was a kind of gloomy coldness, as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. In the spirit of seeking the truth through science, Ning Shu really wanted to lift up the leather skirt of this black snake race man to see if he had grown 2 dicks. Ning Shu saw that Qian Jia's face was ruddy and she was wearing animal skins. She didn't look like she had suffered at all. Obviously, she was living well in the Black Snake tribe. However, her partner, Rui, and the other male orcs who liked Qian Jia were very anxious. Ning Shu felt that Qian Jia and this Black Snake tribe man should be husband and wife. Qian Jia slept in Rui's cave every day and was jealous of Rui every day. Rui knew that his partner had a relationship with this male orc. His heart was bitter. Sure enough, the thing he feared had happened. The beautiful and capable goddess was not someone he could monopolize. Moreover, Qian Jia said that she was forced. How could Qian Jia resist a male orc with her strength? As long as she came back, as long as she was by his side, his heart was incomparably stable. Rui had developed a kind of dependence on Qian Jia that he didn't even notice. When Ning Shu learned that Rui had decided to share Qian Jia with the Black Snake Tribe man, the corner of his mouth twitched. Chapter 347. P.S. Here's today's update. At the same time, I'm trying to get votes for Qidian's 515 fan festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you can even get some coins for voting. The goddess had 2 partners, which caused some commotion in the Winged Tiger tribe. A female actually had 2 partners. The Winged Tiger tribe found it hard to accept. At the same time, they were a little restless. Many male beast men had expectations in their eyes. Obviously, they wanted to join this big harem family, especially Guy. Since Qian Jia returned to the Winged Tiger tribe, he had been very attentive to her. Obviously, he saw hope. Ning Shu just sneered at this. While Ji was sorting out the herbs, she said to Ning Shu, "It's a mess." "Damn, I don't feel good." Ning Shu said lightly, "You'll get used to it." Ji, damn, you said that the goddess would have more than one partner. How did you know? Ji asked casually. Isn't the goddess beautiful? Yes. That's it. Good things should be shared, right? Ning Shu said lightly. Ji, besides, she's the goddess. What's wrong with having more partners? Ji scratched her head. I feel like something is broken. It's a very bad feeling. It was hard to accept that the inherent rules were broken. Now, she just couldn't accept that a female could have more than one male. Such a thing had never happened before. Ning Shu shrugged. However, this beast man from the Black Snake tribe was very unfriendly, especially to Ning Shu. Sometimes, when they met in the tribe, the beast man from the Black Snake tribe would stare at Ning Shu with a pair of sinister eyes. It was very scary. Ji hid behind Ning Shu in fear. The beast man from the Black Snake tribe looked at Ning Shu, stuck out his sharp tongue, and licked his lips. He said, "You're the female who bullied my goddess." She guessed that Qian Jia must have told this man about the grudges between them. Ning Shu stared at the man's lower body. He was very curious. Did he really have 2 genitals? Ji tugged at Ning Shu's animal skin. Only then did Ning Shu realize what was going on. He was suddenly curious about whether they were in their animal form or human form when they were doing that. For example, felines had barbs on their genitals. If the men of the Winged Tiger race were in their beast form, they should have barbs on their genitals as well. If it was a 3P, would Chica be able to take it? Just the thought of it was enough to make one's nose bleed. The man from the Black Snake tribe saw that the female was looking at him strangely, so he immediately released a poisonous snake. The poisonous snake shot towards Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu grabbed the venomous snake and tore it into 2 halves with all her strength. The Black Snake Beast man saw that Ning Shu had captured his pet so easily and even killed the pet he had carefully raised. You deserve to die. The man from the Black Snake tribe opened and closed his eyes. Ning Shu stretched out his foot and crushed the snake's body, turning it into minced meat. Come and kill me if you can. The man from the Black Snake tribe was stunned. He obviously didn't expect that there would be such a stupid female who dared to provoke a male beast man. The man from the Black Snake tribe really wanted to turn into a snake and coil around her to death. Go, it's time to eat. Chica walked over. When she saw Ning Shu, her expression was indifferent. She didn't say a word and walked away with the Black Snake tribe beastman's arm. Whenever Qian Jia faced Ning Shu, she would always feel a sense of guilt. This was because Ning Shu had previously said that she would have many partners. She had thought that it was slander, but now there was one more go, which made her words true. Chica felt guilty and hated Ningshu. It feels so strange. She looked at the two people in front of her. Ningshu shrugged and laughed. There were already 9 moons in the sky, and the weather was so cold that it could freeze people. It had been snowing non-stop. The snow was very heavy. Ningshu had never seen such heavy snow. The snow was as heavy as goose feathers. Ningshu had to clear the snow at the entrance of the cave every day. Otherwise, the snow would block the entrance after a long time. The house built in the tribe had been crushed by the snow, so Chica moved to the cave to live. What Ningshu didn't expect was that the title of Goddess Chica would attract the males of many tribes, such as the charming and affectionate beast men of the Green Fox tribe. The dragon tribe was even faster. Although they looked like Western lizard dragons, they were still dragons. There were also the honest ox tribe beast men and the violent brown bear tribe beast men. Ningshu's eyebrows twitched. The female leads harem swarmed over, and every one of them was the young chief of the tribe. They would become the leader of the tribe in the future. Ningshu gnawed on a piece of boiled cured meat as she watched the male beast men surrounding Qian Jia and fawning over her. There were all kinds of men. Some were charming, some were domineering, some were masculine, some were upright, some were gentle, some were charming, and some were loyal. It was simply a feast of handsome men. Just looking at them was intoxicating. Moreover, each of them was very powerful. The battle between the Winged Tiger tribe and the Black Snake tribe had attracted the attention of other tribes. They heard that they were fighting for the goddess, so they wanted to see what she looked like. As soon as they saw her, they were all fascinated by her white and lustrous skin and beautiful appearance. They also saw the delicious food she made. They all stayed in the Winged Tiger tribe and refused to leave. The other females were no longer pleasing to the eye. Especially when they heard those ambiguous sounds at night, it made every male beastman's blood boil. The first one who couldn't take it anymore was the overbearing dragon. He transformed into his dragon form and took Qian Jia away, flying to a faraway place. Then, in broad daylight, in a world of ice and snow, there was a beast bed on top of him. Then, there was negative distance between their bodies. This made the other beast men look for her. They almost turned the entire tribe upside down. Even Ningshu's cave was visited by these male beast men. They wanted to see if Ningshu had hidden the goddess. In the end, the dragon tribe beast men were satisfied and brought Chica back to the tribe. Ningshu looked at the blushing Chica and wondered why he didn't freeze her to death. The weather was too cold. It was so cold that even Ningshu, who practiced peerless martial arts, couldn't stand it. But she could still do it in the snow. Perhaps the dragon tribe beastmen took the lead. Later, some beastmen wanted to communicate with Chica. They directly abducted Chica and had sex in the world of ice and snow. Ningshu felt cold for Chica. Why didn't they just do it in the cave? Why did they have to run out? What made Ningshu more depressed was that Chica wasn't frozen at all. Every time she came back, white smoke came out of her head. She was very hot and comfortable. Sure enough, exercise was the best way to generate heat. As long as Chica wasn't in the tribe, Rui's face didn't look good. His whole person became gloomy. Ningshu saw Rui more than once waiting for Chica and the other male beastmen to come back. TSK, this feeling was really sad. Ningshu felt that after experiencing the world of flesh text, there was nothing that could destroy his worldview. But now, Ningshu's worldview was shattered again. NP, bestial sex, it really made his worldview explode. Chapter 348. Qian Jia lived a happy life every day, but Ningshu felt very anxious. His heart was palpitating, and his hair was standing on end. Sometimes, when he went out of the cave, he could see snakes that were supposed to be hibernating were actually crawling in the snow. Rats were in groups, and the ones behind were biting the tails of the ones in front, running away in a hurry. In the river that was already covered in thick ice, he could hear the water bubbling under the ice. Ningshu knew that an earthquake was coming. Ningshu didn't sleep every night, and meditated until dawn. After swallowing several spirit marrow crystals, Ning Shu's strength had increased by a lot. Previously, it was just a small group of animals escaping, but now, the sky was filled with flocks of birds crying out mournfully. However, with so many birds, the people in the tribe caught a lot of them and ate a full meal. That feeling of danger was getting stronger, and Ning Shu's heart became even more irritable. At this time, the news of Qian Jia's pregnancy came, and it made Ning Shu's mouth twitch. He didn't know which tribe the child was born from. In fact, Ning Shu couldn't figure it out. Qian Jia, who came from the modern era, should be worshipping a pair for life, but how could she accept this kind of empty thing? Would she be able to love so many males? Perhaps Qian Jia loved the feeling of being surrounded by beautiful men. Most of Qian Jia's children didn't have the ability to transform, and Qian Jia's genes accelerated the process of transformation. In fact, there were also male beast men who didn't succeed in their transformation. These failed female beast men were trash and defective products, and if they didn't awaken the power of transformation at the age of 5, the little male beastman's physique wouldn't be enough to support him to survive. Usually, they would die young, and this was a process of elimination. Qian Jia was actually very happy that her child was a normal person, and her child didn't die young like other male beast men who didn't awaken. The beast men survived in this dangerous world, and what they relied on to survive was this powerful transformation ability. Not only was Ning Shu guessing which male beast man the child in Qian Jia's belly was, but the entire tribe was also wondering who the child was. Knowing that their beloved was pregnant, these male beast men finally stopped pulling Qian Jia to have sex every day. This made Qian Jia feel relieved. Qian Jia was very happy that she was pregnant. She wanted to treat everyone to a meal, so she invited a few female beast men from a few tribes to help her cook. Occasionally, she would cook one or two of her signature dishes. It was winter now, and food was scarce. Rui meant to wait until winter was over to treat them, but in front of so many rivals, he couldn't say that. He didn't want Qian Jia's other partners to look down on him, so he could only grit his teeth and endure. Moreover, the amount of food these female beast men needed to survive in the winged tiger clan was enormous. Not only did he have to share his partner with someone else, but he also had to support his love rival. But he loved Qian Jia. For Qian Jia, he could endure anything. Guy took out half of the food he had in his cave. He was afraid that Qian Jia and Rui would not have enough food, which would cause them to lose face. Even if he was greedy for grandiose achievements, he shouldn't be doing it at a time when resources were scarce. Was he trying to show off or something? And this time, Qian Jia even invited Ning Shu to a meal, which made Ning Shu feel that he was showing off. Ning Shu didn't attend any banquet. He was busy and had to carry some important things with him. For example, he ground herbs into powder and sharpened wooden sticks on stones. When he had nothing to do, he sharpened bundles of wooden sticks, just to deal with the beasts that panicked because of the earthquake. When he was treating, he found out about the accident. Qian Jia fell in the snow and was bleeding on the spot. Even the shamans couldn't do anything about it. The shamans hurried over and asked Ning Shu to take a look. Ning Shu was speechless. No, there was a risk in acting tough. Wasn't Qian Jia holding a banquet just to show off that she was pregnant? At the same time, she wanted to gain the love of her partners. When Ning Shu went over, he saw Qian Jia's partners surrounding her and letting her sleep on the snow. They were so anxious that their eyes were red. Qian Jia was lying on the snow. The blood that flowed out dyed the snow red and steamed. Qian Jia clutched her stomach and moaned. Ning Shu rolled his eyes and said, "Hurry up and carry her into the cave." Oh. The male beast men reacted and went to carry Qian Jia. Qian Jia was hugged by several beast men. They didn't let go and secretly competed with each other. This made Qian Jia suffer. Her stomach felt like there was a knife stirring. Her body was cold and hot. Ah, it hurts. Qian Jia's voice was sharp and painful. The beast men were frightened when they saw Qian Jia's dying appearance. They let go of her and let Rui carry her in. Ning Shu followed into the cave and asked the shamans, "How is the goddess?" The shamans shook their heads. "It seems that the baby in her stomach is gone." Ning Shu saw Qian Jia's appearance and knew that she couldn't keep the baby. After being frozen in the snow for a while, the genes of Beastmen and Qian Jia were actually different. It was easy for her to have a miscarriage. For example, the genes of pigs and dogs wouldn't mix. They couldn't get pregnant. In essence, Qian Jia and Beastmen were actually two different species. What Ning Shu didn't expect was that Qian Jia, who was so lucky, would have a miscarriage. "Go and see if you can use herbs to save the baby in the goddess' stomach," Ning Shu said. Ning Shu looked at Qian Jia, who was in so much pain that she was sweating. "No." Hearing Ning Shu say no, Qian Jia's partners looked at Ning Shu with warning and disgust. Qian Jia's moans became softer and softer. Finally, her head tilted and she fainted. Ning Shu said, "Boil some hot water for her to wash." Feeling that there was nothing else for him to do, Ning Shu turned around and left. However, Ning Shu felt that Qian Jia's miscarriage was a bit strange. In the plot, the Qian family had many children, both boys and girls. However, there was no mention of a miscarriage. Ning Shu looked at the dark and gloomy sky. His heart felt like it was being weighed down by a piece of lead. He knew that there would be a disaster, but the feeling of waiting for it to happen was really fucked up. He felt like he was waiting for death. It was better not to know. Fuck. She walked into the cave with a head full of snow. Ning Shu said, "Fuck, do you know how the goddess lost her baby?" "Someone pushed her." Ning Shu guessed. "How did you know?" "Then guess who did it." Xi's face was full of gossip. Ning Shu guessed again. "A female beast man?" "Fuck, you are indeed a female who has communicated with God. You can even guess this correctly." Xi looked at Ning Shu with admiration. Ning Shu was speechless. "I have seen a lot of things." "Then do you know who did it?" Ning Shu asked Xi. Ning Shu shook her head. She wasn't a god who could predict. It was Yi. Yi pushed Jia. Xi slapped her thigh and said, "At that time, some beast men saw that it was Yi who did it. This matter has already been reported to the leader." Chapter 349. Ning Shu didn't know which female Yi was, but she must hate Qian Jia to do such a thing. She actually pushed Qian Jia down and caused her to miscarry. How much did she hate Qian Jia? Even if Ning Shu and Qian Jia were not on good terms, Ning Shu had never thought of doing anything to the child in Qian Jia's belly. The baby should not be harmed, but killing an innocent child was something Ning Shu could not do. Why? Don't all the females in the tribe like the goddess? Ning Shu said in surprise. Xi sighed and said, "Ye's partner doesn't treat her well." Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. He had a guess. If it was true, then it was really a bad account. Ye's partner always said that if he didn't become Ye's partner, he might become the goddess partner. So Ye's partner sometimes beat Yi. He also said that the goddess is good in all kinds of ways. She looks good and knows how to cook. Anyway, he just hates Yi. She sighed. Ning Shu sneered. Sure enough, it was the charm that caused the trouble. But men were really disgusting. They ate the food on the chopsticks, looked at the food in the bowl, and thought about the food in the pot. Qian Jia was asking for trouble. She took in so many male orcs and let the male orcs in the tribe squeeze into her harem. If Qian Jia only had Rui as her partner, would the other male orcs have such expectations? It was a self-inflicted disaster. Now the chief said that he wants to drive Yi out of the tribe. Being driven out of the tribe in such cold weather is also a death sentence. Ning Shu said, "Yi is so pitiful. After all, she did something wrong. She was too impulsive." Ning Shu said lightly, "You have to consider the consequences before doing anything. Even if you want to do something, you have to do it perfectly. The most disgusting thing was Ye's partner. Look at Qianjia. It was as if she wanted to turn a primitive society into a sex den. Things went too far. Qianjia's charm was simply terrifying. Her AX value was high. When Qianjia woke up, she knew that her child was gone, and it was killed by a female orc. At that time, she clamored to kill Yi to avenge her child. Qianjia dragged her pregnant body and held a Swiss army knife in her hand. She was about to rush over and kill Yi. Yi knelt on the ritual square. Seeing Qianjia's face filled with hatred and the knife in her hand, his face turned pale and his body trembled. Qianjia's partners didn't stop her. It was just a female beast man. It was good to let their goddess vent her anger. As he did not want to offend the goddess, the leader of the Winged Tiger clan did not say anything. No one in the entire Winged Tiger clan spoke up for Yi. As the snowflakes swirled around, Chica felt as if her heart was being torn apart by a wild beast. Her first child was gone, and a lowly primitive female beast man had actually done such a thing to her. When Ning Shu arrived, he saw Qianjia stabbing the female beast man called Yi with a knife. Ning Shu bent down, grabbed a handful of snow, and threw it at Qianjia's wrist. The knife in Qianjia's hand was hit by the force of the snowball, and it stuck in the snow. Everyone looked at Ning Shu and Ji, who were walking towards them. The moment Guy saw Ning Shu, he immediately stood in front of Qianjia. Obviously, he was afraid that Ning Shu would hurt Qianjia. Ning Shu sneered and said, "Oh, look at you. Her real partner hasn't moved yet. You're just ridiculous. Don't forget, the goddess swore that she would never have anything with you in this life." Guy's face turned ugly, but he did not say anything. Qianjia's partners all looked at Ning Shu, and there was a vicious light in their eyes. Ning Shu walked over and pulled up Yi, who was kneeling in the snow. Yi looked at Ning Shu blankly. His legs were numb from kneeling, and he could not stand up. Ning Shu pulled Yi up and stuffed him into Ji's arms. He picked up the Swiss army knife on the ground and looked around at the orcs. "Fuck, what are you doing? Do you want to save her?" Qianjia looked at Ning Shu with disgust. Ning Shu played with the Swiss army knife and blew on the blade. The blade made a slight sound, and it felt very sharp. He said coldly, "So many people bullying a powerless female orc. This is ridiculous. She made me lose my child. Why can't I take revenge?" Ning Shu roared, his body trembling. Rui came over and hugged Qianjia's trembling body. Ning Shu's expression was very cold. He looked around the entire ritual square and looked at the powerful male orcs. He sneered. "You only saw Yi hurt you, but you didn't see the pain Yi suffered because of you, and the torture she suffered from her partner. Hey, which one is your partner?" Ning Shu asked Yi. Yi looked at Ning Shu blankly, and then pointed at a tall male orc. This female orc was very handsome. His expression was a bit ugly. Ning Shu sneered. The fickleness of men was buried deep in their bones. His partner was about to be killed by Qianjia, but he did not say a word. He was probably still glad that he could get rid of this burden. Ning Shu threw the Swiss army knife in his hand at the male orc. He was very fast. When the orc wanted to transform to avoid the knife, the flying knife stabbed deeply into his shoulder. His whole body was pushed a distance away by the force of the knife. Blood spurted out and sprinkled on the white snow, steaming. Everyone looked at Ning Shu blankly. Ning Shu clapped his hands and said calmly, "Since it's a trial, those who should be punished will be punished." Ning Shu turned to look at Qianjia, who was trembling with anger, and said, "Because this male orc wants to be your partner, but he already has a partner, so his partner is a burden. Partners who should be supporting each other have become like this. What right do you have to take revenge so confidently? What right do you have?" Qianjia's body trembled even more. "Did I make the male orcs fall in love with me? They fell in love with me because of me. Their feelings were not strong enough. Should they blame me when something happens? Should I pay with my life with my child? Ning Shu laughed, and his expression became even more indifferent. Because of your greed, you have so many partners, making these. Ning Shu pointed at the male orcs around them. Making these male orcs want to be your partner. They all want to sleep with the goddess. Qian Jia had no principles, which was why such a thing had happened. Qian Jia had broken her goddess halo and made every male beast man want to do her. Fuck, what if I have to kill her today to avenge my child? If you stop me, I will kill you. Qian Jia's expression was gloomy. Do you know that I hate you very much? Very much. Is that so? Ning Shu smiled calmly. Actually, I hate you too. Although I don't know if you are a goddess, your arrival has caused the whole tribe to fall into chaos. Chapter 350. Alright, stop messing around. The chief looked at the two people arguing. Ning Shu said, this female beast man killed the goddess's child. The goddess's child is the son of God. She should be punished by the goddess. Ning Shu rolled his eyes. Fine, then we'll kill Ye's partner as well. How can that be? Male beast men need to hunt. The chief immediately retorted. Then you should die. This is all Ye's fault. Ning Shu raised his ugly eyebrows and asked. The chief did not say a word. Ning Shu sneered. Because they were weak, they deserved to be bullied. Because they were weak, they deserved to die. Such an unprincipled tribe should be exterminated. Chief, if you lick the goddess's feet like this, let's see how much the goddess will give you. Ning Shu sneered coldly. For the sake of a goddess, a tribe had abandoned its people. Such a tribe should be exterminated. Don't think that just because God gave you power, you can be so insolent, the chief said coldly. Ning Shu said proudly, God gave me power to protect myself. You go and kill them. Kill the two of them. Qian Jia pointed at Ning Shu's partners and shouted. Qian Jia's partners immediately surrounded Ning Shu. They all transformed and sharpened their claws as they pounced on Ning Shu. Ning Shu stretched out his fist and punched the beast men. Suddenly, he felt a violent tremor. The tremor was so strong that he could not stand firm. Everyone was dumbfounded. Obviously, they didn't know what was going on. Ning Shu saw the sacrificial pillar falling towards her and hurriedly dodged it. She grabbed the branch and ran to an open space. Earthquake, it's an earthquake! Qian Jia exclaimed. Instantly, the world turned dark. The tremor was so terrifying that Ning Shu could not stand firm. The whole world seemed to be collapsing. The ground under her feet was falling apart. Ning Shu's heart sank. She did not expect the earthquake to be so powerful. She was worried that the cave would collapse. The tremors continued, and there were screams, cries, and cries for help. Ning Shu suppressed the fear in his heart. The might of heaven and earth was so terrifying that all life forms in front of it were so fragile that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. After an unknown period of time, the tremors subsided. The world suddenly became incomparably bright again. There were actually 3 suns in the sky. The blazing light brought a trace of warmth to the cold winter. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Qian Jia was protected by her companions and was fine. Some people were killed by the pillars of the ancestral square. Then, the roars of the animals filled the entire forest, and the panicked animals rushed towards the tribe. From the size of dinosaurs to the size of snakes, rats, insects, and ants, all the hibernating beasts were disturbed. They were frightened by the earthquake and needed to fill their hungry stomachs at the same time. Quick, pack your things and leave. The clan leader's voice was sharp as he shouted. Fuck, I'm scared. Ji held on to Ning Shu tightly, and Yi held on to Ji tightly. Just like in the plot, these male orcs were the first to collect the seeds. They escorted Qian Jia away and told the female orcs that they would come back to pick them up immediately. Some females were lucky enough to be taken away together. However, many little orcs and female orcs were left behind. Bastards! Ning Shu looked at the orcs flying away and cursed in his heart. They could go back and take the seeds, but they had to send Xian Jia to a safe place first. This showed that in the hearts of these male orcs, the seeds and Xian Jia were the most important. Ji, don't be afraid. Gather everyone. Ning Shu said to Ji, and one by one, they fought against the beasts that rushed into the tribe. Ji's body was trembling. The female orcs were all gathered in the ancestral square. It was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Ning Shu took out the poison and sprinkled it on the beasts. When they returned to the cave that they usually lived in had collapsed. Ning Shu picked up the sharpened wooden stick. On the way back to the ancestral square, he saw that many female orcs had been torn apart by the beasts. There were also the corpses of little orcs. Ning Shu saved a male orc who had transformed into a little tiger. The little tiger was avoiding the pursuit of a group of wolves. Ning Shu picked up the orc. He sprinkled 2 bags of poison on the drooling waves. When they arrived at the square, Ji and a group of female orcs were huddled together. Many of the females were holding little orcs in their hands. There were many animals gathered around the square, but the whole ancestral square seemed to be covered by a layer of transparent enchantment that blocked these animals and kept the orcs in the square safe. Ning Shu breathed a sigh of relief. At least these people were fine. Although he didn't know what was going on with this enchantment. These beasts couldn't tear the people inside the enchantment apart. When they saw Ning Shu, they swarmed over to Ning Shu. Ning Shu threw the sharp wooden stick in his hand at these beasts. The stick directly pierced through the bodies of the beasts. Fuck, come in quickly. The shaman's voice was very tired and much older. Ning Shu entered the enchantment and said with some surprise, "Old woman, they didn't take you away." The old woman was a noble shaman. Sure enough, when disaster struck, everyone flew away. This is the power given to me by God. I will die soon. You have to take care of these people. The shaman coughed and said. Every shaman will get a little divine power from God. Ning Shu, was she doing this by accident? If she said that her power was given to her by God, then she wasn't the next successor. In a moment, the enchantment dimmed, like a bubble in the sun. Ning Shu hurriedly distributed the sharpened wooden sticks to everyone and said calmly, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Ji, take everyone to the big cave later. I'll protect you from behind," Ning Shu said to Ji. Ji's lips were trembling. She just nodded, holding the wooden stick tightly in her hand, tears in her eyes. The other female orcs were in a worse situation than Ji. They were used to the protection of male orcs. Suddenly encountering such a situation, the female orcs didn't know what to do at all. The earth was still shaking. The intensity of the aftershocks made people unable to stand steadily. Ning Shu finally realized how difficult this task was. Fear was the most terrible thing, and there was also the unknown fate. With a bang, something like the enchantment broke. The shaman stuffed the god's stone in her hand into Ning Shu's hand. She spat out blood and said, "Continue the tribe." Ning Shu held the god's stone, which was a little hot because of the shaman's hand. He saw the shaman fall to the ground and her body turn into ashes. Ning Shu bit his lip. His throat was a little choked. Seeing the stone of 1,000 worlds on the sacrificial altar, he stuffed it into his pocket. Then he led a group of female orcs and little orcs toward the cave. Ji led the way, stumbling. Ning Shu was behind the team, holding a wooden stick stained with blood. His face and skin were stained with blood. His clear eyes stared at the beasts that were chasing them. Chapter 351. Warm blood splattered on the ground and dyed the white snow red. Ning Shu held a wooden stick in her hand and stabbed the wolf that pounced on her to death. On the way to the big cave, Ning Shu and the others encountered a pack of wolves, which surrounded them. Ning Shu's heart sank, but she remained calm and confronted the wolves. The original owner of the body had been killed by wolves. These beasts were cunning and cruel. Many of the female orcs in the team were scared to tears by such a horrible scene. They didn't even have the courage to fight with the wolves with wooden sticks. Ning Shu held the wooden stick tightly in her hand and said calmly, "I'm here. It'll be fine. These beasts want to kill us, but we can bite them to death." Ji, who was standing beside Ning Shu, said, "Yes, I'm not afraid at all." If it weren't for her trembling voice, Ning Shu wouldn't have thought that she was afraid. The wolves loved the children in the female orc's hands and wanted to drag the children away. "Hold the children tight," Ning Shu said coldly and stabbed a wolf that wanted to drag the children away. "If these beasts want to attack us, pick up the wooden stick in your hand. If we don't do anything, we'll be killed by these wolves. Then, our bodies will be eaten by these waves," Ning Shu said in a low voice. The female orcs cried in a low voice. Ning Shu took the lead and stabbed the beasts crazily. The only thought in her mind was to survive. When enemies met on a narrow path, the brave would win. Ning Shu saw a little female orc being dragged away by a wolf from the corner of his eye. Her neck was bitten, and the little female orc stopped crying. She didn't even have time to kill the wolf before her child was killed by the wolf. Ning Shu bit his lips tightly. His heart ached, and he stabbed the wolf to death with the wooden stick. Ning Shu ate a spirit marrow crystal and used all of her strength. She smashed her staff on the wolf's head, causing Lang's head to explode. Ning Shu killed the wolves as if they were watermelons. "Come on, everyone. The wolf will be killed soon." Ji shouted when he saw Ning Shu's bravery. The wolves retreated in the end, dragging the orc's corpse with them. Ning Shu closed his eyes. They didn't try to snatch the beastmen's corpses because the wolves would eat the beastmen's corpses. Once the wolves were full, they wouldn't be in any danger for the time being. It was just that cruel. Ning Shu's arms were weak and trembling. "Let's go." Ning Shu saw that there were fewer orcs in the group, so he turned and walked towards the big cave. Ning Shu saw that some female beastmen couldn't run with little beastmen in their arms, so they carried one in each hand and carried one on their back. Ning Shu knew that he had strained his muscles. It wasn't easy to reach the big cave. Ning Shu thought that such a strong earthquake would cause the big cave to collapse, but fortunately, although it collapsed a little, it didn't completely collapse. Ning Shu settled all the orcs inside and said to Ji, "Take care of these people. I'll go back to the tribe." Ji looked at Ning Shu, whose face was covered in blood, and asked in a trembling voice, "Why are you going back? It's too dangerous." "Fuck, take a rest first." Ning Shu shook his head. "I'll go back and find the stone pot." Originally, there was a pool in the cave, but because of the earthquake, the water was turbid and couldn't be drunk at all. Moreover, there was another sun in the sky. She felt that the weather had changed, and the thick snow had begun to melt. There might be a drought later. Ning Shu had to prepare in advance and store enough water. Ning Shu went out of the cave and moved a big stone to block the entrance of the cave, leaving a gap for the people in the cave to breathe. Under the three suns, the whole world was in a state of extreme brightness, so bright that it was dazzling to the eyes. Ning Shu felt that his eyes were stinging after staying outside for a long time, so he quickly went back to the tribe. Ning Shu ran for a while, and his body became hot. He was not afraid of snow, but he was afraid of a drought. Without water, people would die. Ning Shu ran back to the tribe. The whole tribe was very dilapidated, and there was no sign of life. Stepping on the snow, Ning Shu walked around the whole tribe. If he saw a cave that hadn't collapsed, he would go in to see if there was anything that could hold water. He found a lot of stone pots, but there were also some broken clay pots. However, these clay pots were broken in the earthquake and were very fragile. Ning Shu carried the stone pot to the cave one trip at a time. Then, he asked the female orcs in the cave to put clean snow in the stone pots to store more water. Ning Shu had a bad feeling. After the original owner died, he didn't know what happened in this world. After the disaster, there was a great plague, and there was another sun in the sky. It was simply a joke. Ji took the lead to respond to Ning Shu's decision. She held the snow in the stone pot with her hands and pressed it tightly with her hands. The other female orcs also began to get busy, and some younger female orcs were also helping. When the stone pots were filled with snow, the female orcs carried the stone pots into the cave. Ning Shu asked, "Who can make a stone pot? This little water is not enough." "I can make it." Yi stood up, but he didn't expect her to survive. "But it needs a special stone." "I know where to find this kind of stone." Ning Shu nodded. "Take me there." Yi followed Ning Shu out of the cave. Ning Shu pushed the big stone hard and blocked the entrance of the cave. The stone used to make the stone pot was a kind of stone, but it didn't look like a stone. Ning Shu didn't know what it was. He collected a lot of stones, each of which was the size of a desk, and Ning Shu had to carry them back. Carrying them on his shoulder, Ning Shu felt that his legs were shaking, but he still carried them back with difficulty. Yi began to make the stone pot. Ning Shu had to go to the salt mine again to get some salt back. He needed to feed such a big family. It was not easy to be the president of the Women's Federation. After bringing back a whole basket of salt, Ning Shu started assigning tasks to the female beast men, which was to look for firewood. It was best if they traveled in groups and didn't wander too far away. There might be danger. There were many beasts in the jungle. When the firewood was back, Ning Shu found that there was no way to make a fire. Did he really have to drill the wood to make a fire? Why was it so difficult to survive in the primitive society? He couldn't figure out why Qian Jia was so comfortable. Then Ning Shu began to drill the wood to make a fire, but he didn't make a fire. The female orcs just looked at Ning Shu. Finally, the tiger cub used its claws to scratch the stone, splashing sparks and igniting the withered grass. Ning Shu was speechless. Please forgive her ignorance. She really didn't know that the claws could do this. After lighting the fire and looking at the dancing flames, the haze in everyone's hearts was dispelled. Ning Shu said to Ji, "Go hunting with me." Hunting? Ji was stunned, but she still followed Ning Shu out of the cave. Ning Shu blocked the entrance of the cave with a big stone and asked Ji, "Did you tell them about the bacon?" Ji shook her head. "You should tell them." "I didn't." Chapter 352. Hearing that Ji didn't tell anyone about the bacon, Ning Shu nodded with satisfaction and said to Ji, "Let's leave the bacon for now. Now we have to go hunting." Because of the earthquake, animals were very active. If they only ate bacon, they would run out sooner or later. But we are females. How can we hunt? Ji held a stick in her hand, her face pale. Ning Shu said very calmly, "It's okay. I'll do it. Everything is difficult at the beginning. If we want to survive, we can only rely on ourselves now." Ning Shu found a wild boar that was digging snow. Its long fangs looked very dangerous. Ning Shu felt Ji's body trembling next to her. "Watch how I do it." Ning Shu whispered to Qian Jia, then tiptoed to the wild boar. Because he stepped on the snow, there was a sound. The wild boar turned its head and saw Ning Shu. It was not afraid at all. Instead, Ning Shu rushed over and wanted to kill Ning Shu with its fangs. Ning Shu did not hesitate. He held a wooden stick and stabbed the wild boar's head, piercing it directly. Ji looked at Ning Shu in a daze. Under Ning Shu's guidance, Ji successfully killed a rabbit, but it was enough to make Ji happy. Dragging the wild boar back, the female orcs in the cave began to cook the meat. Ning Shu looked at these people and some children. There were males and females among the children. He said, "From today onwards, I am the leader of the tribe." Before the witch died, she asked me to reproduce the tribe. We are now a whole. If we want to survive, we must be united. Fuck, how can we live without males? Ning Shu, a female orc, asked, "Won't the males come back to us?" Ning Shu sneered in his heart. On the surface, he said calmly, "Then we have to live and wait for the males to come to us. From tomorrow onwards, we will hunt by ourselves and live until the male orcs come to us." Ning Shu saw that the wild boar meat in the stone pot was cooked and said, "Give some to the child first, and then we'll eat." Ning Shu ate a bowl of meat soup and then sat down to adjust her breathing. She had used too much strength before, and her body could no longer bear it. He mobilized the qi in his dantian to heal the wounds on his muscles. The female orcs hugged their children and hugged each other, spending the night in fear. During this time, the aftershocks continued, and the world was shaking. Everyone hugged each other, and some of the more timid orcs cried silently. The next day, Ning Shu brought some female beast men out to hunt. This was a cruel evolution. If you wanted to live, you had to bleed. Ning Shu had told them a lot of things to take note of, but he still saw a female orc being killed by her prey in a daze. The cruel and bloody scene made the other female beast men even more afraid. They even started crying. Ning Shu suddenly did not know if this was the right thing to do. Females who had been living under the protection of males suddenly had to face such a bloody thing. Was it right or not? The first day of hunting was a failure. Ning Shu went to hunt alone, and only then did they have food for the day. Ning Shu was not in a good mood. When he returned to the cave, he did not say a word, and the female orcs did not dare to speak. When the meat was cooked, she put the meat in a stone bowl and gave it to Ning Shu. She said, "Damn, don't be angry." "I'm not angry. I just think that we will all die if we continue like this." Ning Shu looked at Ji and said, "The weather is hot. It should be winter, but there is another fireball in the sky, and the snow is beginning to melt. If the fireball keeps shining like this, there will be no water. I'm worried about how we can survive." Ning Shu sighed. Yi said, "I will try to make more stone pots and store more water before the snow melts." Ning Shu nodded and suddenly asked Yi, "Are you sad?" In fact, the earthquake had saved her life. Qian Jia was determined to kill her, and Ning Shu's 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands. He might not be able to save her. Yi smiled to Ning Shu, showing her big yellow teeth, and said, "I want to live now. I don't believe that the males will come back to pick us up." Phew, there was finally someone who understood. If he really cared, he should have taken her away. The other orcs all told Ning Shu that they would learn to hunt seriously. Ning Shu just sighed in his heart. It was easy to say, but it was not so easy to do. It was good enough that they were not chased by the prey. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. The thick snow was about to melt, and the snow water invaded the ground, and tender grass grew. Everything seemed to be thriving. It would be great if there were not 3 suns in the sky. When Ning Shu brought the female orcs to hunt, they would look for animals that were relatively docile. When they encountered dangerous animals, they would take a detour. However, with the terrible cooperation of a group of female orcs, they could kill an animal that looked like a water buffalo. They also had to rely on Ning Shu to use vines to pull the prey that wanted to run away. Every time they went out to hunt, Ning Shu would bring the male orcs and let them learn how to hunt. He would let them pounce on small rabbits to sharpen their teeth and claws. After a period of time, the number of female orcs decreased. Some died in the process of hunting. Some were injured and could only do small things in the cave. Ning Shu looked at the marks he made in the cave. It had been almost a month since the earthquake, and there were already 25 scratches on it. However, these female orcs were different from before. Previously, they were still hoping that the male orcs would come back to find them. However, after such a long time, they did not come to find them. The male orcs had wings, so it would not take long for them to come back. Without hope, the female orcs were now desperately trying to survive. Previously, their hands were shaking when they held wooden sticks, but now, they could quickly attack their prey. Ning Shu knew that the winged tigers had now left the primitive world and arrived at a fertile plain. Qian Jia would build her own kingdom here. The plains were suitable for farming, so the orcs who had seeds naturally started farming. Ning Shu sneered. "You've abandoned so many female beast men. You can just wait to be exterminated. Go get gay." Perhaps the matriarchal era had come. A female could have many males in order to carry on the family line. However, females were weak, and giving birth was very dangerous for weak females. Even the mother and child could not be protected. It was impossible for them to keep giving birth. This was a dangerous primitive society. There were dangers everywhere. When these orcs' transformation ability deteriorated, they could only wait for death. However, what Ning Shu was worried about happened. When Ning Shu made the 60th mark, the weather had already become very hot. There were 3 suns in the sky, and the water level in the river was clearly dropping. Moreover, the grass on the ground was roasted by the sun. Everything was a sign that the following days would be even worse. Chapter 353. The weather was incomparably hot. As long as one stayed outside for a long time, their skin would be scorched by the sun. Ning Shu and the female orc spent most of their time in the cave. With so many people crammed in the cave, no matter how cool the cave was, there was still a warm current that made it hard for them to breathe. The water in the pool in the cave was also gradually decreasing. More and more water was being collected. The entire cave was filled with stone pots filled with water. Although there was so much water, Ning Shu was still worried. He didn't know how long the drought would last. In the evening, when it was cooler, Ning Shu took the female beast men out to hunt. He knew that the current situation wasn't good. When the female beast men killed their prey, they would collect the blood of their prey and put it in a stone bowl. Each of them would drink a mouthful to quench their thirst. Ning Shu wouldn't drink the blood no matter what. The smell made him want to vomit. But what made Ning Shu happy was that these female beast men were now used to this kind of life. Perhaps it would be better to survive this dry season. Because of the drought, the animals couldn't find water and began to die. Some scavengers began to tear apart the smelly corpses that were covered in flies. A large number of prey died, and they wouldn't be able to hunt in the future. What awaited them was death. Ning Shu was now glad that he had prepared so much cured meat. If everyone ate less, they might be able to survive for a while. He didn't know how Qian Jia and the others were doing. The plains were very far from here, but with Qian Jia's luck, even if it was a drought, she would be able to find a spring and dig out water. Others had a difficult life, but it wasn't a problem for Qian Jia. There was no way to compare people. If there was no heaven's favor, then they had to pamper themselves. They had to work hard and tenaciously live. The cooked food was getting less and less. Everyone was only given a little. It was enough to maintain their body's condition. The weather was getting hotter. Ning Shu roughly estimated that it was about 50 degrees Celsius. His feet hurt from the heat. Ning Shu wiped the sweat on his head. It was so hot that he wanted to stick out his tongue to cool down. However, as the chief of the tribe, how could Ning Shu do such a thing in front of so many people? There were 100 marks on the stone wall. It had been 3 months, but no one knew when the temperature would drop. Some of the female orcs and little orcs in the cave were already suffering from diarrhea and dehydration. Ning Shu gave these sick orcs some prunella grass to boil water, hoping that it would be useful. Right now, everyone was fighting against the heavens. They were just waiting to see how long they could endure. Ning Shu even suspected that the so-called god wanted to exterminate all life in this world. With such a godly power, it was easy to take away a son. He probably didn't even remember this place. Everyone in this world was nothing but ants to him. Fuck, a female orc is dying, Zhi walked over and told Ning Shu. Ning Shu went over to take a look. This female beast man was very thin and looked old. Her body was too weak. Under such conditions, the first ones to die were the children and the elderly. Chief, you don't need to give me the medicine. I won't live for long. Leave these herbs for the other orcs. The female orc lying on the ground said to Ning Shu. Her eyes were yellow and there was white saliva at the corner of her mouth. It seemed that she wouldn't live for long. Ning Shu scooped some water from a stone bowl for her to drink. After drinking the water, the female orc's complexion became much better, but she still died at night. Ning Shu sighed in his heart. He asked people to move the body out of the cave and dug a hole to bury the dead orc. Looking at these old, weak, sick and disabled people, Ning Shu doubted whether he could complete his task. He just endured it like this. To Ning Shu's relief, the little male orcs in the tribe were growing up and could cooperate to catch some prey. With these little male orcs, the tribe could continue. This team had completely broken away from the Winged Tiger clan and become a new tribe. Every new thing brought with it pain and joy. The future of the tribe depended on these little orcs. Every time Ning Shu went hunting, he would bring the little female orcs with him. To live in this cruel world, one must have skills and learn to hunt on their own. Since they couldn't transform, they had to use tools. There was no animal that couldn't be killed. Ning Shu really didn't want these little female orcs to follow the path of their predecessors. If they were abandoned by the male orcs, they could only wait for death. There was nothing that couldn't be done. It just depended on whether or not they were willing to do it. Ning Shu taught these female orcs how to hunt and use tools. It was just that the female orcs were weak and didn't have good physiques. Ning Shu wanted to teach these female orcs the ultimate martial arts. Even if they couldn't cultivate Qi Jin, they could at least protect themselves. 2333, I want to redeem the ultimate martial arts. How many points do I need? When she first got the secret book, she sold it to the system. The system only gave her 100 points. 2333 said calmly, 1,000 points. Ning Shu thought, fuck you. When I sold it to the system, it gave me 100 points. Now I want to buy it back, and it actually costs 1,000 points. Why don't you just rob me? Ning Shu almost jumped up. Fuck, the thing that originally belonged to her was sold to her for 900 points. She was young and ignorant. If she had known, she wouldn't have exchanged it with the system. Ning Shu held her breath and said, exchange. As long as this thing was hers, she had the right to use it. She could teach it to whoever she wanted. Sure enough, she still had to hold on to her own things. Ning Shu called the female orcs in front of her and taught them the ultimate martial arts. She didn't expect them to cultivate anything. She only hoped that the later generations would have better genes. Sure enough, these female orcs were all confused. They couldn't understand such a profound thing. Ning Shu only said that it was a gift from God to the tribe. Every female orc had to cultivate it. Ning Shu didn't plan to give it to the male orcs. They already had the powerful transformation ability. If they still wanted to cultivate the ultimate martial arts, they would be like the three suns in the sky. Ning Shu's original intention was to let the female orcs be stronger and not be restrained by the male orcs. Otherwise, they would die without the male orcs. When the female orcs heard that it was a gift from God, although they were confused, they still worked hard to cultivate it, although they didn't know what they were doing. Ning Shu gave the incantation to Ji and asked her to memorize it. He wanted to pass it down in the future. Ji couldn't understand these things, so she had to memorize them. Ning Shu began to think about the inheritance of the shaman. He gave the God's Stone to the female orcs to see if they could communicate with the God's Stone and become shamans. Existence was reasonable. This world was created by God, so it should have faith in God. Ning Shu was looking forward to when he could have such power. Chapter 354. Ning Shu had forgotten one thing, which was that practicing martial arts would increase one's appetite. Therefore, when Ning Shu realized what was going on, several little female orcs were looking at Ning Shu eagerly. Ning Shu was speechless. However, Ning Shu was very happy. At least a few orcs were practicing martial arts, and they were all little female orcs. Everything in the tribe was developing in a good direction. Ning Shu went hunting under the strong sun. The whole world was filled with a rotten smell, and there were rotten animal remains everywhere. After running for a long time, Ning Shu finally found a bison, which was rolling in a puddle full of muddy water. Ning Shu carried a wooden stick and went to the bison. This water buffalo should be enough to eat for 2 days. Ning Shu sighed deeply in her heart. She killed the bison and was about to lift it up when something suddenly jumped on her shoulder, grabbed her hair, and squeaked. Ning Shu turned her head and saw a little gray ball. She almost twisted her waist. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. This was an illusion, this was an illusion. How could she see this little thing in this world? Could it be this little thing's ancestor? Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little gray ball squeaked and looked at Ning Shu with its black bean-like eyes. Its nose twitched, and tears came out. It seemed to be very thirsty, and then it licked the tears into its mouth. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu carried the water buffalo back to the cave. As soon as they arrived, the little gray ball jumped into the stone pot and drank water. She looked at the little gray ball. Ning Shu asked, "What is this?" "I don't know." Ning Shu rolled her eyes. She had met such a mouse-like thing in the world of the princess. She had given this little gray ball to Li Wen, but why was this little thing here? Ning Shu could feel that this little thing should know her. The little thing drank all the water in the stone pot and then jumped onto Ning Shu's shoulder. It shrieked and grabbed Ning Shu's hair. Ning Shu squeaked. Ning Shu was speechless. The little gray ball dropped its tears and licked them into its mouth. Then it ran out of the cave. Ning Shu held the wooden stick in his hand and chased after the gray ball. In the end, he found a person lying in a low thicket of thorns. The little gray ball squeaked at the man lying on the ground. Ning Shu first saw a pair of dusty black shoes embroidered with cloud patterns, then a bright yellow dragon robe, and then a disheveled face. Ning Shu wiped his face and squatted down to remove the hair from his face. Sure enough, it was Li Wen. His skin was already tanned by the sun, and his lips were so dry that they were curling. Damn it, how did he come to this world? Ning Shu picked him up horizontally and carried him back to the cave like a princess. She was speechless. Ning Shu threw Li Wen on the withered grass, scooped some water and poured it into his mouth. Li Wen, who was unconscious, drank the water instinctively. The little gray ball stared at Li Wen. Ning Shu took off his clothes, leaving only his underwear, revealing Li Wen's muscular body. Ning Shu poured some water on him. She looked at Li Wen in surprise, but her hand touched Li Wen's clothes. She said to Ning Shu in surprise, "Damn, look at this animal skin. It's so comfortable. There's something on it." "What is it?" Ning Shu was speechless. Every once in a while, Ning Shu would give Li Wen some water. The little gray ball seemed to know that it was safe and curled up into a ball and fell asleep on Li Wen's body. It was a strange feeling to meet an old friend in such a world. How did Li Wen come here? Li Wen woke up a day later. When he opened his eyes, he saw a magnified ugly face. He almost fainted again. Miss. Miss. Li Wen called the ugly person in front of him. He had never seen such an ugly person. He looked around and saw that he was in a big hole. There were some ugly people around him, and there were even 1 or 2 little tigers biting his shoes. Ning Shu looked at Li Wen. In an unfamiliar environment, Li Wen was scared at first, but then he calmed down. I want to eat something. Can you give me something to eat?" Li Wen asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu nodded and gave Li Wen a bowl of meat. Li Wen had been hungry for a long time since he came to this world. He just boiled it with water and added salt. The meat was very fishy, but Li Wen ate it very happily. "May I ask what this place is?" Li Wen asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu didn't say anything and just looked at Li Wen. "How the hell did you come here? Can't you understand what I'm saying?" Li Wen asked again. Ning Shu said, "Who are you? How did you come here?" "I came here because of this little thing." Li Wen reached out and touched the little gray ball. Ning Shu. Dumbfounded. Ning Shu asked 2333, "What's wrong with this person?" 2333 thought for a moment and said, "There are some mysterious things in the world. This thing should be a silver cloud mink. It lives in space and its main food is some destroyed plane fragments. So, it has the ability to freely travel between planes. Ning Shu, 0, Ning Shu grabbed the little gray ball and looked at it. It's so awesome. Ning Shu pulled open the little gray ball's hind legs. Yes, it has a male dick. The little gray ball opened its eyes and kicked Ning Shu's face and jumped onto Li Wen. Such an awesome thing didn't like her. She was speechless. She was the one who met this little thing first. Li Wen stayed in the cave, but he felt that his worldview was being challenged everywhere. 3 suns, 10 moons, and even a child had turned into a winged tiger in an instant. Monster. Also, he couldn't understand what others were saying. He could only communicate with one person, the leader of the tribe. Li Wen wiped his face. What the hell was this place? What made Li Wen depressed was that he couldn't do anything here. He couldn't hunt. He was the emperor, but he was so useless. His ability to stabilize the country was useless here. Every day, he had to wait for a bowl of meat. This made Li Wen feel very ashamed. Ning Shu looked at Li Wen's bitter face and lit a candle for Li Wen. If he came here and couldn't go back, what would he do? Seeing the little gray ball's unreliable appearance, Ning Shu felt that Li Wen would be in charge in the future. What Ning Shu didn't expect was that Li Wen wanted to go hunting with the team. Ning Shu just looked at Li Wen with contempt. It was okay to command others, but to go hunting himself? What a joke. Li Wen was the emperor, and he practiced martial arts to strengthen his body. He felt that it was useful to go hunting occasionally. Ning Shu didn't stop him and let him go. When he really fought with these prey, Li Wen felt that these animals were fierce. Every meal was a struggle for life. Now, Li Wen wanted to go home. He really wanted to go home. Chapter 355. The weather was getting hotter and hotter, and the sunlight was getting more and more intense. The leaves were already crispy and would crumble with a pinch. The grass on the ground had withered, revealing the yellow sand on the ground. It felt like there was no green in the entire world. Ning Shu no longer dared to bring the team out to hunt, because if they stayed outside for another 10 minutes, they might get dehydrated and heatstroke. Their skin would be directly sunburned. Everyone huddled in the cave, and there was not a single drop of water in the cave. It was as if all the water in the world had evaporated, and there was not even a drop of dew in the morning. They were even more frugal now. Ning Shu had already drawn 120 marks on the wall. It had been 4 months of drought, but there was still no sign of rain. Ning Shu looked at the water in the stone pot, not knowing how long they could last. If it still did not rain, they would really be waiting for death. The previously handsome, dignified, and noble Li Wen had no water to wash up with now. His face was covered in black dust, but as he sat on the ground and leaned against the stone wall, his aura did not let others look down on him. Ning Shu gave the little gray ball a little bit of spirit marrow crystal powder. After eating it, the little gray ball fell into a deep sleep, and Li Wen hugged it. Li Wen's face was calm, but his heart was going crazy. He really wanted to shake this little thing awake. If it fell asleep, how was he going to go back? Where did this little thing bring her to? Oh my God! There was no more prey in the forest, and many animals had died of thirst. Ning Shu decided to take out the bacon buried under his feet. The tribe was filled with a sense of despair, but when they saw Ning Shu dig out the bacon, everyone's eyes lit up. Even Li Wen looked at Ning Shu with admiration. Obviously, he felt that Ning Shu was prepared. I feel like you're very familiar. Li Wen raised his eyebrows and asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu glanced at him very elegantly. In the past, you were the emperor, and I had to curry favor with you everywhere. Now, I'm the master here. I don't know you. Li Wen, he felt that this person looked down on him. Because the temperature was too high, female orcs with weak physiques kept dying in the tribe, but the ones who survived were the ones with better physiques. What made Ning Shu satisfied was that the female beastman didn't die, and the male beastman also didn't die under Ning Shu's protection. After this difficult time, the entire tribe would be able to continue. Li Wen saw Ning Shu looking at the corpses of his clansmen indifferently and asked, "Aren't you sad? Are they your clansmen?" When Ning Shu heard this, he almost spat out his saliva. As the person who killed all of his brothers to ascend the throne, he actually had the face to ask him this question. Can you be any more hypocritical? Ning Shu didn't say anything. There were already 150 marks on the wall. It had already been 5 months. The trees had already died under the scorching sun. There was no more water in the cave. There were only 2 stone pots of water left. Ning Shu wiped his face. His heart was filled with despair. In front of the heavens and earth, everyone was humble and weak. What was going on with the heavens and earth? Ning Shu said, "Fuck, can you pray to God? Did God give up on us?" Ning Shu, how should she pray? Pray your ass. She didn't even know who God was. Under Xi's gaze, Ning Shu held the stone of 10,000 worlds and mumbled nonsense. Li Wen raised his eyebrows and looked at Ning Shu. Obviously, he didn't believe in God. Ning Shu didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the stone of 10,000 worlds in his hand was a little hot, and it was getting hotter and hotter. Suddenly, it flew out of his palm and into the sky. Then, a huge black hand appeared in the sky and scooped up the stone of 10,000 worlds. What the fuck? Ning Shu almost peed his pants. In all honesty, he was just touching the stone of 10,000 worlds. He didn't have any intention of taking the stone of 10,000 worlds. The huge black hand paused in the sky and directly crushed 2 suns before disappearing. Ning Shu, what was that? Li Wen's voice was trembling. Li Wen, who didn't change his expression even when Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, was stunned at this moment. Ning Shu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Oh my God, his heart was trembling. That's our God. Ning Shu puffed out his chest and said. Oh. All the orcs cheered. With 2 suns gone, the sky became much darker and wasn't as dazzling as before. Ning Shu clutched his chest. He was so scared that he had a heart attack. Li Wen's pupils trembled. Obviously, he was shocked by the huge power of the huge black hand. The ants suddenly realized that there was something even more powerful in this world. With Li Wen's mindset, he wanted to pursue this power. He thought that he was lucky to have this little thing in his arms. He didn't expect to see such power. Li Wen was an emperor. He never believed in such supernatural things. However, he saw such a powerful power with his own eyes. Because there were 2 less suns in the sky, the world suddenly became cooler. It was so hot before, but why did it suddenly become cold? It even felt a little cold. It was easy for the cold and hot clouds to accumulate. After 2 days, it finally rained. After nearly half a year, it finally rained. The orcs jumped and cheered in the heavy rain. They opened their mouths to catch the rainwater. The female orcs took out the stone pot to collect the rainwater. Ning Shu raised his head and let the bean-sized raindrops hit his face. It was a little painful and itchy, but there was an indescribable joy in his heart. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. The strong could control the fate of others. When would he be strong enough to control his own fate and not let his fate be controlled by others? After the rain, the grass grew again. Some withered books sprouted again. The whole world was filled with a fresh smell. No matter who that god was, Ning Shu was grateful to him. His casual actions saved many lives and allowed her to not fail her mission. Amitabha. A good person would live a peaceful life. One day, she would also become a powerful existence. Before that, she had to live and work hard to live. Ning Shu saw that Li Wen had been silent. His eyes were very bright, and there was a burning heat in them. The current Li Wen wasn't the same as the previous Li Wen. If the previous Li Wen defined himself as an emperor, then the current Li Wen didn't have such a feeling. He seemed to have a new goal. He felt that his entire person was sublimated. Your god seems to be very powerful. Li Wen suddenly said, Does such a person really exist in the world? Ning Shu nodded. God is omnipotent. God created this world. He is unbelievably powerful. After eating the spirit marrow crystal powder, the little gray ball woke up. It first jumped onto Ning Shu's shoulder. Ning Shu squeaked twice and then jumped back into Li Wen's arms. Ning Shu wanted to roll his eyes. He had given this guy such a good thing, but it was still indifferent to him. This little thing was only compatible with Li Wen. Chapter 356. Li Wen was about to leave. The day after the little gray ball woke up, she prepared to leave. Ning Shu really wanted to ask, "Can you return to the Great Yong Imperial Palace?" Could it be that the little gray ball could pinpoint the location of transmigration? Li Wen suddenly said to Ning Shu, "The place I grew up in is completely different from here. This is for you." Li Wen pulled Ning Shu and placed a jade pendant with an azure dragon on it in Ning Shu's hand. "Thank you for saving me." Ning Shu looked at the jade pendant and grinned. "No need. You keep this kind of thing. It seems that this thing can't be eaten or drunk." "I don't want it." Li Wen smiled indifferently. "That's true. I didn't think it through. Perhaps I will come and see you in the future." Ning Shu only nodded and didn't say anything. Meeting her this time was already considered lucky. Ning Shu didn't think that they would meet again in the future. Li Wen hugged the little gray ball. The little gray ball squeaked twice to Ning Shu, and then its fur quickly turned silver white. Its entire body was enveloped in an extremely complex halo. This halo enveloped Li Wen. Soon after, Li Wen's body disappeared into thin air. Ning Shu exhaled. Looking at the lush green forest, he felt great. It was good to be alive. Only by being alive could one feel the beauty of life. Even if life was difficult, one could feel the beauty of life. Ning Shu traveled through countless plains in order to survive and extend her life. She met many people in her life. The entire tribe was in order. There was no need for Ning Shu to command. Everyone knew what to do. Everything was developing in a good direction. She could be considered to have fulfilled the original owner's wish. Although some female beast men died for various reasons, those who survived were braver and stronger. Ning Shu stretched. Suddenly, he wanted to go and see Qian Jia and their partners. In fact, Ning Shu wanted to know how the winged tigers who abandoned their females were doing. It was nothing more than wanting to see them regret. However, he had already stayed in this world for a long time, and it would not be long before he left this world. Ning Shu called Ji over and asked, "If the male orcs come back to us, will we still go back with them?" Ji shook his head. "It's been so long. The male orcs must think that we're all dead and won't come back for us." Ning Shu nodded. She laid down on the dried grass and prepared to take a nap. Ever since the earthquake, her nerves had been tense. Ji covered Ning Shu with a piece of animal skin. She stared at Ning Shu, whose eyes were closed, and said, "Even if they come back to us now, we won't go with them. We're no longer the same females as before." Ning Shu didn't open his eyes, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Love oneself, then love others. 2333, do you know anything about Qian Jia? Ning Shu asked in his mind. 2333 replied, just like in the storyline, Qian Jia built her own kingdom and became the queen. Ning Shu was speechless. Fuck, how did you build a palace? I can't even drill wood to start a fire. How did you build such a big city? This is already beyond the horizon. And then? Ning Shu curled his lips and asked. 2333 said, although Qian Jia has established laws, it's useless. The orcs live in the forest and don't like this kind of life. Also, the crops can't satisfy the orcs at all, and there are no beasts on the plains, so there's no way to hunt. This rough city is very chaotic. Ning Shu was speechless. So, if he took a big step, he would get in trouble. The orcs living on the plains also had to face the threat from the sky. There were no trees on the plains, and the giant birds in the sky listed the orcs on their menu. More importantly, there were fewer and fewer female beast men. Many tribes were crowded here. Food was in high demand, and female beast men were also in high demand. Food in exchange for females, females in exchange for food. It was a mess. Moreover, Qian Jia, who lost her child, got pregnant again. However, because of the previous miscarriage, she was frozen in the snow for a while, so her body was not very good. Coupled with the earthquake and migration, she was very tired and weak. It wasn't easy to give birth to a child. It was indeed a weak one, and it died not long after. Qian Jia had many partners. Perhaps these partners wanted Qian Jia to forget the pain of losing her child out of kindness. They wanted Qian Jia to get pregnant, but Qian Jia's body was not well, and she got pregnant again. The harm to her was a kind of harm. In the primitive society, there was no such thing as a confinement period. Qian Jia got pregnant again within 2 months of the miscarriage. Qian Jia was still a university student before, so she didn't know this at all. She didn't even know that she was ruining her own body. Coupled with the previous miscarriage and the early death of the child, Qian Jia was very nervous when she was pregnant, which was not good for her body. The child she gave birth to was a child with a snake's body and a human's head. This deformed child should be from the black snake tribe. They weren't of the same tribe, so genetic problems were easy to occur. Qian Jia couldn't take it anymore, and her emotions were on the verge of collapse. She felt that this was a punishment from the heavens for her, and all of this punishment was on her child. Even her mental state was a little abnormal. Although many died young, there were still children who survived. Qian Jia now felt like a mother bee. Everyone hoped that Qian Jia would give birth to more females, because there were fewer and fewer females now. The extinction of the tribe was right in front of them. Moreover, females were weak. Without the strong strength of males, they couldn't bear the power of male beast men. Besides, it was impossible for a female beast man to only have one male beast man. Qian Jia opened the door to a new world for the female beast men. In short, everyone fell into a kind of anxious and indulgent atmosphere. If they didn't make any changes, the extinction of the tribe might really happen. Ning Shu, knowing that you're not living well, I'm much happier in my heart. The beast men were dazzled by the things that Qian Jia brought, and even gave up their own principles of survival. If a tribe without principles died, then so be it. They deserved it. Ding, quest completed. Leaving the quest world. 2333's voice sounded, and then Ning Shu's head buzzed. When he opened his eyes, he was already in the system space. Ning Shu looked at the sofa, the carpet, the bookcase, and the big bed. After staying in a primitive society for so long, seeing these things again, he felt like he was in heaven. Ning Shu ignored it and threw himself on the soft bed. It couldn't be more comfortable. The quilt was still fragrant, and there was no smell of dampness. There were no insects on it. Lying on the bed, Ning Shu fell asleep. When he woke up, he felt refreshed and began to meditate. After his soul was filled, Ning Shu asked 2333, System, do you know who the god of that world is? Are you kidding? How would I know? 2333 sneered, how would I know about such an existence? Fortunately, he didn't kill us. Ning Shu, it sounded so sad, and he still had to thank the god for not killing him. Chapter 357. Ning Shu didn't want to think about God anymore. She quickly threw it to the back of her mind. That kind of person was just out of reach. It was useless to think about it. Let's take a look at this times points. Ning Shu's status panel appeared in front of him. Number, 23333 Name, Ning Shu, Beginner Quest Taker, Age, 27 Experience, 100,000 70,000 Soul, 200 HP, 60 Wisdom, 85 Charm, 3 Luck, 34 Spirit, 120 Strength, 30 Faith, 1 Aptitude, 26 Merit, 15 20 Skills, 5th Ring Spear Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Peerless Martial Arts Rookie. Honorary Title, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass's Blessing, Grass's Wish. 1. I don't want to die. 2. I want to save the female beast men who were also abandoned. Quest completion, 100. Obtained 25 attribute points. Ning Shu looked at the rich rewards and felt relieved. This time, he obtained 70,000 experience, 20 merit points, the title of Selfless Ancestor, the Leader Aura, and 25 attribute points. Selfless Ancestor. This group of beast men thought of her as their ancestor and worshipped her in the future. Why did she feel guilty? She wasn't selfless at all. She just wanted to complete the quest. What's with the faith? Ning Shu asked 2333. When creatures believe in you, it will produce faith. 2333 replied. Looking at the lonely bit of faith power, Ning Shu couldn't help but wonder who had contributed it. Primitive people were honest. They gave her so many things. Her hardships in primitive society were not in vain. She had to take care of a large group of female beast men, take care of small beast men, and worry about the future development of the tribe. She believed that when she returned, she would see a lively tribe. However, this time, Ning Shu once again saw the importance of strength. Without strength, she couldn't hunt, she couldn't store so much bacon, she couldn't defend against wild beasts when the earthquake came, and she couldn't hunt after that. Yes, things that can be resolved with force should be resolved with force first. Things that cannot be resolved with force should be resolved with wisdom. In short, martial strength was very important. Ning Shu generously added 15 points of her attribute points to martial strength, life points, and luck points. Serial number, 23333 Name, Ning Shu, Beginner Mission Taker, Age, 27 EXP, 100,000 70,000 Soul Value, 200 HP, 605 Wisdom, 85 Charm, 3 Luck, 345 Spiritual Power, 120 Combat Power, 15 Faith, 1 Aptitude, 26 Merit, 35 Skills, 5th Ring Spear Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Peerless Martial Arts Novice. Honorary Title, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing. After allocating the attribute points, Ning Shu opened the exchange shop and exchanged for fasting pills, water, and some basic medicine. She also exchanged for some antidote pills. These were all necessities for survival. Even if they were not needed in the mission, Ning Shu had to prepare them in advance. After the exchange, Ning Shu casually browsed the shop and saw that there were some things that could only be exchanged with faith, which cost tens of thousands of faith. Ning Shu saw that she had 1 point of faith power and silently closed the exchange store. This store was constantly reminding her that she was a poor person. Ning Shu was not in a hurry to enter the mission. Instead, she took out a book from the bookshelf and sat on the sofa to read. Of course, with Ning Shu's IQ, she could not read anything profound. It was not bad to read something that could increase her wisdom. Instead of reading these useless books, you might as well add your attribute points to your wisdom. 2333 could not help but say. Ning Shu suddenly said, "Oh, I forgot. Next time, I'll add 1 point to my wisdom." Can something like wisdom really be added? Why do you believe that force points can be added up but not wisdom points? 2333 asked. Ning Shu said, "Wisdom is fixed. Can I increase it by adding points to my attribute points?" 2333. You really should add some points to wisdom. With a higher wisdom value, you can quickly think of solutions when doing quests and complete them faster. 2333 was very dissatisfied with Ning Shu for always adding attribute points to her martial strength. Did she only see the benefits of martial strength and did not see the other benefits? A real wise person is a person who does not miss a single detail. 2333 said, "This kind of person does not need great strength and will never get into trouble." Ning Shu said, "Oh, how tiring would that be? Just listening to it was enough to kill a lot of brain cells. 2333, don't you get tired of waving your sword around all day? 2333 felt that it was his duty to guide this quest-taker on the right path. How strong could a person be? If they encountered something they could not solve, they would need to rely on external help. This was the time to test a person's intelligence. Some people could easily solve the problem, but some people could not. If you only had martial strength but no brains, you would not go far. It's not tiring for me to fight. In the future, I will learn to use my brain. Use my brain. Ning Shu nodded and said. Ning Shu always felt that wisdom was something that could be accumulated slowly. The more knowledge one had, the higher one's wisdom would naturally be. Closing the book, Ning Shu cultivated for a while. When her soul was much fuller, she said to 2333, let's enter the mission. Ning Shu's brain went blank for a moment. Then, she heard all kinds of mechanical instructions. Strings of codes flashed in front of her eyes, mixed with the sound of electricity. When Ning Shu heard the sound of electricity, she felt goosebumps all over her body. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in front of a valley. She was sitting on the ground, holding her ankle. Her ankle was slightly red and swollen, but Ning Shu did not feel any pain. Ning Shu touched her body from head to toe. She was wearing an elegant ancient costume and her hair was tied up with a hairband. Touching this body, Ning Shu felt that she really existed, but there was no heartbeat. This body also did not have the ability to breathe. Ning Shu could not help but take a few deep breaths. Breathing was no different from not breathing at all. She could not feel cold, heat, or pain. Other than her consciousness, there was nothing. What did she become this time? She looked around. This was a beautiful place. There was a river and trees. Every blade of grass and tree was very realistic. However, there was no sign of human habitation. A bird flew in front of Ning Shu. Ning Shu caught the bird, but the bird also had no breath. Chapter 358. For such a strange phenomenon, Ning Shu first chose to receive the plot. This was a holographic MMORPG world. The so-called holographic MMORPG was a very high-end gaming method. Through the gaming helmet or gaming chamber, the brain waves were reflected into the system. The simulation was very high, and it made the players feel as if they were in the real world. Ning Shu guessed that the technology outside the game world was very advanced. At least Ning Shu had never seen such high-end technology. And this body was an NPC. It should have been controlled by the system's intelligence, but under a coincidence, it had its own consciousness. The so-called NPC was a game character that was not controlled by the player. It was used to promote the development of the game story. For example, when the player entered a shop, the shop owner was an NPC. For example, Ning Shu, this NPC, sprained her foot and waited for the player to come and save the damsel in distress. She let the player go to the valley to pick herbs and defeat the beasts guarding the herbs. To put it bluntly, she let the player kill monsters, drop equipment, and gain experience. The original owner's consciousness was like a newborn baby. She did not understand anything. Fortunately, there was the main system's control, so she knew what to do. But compared to other NPCs, the original owner had emotions and felt lonely. The game entered the last review. The original owner's abnormality was not discovered. When the players continued to enter the whole world, the game became popular. The male lead of this world was a person with the ID, Following Cool Breeze. He was the first person to enter the game and was also the first person the original owner met. This, Following Cool Breeze, was the first person to come to the original owner. The original owner was very surprised to see this person. According to the game's plot, she let Following Cool Breeze enter the valley to find herbs. The original owner was very curious about people. In order to be able to talk more with this person, she told Following Cool Breeze in detail what the herbs looked like, what the boss's weakness was, how its defense was, and so on. Following Cool Breeze remembered these, defeated the boss, got the herbs, and healed the original owner's foot. When, following Cool Breeze, was about to leave, the original owner was very reluctant. She wanted, following Cool Breeze, to come and play with her in the future. Following the Breeze felt that this NPC was really special. Out of a desire to verify, every time, following the Breeze, wanted to farm monsters, he would look for the original owner. The original owner would tell, following the Breeze, about the boss's HP, attack, defense, and how to farm monsters. Every time I tested it, the level of flowing with the Breeze quickly increased, and I obtained a lot of top-quality equipment. These equipment were all money. Following the Breeze felt that this NPC should be a loophole in the system. Of course, following the Breeze did not treat this NPC as a person at all. He just wanted to use this loophole in the system to clear more instance dungeons and get more equipment. Under the guidance of the original owner, following the Breeze had played many hidden dungeons. These dungeons were not easy to be discovered by players, but, following the Breeze, had obtained great benefits from these dungeons. Sui Qingfeng kept the top-tier equipment for himself and sold the equipment that he did not need. This allowed Sui Qingfeng to gain a lot of wealth. Blown by the Wind also gradually became a godly player and established a guild. In the entire server, he stood at the top of the pyramid. Blown by the Breeze knew that some of his things were obtained by relying on the original owner, this NPC. He also felt that this NPC was a little clingy, so he just coaxed her and asked the original owner not to tell these things to others. Of course, the original owner nodded and agreed. She developed a kind of dependence on, Blown by the Breeze. Perhaps it was also mixed with love. After that, the original owner met so many players, but she could not forget, Blown by the Breeze. Later, the original owner revealed more and more things. The abnormalities in the data were finally scanned by the game control system. The game staff finally erased the original owner's code and erased her as an NPC. Without this NPC, Blown by the Breeze could only sigh. At the same time, he also let out a sigh of relief. The existence of this NPC was actually a balm to Blown by the Breeze. As a godly player, if this NPC revealed the secret, what would others think of him? And now, he had obtained a lot of wealth in the game. This wealth could be exchanged for money in the real world. Of course, in this world of gratification and revenge, of course, there would also be love. Especially the love between a godly player and a game rookie, it was naturally beautiful. The original owner's wish, to be a dutiful NPC, so that Blown by the Breeze could not casually use her. So that Blown by the Breeze would not be able to survive here. Ning Shu nodded. Although Blown by the Breeze was strong, he could not climb so fast to become the #1 godly player in the whole server. An unshakable godly player. Wealth, glory, and beautiful love. This task was actually a bit difficult. After all, the male lead had luck on him. As an NPC, he could not be too biased towards the players. He could not be too against the players. If he harmed the interests of the game company, he would still be obliterated. But now, without her help, Blown by the Breeze could not climb so fast. Ning Shu sat on the ground. All kinds of codes and instructions flashed through his mind. Thinking about it, the original owner could not be considered a person. She could only be trapped in this game for a lifetime. Being conscious was actually a kind of tragedy. It was better not to know. The original owner was so attached to Blown by the Breeze. First, it was because of the fledgling complex. After all, the first person she saw was Blown by the Breeze. Second, the original owner also realized that she and Blown by the Breeze were different. So, she used the dungeon and boss information to please Blown by the Breeze. But in Blown by the Breeze's heart, the original owner was just a system loophole, a string of data. If it showed human nature, Blown by the Breeze also thought that it was artificial intelligence. After all, technology was so advanced, there was nothing that could not be done. Ning Shu sat on the ground and looked at the red mark on her jade white ankle, but she didn't feel any pain. She rolled her eyes and walked to the river to look at her reflection in the water. She didn't expect the river to really reflect her face. This was an extremely realistic world. This could also be done. Ning Shu looked at the water. This image was designed very beautifully. She was wearing a white fluttering deep robe with wide sleeves. Her beautiful hair was tied with a blue hair band. Her face was beautiful and gentle. Her phoenix eyes were half-curved and hid amber. Her red lips were a little cherry. She had a kind of fluttering temperament. But since it was a hero saving a beauty, the beauty had to be beautiful. Only then would the hero be willing to save her. Ning Shu was responsible for the area around the valley. She could only move around in this area. Every NPC had their own responsibilities. Now, Ning Shu was waiting for, blown by the breeze, to come. Ning Shu was really bored. She laid down on the grass and slept. Although she was an NPC, she still needed to sleep. What rested was her soul. After an unknown amount of time, a command sounded in her head. Ask the player in front of you for help. Ning Shu opened her eyes and saw a person standing in front of her. Looking at the ID above his head, blown by the breeze. I finally waited for you. Chapter 359. Following the cool breeze, was wearing a t-shirt and white pants. His entire person looked slender and elegant. His face was handsome and he didn't look very old. He was at most in his early 20s. In holographic online games, players could define their own appearance. They could choose the degree of similarity to their real body. It was estimated that, following the cool breeze, had a very high degree of similarity. Looking at, following the cool breeze, S level, it wasn't very high. He also didn't have any equipment on him. He was completely new to the game. Following the cool breeze, didn't think that there would be a woman lying here. She was dressed in ancient clothing. Following the cool breeze, knew that this should be a game NPC. It was just that when this woman opened her eyes, following the cool breeze, expressed that he was stunned. The game developers had designed this NPC to be very beautiful. Ning Shu and, following the cool breeze, stared at each other. Ning Shu's head transmitted an instruction, Hero, this little girl accidentally sprained her ankle. Go to the valley to find an herb. Hero? Ning Shu said greedily, Hero, this little girl accidentally sprained her ankle. Can you help this little girl go to the valley to find an herb called the aconite immortal grass? Following the cool breeze, knew that this was a mission issued by the system. He immediately accepted it and turned around to enter the valley. Ning Shu looked at, following the cool breeze, back. This time she didn't tell him the exact location of the immortal grass. She didn't tell him that the immortal grass was guarded by a boss. She also didn't tell him the boss's weakness. With, following the cool breeze, current level, it would be very difficult for him to deal with that boss. Ning Shu crossed his legs and waited for, following the cool breeze, to come out. Sure enough, not long after, following the cool breeze, came out. Ning Shu looked at him. He had actually been killed by the boss and had actually lost 3 levels. His level wasn't high to begin with and now he had actually lost levels. Ning Shu was secretly pleased and asked, Hero, you didn't bring back the immortal grass. Following the breeze, did not make a sound. It was obvious that he was not in a good mood. After much difficulty, he finally found that thing called aconite immortal grass. Just as he was about to pick it, a large spider with coarse skin and thick flesh suddenly appeared. The spider's silk that it spat out entangled him, making him unable to even retaliate. In order to increase the realism of the game, in order to let the players feel real, the game had set up sensory stimulation, especially pain. Every time, blown by the wind, was clamped by the spider's poisonous claws, it would be very painful. It was extremely painful. At the same time, he was terrified. He was terrified that he was really going to die. With great difficulty, he managed to break free from the spider web, and, blown with the wind, ran out. At this moment, when he heard this NPC ask him if he had picked the immortal grass, Following the Breeze suddenly felt his face burning. Even if the other party was just an NPC, Following the Breeze still felt embarrassed. Especially in front of such a beautiful woman. Following the Breeze wiped his face and said, "The boss guarding the stage is too strong." At this moment, a notification appeared in Ning Shu's mind, "Hero, it's okay. That 8-clawed poisonous spider is strong, but I believe that Hero will definitely pick the aconite immortal grass to save me. This little girl believes in Hero. Hero, you can definitely do it." Ning Shu. Fuck, this line was really fucking disgusting. The corner of Ning Shu's mouth twitched. He looked at Following the Breeze and said, "You piece of trash, I told you to pick a grass but you can't even pick it." Following the Breeze. This NPC was really ruthless. Women were all fickle. Even NPCs were designed with this kind of character. Following the Breeze felt that he had been humiliated and left in embarrassment. In the following time, Ning Shu received players who came to the valley to clear the dungeon, but none of them succeeded. The game had just been released not long ago, so the players' levels were generally not high. Furthermore, they did not have any skilled skills and did not have any good equipment. Moreover, this was considered an intermediate dungeon. That spider's battle strength was very strong, and the most important thing was that this spider had laid nest after nest of small spiders. When he was in danger, it would release an endless amount of small spiders. Ning Shu lived leisurely every day. He did not eat, breathe, or excrete. Ning Shu also wanted to practice some peerless martial arts, but in the end, he gave up. This body was just a string of data, so he could not practice any peerless martial arts. This was the first time that he was so leisurely doing a quest. Ning Shu strolled around his surroundings and even found the immortal grass. Of course, he also saw the big spider. This big spider was very big, as big as 2 desks. Its whole body was covered in black hair, and its swollen abdomen was full of spider silk. Its pair of pincers was also quite scary. The big spider did not see Ning Shu because it did not receive any instructions to attack. Even if Ning Shu picked the immortal grass, the big spider would not pay attention to Ning Shu. Ning Shu did not know how to pick this thing, so it was useless to her. She would not do anything that exceeded her limits. There were always players who came to this dungeon. Ning Shu followed the system's instructions and spoke very sweetly to these people to send themselves to death. Basically, those who entered would drop a level. Not long after, Following the Breeze came again. Following the Breeze came again. Ning Shu was not surprised at all. From a certain point of view, the original owner could be considered Following the Breeze's golden finger. This time, Following the Breeze did not come alone. He brought 3 people. It seemed like a group had come. He knew that he could not deal with the big spider alone, so he brought more people. Ning Shu looked at the IDs above their heads. A chrysanthemum facing the south, the wind blows my balls cold, and the monster is very strong, you go first. Ning Shu was speechless. What kind of names were these? However, these people would all be famous gods in the future. They were the companions of Following the Breeze. When they encountered large dungeons and strong monsters, these people would Following the Breeze, to kill monsters. A chrysanthemum facing the south looked at Ning Shu and said, "Yo, this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful NPC. Every day in the beginner village, I would have come out if I knew earlier." Right now, most of the players were still wandering around the beginner village. The levels of the people brought by Following the Breeze were not very high. They probably wanted to use the human wave tactic to defeat the 8-clawed poison spider. Ning Shu felt that these people were too naive. Following the Breeze looked at Ning Shu and said, "This NPC has a weird personality. Don't provoke her." Ning Shu pretended not to hear what Following the Breeze said and told him about the quest. "Hero, this little girl accidentally sprained her ankle. Can you help this little girl go to the valley to find a stalk of immortal herb called aconite? This little girl will definitely repay you generously." Following the breeze, looked at the pitiful Ning Shu and accepted the quest. He brought his 3 companions and went in. Ning Shu shrugged his shoulders. I'll just wait for you guys to return victorious. This quest was still very rich. Not only would there be immortal herbs, there would also be equipment dropped by the big spider. She would also give some benefits. Chapter 360. Ning Shu didn't think that these 4 noobs would be able to kill the spider. At that time, following the breeze was so lucky, using the method given by the original owner to kill the big spider. Now she didn't give any pointers to following the breeze. Let's see how he played. It was clearly an intermediate level dungeon, and he wanted to use the noob's experience to clear it. Ning Shu felt that following the breeze was going against this dungeon. It was probably because she said that following the breeze was trash, which provoked him and made him want to clear this dungeon no matter what. Ning Shu waited outside for the 4 people to come out. After a long time, the 4 people came out with their tails between their legs. Ning Shu saw that they had all dropped levels. Especially the player called Wind Blows My Balls Cold. There were still a few small spiders hanging on his body. The small spiders were tightly attached to his body, and he couldn't shake them off. In the end, it was the mage called a Chrysanthemum Blossom South who released an icicle that killed the small spiders. After killing the small spiders, a Chrysanthemum Blossom South, this burly man, received a pitiful amount of experience and a few gold coins. He. Ning Shu covered her mouth and laughed, asking, Hero didn't bring back the immortal grass. The 4 people, they didn't complete the quest. Why was she laughing? This NPC was crazy. Following the breeze let out a breath and said, the boss is too strong. Ning Shu didn't scold following the breeze as trash anymore. After all, there were so many people watching. Ning Shu said with a face full of sympathy, Hero, it's okay. That 8-clawed poisonous spider is strong, but I believe that Hero will definitely pick the immortal grass to save me. I believe in Hero, you can definitely do it. Following the breeze was very surprised that this time the NPC was so easy to talk to. Out of instinct, following the breeze still asked, we are looking for the immortal grass for you. Can you tell us, what are the weaknesses of that 8-clawed poisonous spider? What do you mean by looking for the immortal grass for me? It's clearly your own quest. I don't feel any pain, I'm still alive and kicking. Ning Shu didn't tell following the breeze everything like in the storyline, but now following the breeze actually asked it himself. It was clear that the storyline was powerful. Do you think that an NPC would answer you if you asked such a question? Ning Shu covered her red ankle and pitifully said, Hero, this little girl accidentally sprained her ankle. Can you help this little girl go to the valley to find a stalk of immortal aconite grass? This little girl will definitely repay you generously. Following the cool breeze, cool wind between pants and balls, felt that, following the breeze, was trying to be funny, so he opened his mouth and said, she's just an NPC, what the hell would she know? Are you crazy? Why don't you look at the game guide instead of asking an NPC? Ning Shu looked at the few of them repeating the mission over and over again. Hero, this little girl accidentally sprained her ankle. Can you help this little girl go to the valley to find a stalk of immortal aconite grass? This little girl will definitely repay you generously. Following the cool breeze could only shake his head and leave with his companions. From time to time, following the cool breeze would turn back to look at Ning Shu, whose skirt was fluttering in the wind. This NPC was following the cool breeze's opportunity. He should be able to feel it himself, but I won't tell you right now. If I don't tell you, you'll be anxious to death. Ning Shu grabbed a small bird and played with it in his hand. When he met players, he would release a mission. Sometimes there would be female players who came to do missions. Of course, the results were even worse than the male players, and they were forced to return to the city to heal. This made Ning Shu a little excited to see who would be the first to complete the mission. In the storyline, the first to complete the mission was following the cool breeze. After that, the entire world broadcast following the cool breeze's achievements. After all, he was the first to complete an intermediate level dungeon, so it was quite amazing. At that time, following the cool breeze's reputation gradually grew. In addition to the original owner's continuous instructions to following the cool breeze's achievements were constantly refreshed and he became a great god. Later on, when the game became popular, following the cool breeze also became a great god with a stable position. Following the cool breeze also did not casually complete dungeons. Only when they encountered the ultimate dungeon, would the super boss form a team to farm monsters. He was a godlike existence. Just in the game, it allowed following the cool breeze to earn a lot of money. In fact, this should be considered a prequel to the story. The beginning of the story was when a little noob met a great god. In fact, this was a little girl's fantasy story. But the original owner did not know that after she was killed, following the cool breeze fell in love with a female priest player. However, Ningshu also had her own things to do. That was, she liked coding. In her mind, there were constantly all kinds of data and codes flashing by. Ningshu did not know if the original owner could see it. Ningshu took a wooden stick and drew on the ground, writing out the codes in her mind. Then, she asked 2333 to teach her what these were. If she learned these codes, she might be able to become a computer expert. If she was a hacker, it would be even better. She could hack into anyone's computer if she wanted to. The system lord was much more complicated than the game's programming. It looked down on this kind of programming that was full of loopholes. However, when Ningshu asked, it still explained it to Ningshu. Ningshu learned these things. Although it was difficult to understand, she learned it every day. She understood that any kind of programming had loopholes. It was just that these loopholes could be big or small. Generally, it was not easy to find them. Ningshu learned more and more enthusiastically. If she mastered this, she might be able to walk through the game without being killed. With something to focus on, Ningshu did not pay much attention to following the cool breeze. Instead, she focused more on coding. Every time she saw flowers and grass, Ningshu felt that they were all codes. Strings of codes. Following the cool breeze came to accept the quest again. This time, he came alone. However, this time, his level had increased and he had some equipment on him. He looked completely different from his previous poor appearance. It was clear that he felt that he had the strength to kill the big spider. Following the cool breeze walked in front of Ningshu. Before Ningshu could call out for a hero, I limped and directly said, "I want to accept this quest." Ningshu almost could not help but roll his eyes. He repeated the same lines again before letting following the cool breeze accept the quest. Under Ningshu's gaze, following the cool breeze walked into the valley with his head held high. This time, Ningshu secretly followed him. Following the cool breeze, had already started fighting with the 8-clawed poison spider. This time, following the cool breeze, was much stronger than before. The dazzling sword in his hand had an extremely strong attack power, leaving scars on the 8-clawed poison spider's body. There was also a corrosive effect. Ningshu furrowed his brows. Was he really going to let following the cool breeze kill this guy? If he really did, then following the cool breeze would be the first person to conquer this dungeon. How could that be? Chapter 361. The battle was very intense. Ningshu saw that, following the breeze, had such a powerful and cool equipment. He did not know if this equipment was obtained by him or if it was bought with money. Ningshu saw that the 8-clawed poisonous spider could not hold on any longer and had already released countless small spiders, densely attacking, following the breeze. The sword in, following the breeze, hand drew a line of fire dragons, exterminating these small spiders. At the same time, these small spiders were all turned into gold coins and were kept by, following the breeze. It looked like, following the breeze, really wanted to conquer this intermediate level dungeon. Ningshu took a deep breath and looked at the 8-clawed poisonous spider that was about to be defeated. He wanted to use the shitty coding skills that he had just learned to change the 8-clawed poisonous spider's command code, giving this large spider the ability to heal itself. The large spider was now a series of codes in Ningshu's eyes. Ning Shu had only adjusted the position of 2 of the characters. After adjusting the characters, Ning Shu looked forward to seeing the large spider heal itself. But what Ning Shu did not expect was that the large spider did not have the ability to heal itself. Instead, it became even bigger than before. It was about the size of a room and looked even more ferocious. Ning Shu was speechless. Could it be that she had adjusted the position wrongly? Following the breeze was even more speechless than Ning Shu. Seeing that this strange eye was about to be destroyed by him, it suddenly showed its might and became so big. It simply made people's eyes fall out. Following the breeze shook his head. The sword in his hand was obtained with great difficulty. It was a fire attribute sword. After obtaining this equipment, he came to this place where he had been humiliated many times. He did not know what he was thinking, but, following the breeze, was determined to conquer this dungeon. This feeling was very strong, so he came after obtaining this equipment. In the end, he still did not succeed. Following the breeze, turned around and left the valley. Ning Shu saw that, following the breeze, did not continue to fight and left. He ran out of the valley and waited for, following the breeze, at the entrance of the valley. When Ning Shu saw that he had come out, he covered his mouth and giggled. This made following the breeze's expression very ugly. He said that he had not completed the mission and turned to leave. After Cool Breeze left, Ning Shu hurriedly entered the valley. Looking at the huge spider, Ning Shu wanted to restore it to its original appearance. If the command code was too abnormal, it would be discovered by the main game system. Then, Ning Shu didn't even know what rune she had just changed. Now, he was at a loss. As a last resort, Ning Shu could only ask for help. 2333 system, where was I changing the code just now? 2333, with your level of skill, don't come out and show off. If you get popular, you'll get killed by the game developers. 2333 pointed out the position of the characters in the code. Ning Shu felt that he was stupid. He turned to 2333 and asked, "Is there any wisdom pill that can be consumed by humans in the system store? I can exchange for some in the future." "I'm sorry, there are only wisdom pills for animals." 2333 said faintly, "Every mission has a reward of attribute points. Just add the attribute points to your wisdom. Only when you use your brain do you realize how stupid you are." 2333 said disdainfully. Ning Shu changed the position of the characters in the code. Then, the house-sized spider returned to its original appearance. Ning Shu let out a sigh of relief. Ning Shu continued to study the code. Everything around him was made of code. Changing a character in the code turned a blade of grass into a tree. This feeling was too magical. On the other hand, following the breeze felt that something was wrong. The game guide did not mention that the spider would become bigger. Moreover, he had already seen that the spider had almost no health left. Following the breeze returned to the main city and informed his friends to form a group to clear this small valley. If they couldn't even clear this small valley, how could they dominate the game? Thus, when everyone had arrived, following the breeze came to the valley again. Ning Shu threw away the tree branch in the book. He raised his eyebrows and looked at following the breeze who had left and returned. Following the breeze's group had become stronger. Another ID was added. She was a priest and was the group's healer. This ID was really fitting. A burly man called a chrysanthemum blossom southward greeted Ning Shu. "Hi beautiful lady, we meet again. It's a pity that such a beauty is only an NPC." Ning Shu covered her ankle and said pitifully, "Hero, I've sprained my ankle. Can you help me go to the valley and find a herb called immortal aconite grass? I'll definitely repay you generously." Who knew how many times she had to say this sentence every day? Every time she met a player, she would say it. A chrysanthemum blossom southward shook his head. "It's a pity for such a beauty." Wind blows my balls cold agreed. How good would it be if she was a beautiful player? As he said that, he touched following the breeze. "Don't you think so, boss? Boss always comes to do this quest." I even suspect that boss has fallen in love with this NPC. A strong monster you go first also laughed out loud. Ning Shu was speechless. If it really was a senseless NPC, it would be fine if you guys teased her like this. Fuck, this NPC in front of you can hear you. This was the first time in his life that he had been teased. Ning Shu really wanted to kick their crotch. However, a long vine suddenly grew out of the leg of a strong monster you go first and tied him up. Everyone was at a loss for a moment, but Following the Breeze still cut off the vine. After cutting off the vine, Following the Breeze received a gold coin. A strong monster you go first immediately jumped up and asked, "Fuck, did you guys see the vine attack me just now? There wasn't this damn thing last time. How come there is this time?" A strong monster you go first looked around vigilantly. Following the Breeze frowned. He felt that it was very strange. "Boss, are we still going to accept this quest?" A big breasts big boss asked. Following the Breeze asked, "Can you explain what happened just now? This kind of thing didn't happen in other dungeons. Why was there always so much trouble here?" Following the Breeze looked at the beautiful NPC in front of him. He felt that this NPC was really different from the other dull NPCs. Could it be that this valley wasn't an intermediate dungeon, but an ultimate dungeon? Ning Shu smiled politely and said, "In the game world, any kind of danger can happen. It's just that you didn't trigger the storyline. If you did, there would be dungeons everywhere." Following the Breeze's eyes lit up. He asked Ning Shu again, "Is there a hidden dungeon in this valley?" "I'll fucking tell you." Ning Shu said faintly, "Please trigger the storyline on your own." Chapter 362. Following the Breeze originally wanted to ask something from this NPC. His intuition told him that this NPC might know something. But the NPC refused to tell him, causing Following the Breeze to feel anxious. There was clearly something in front of his eyes, but he just couldn't grasp it. This feeling was very unbearable. His companions all stared at Following the Breeze. Following the Breeze nodded and accepted the quest. The group of people then went into the valley. Ning Shu followed behind them into the valley and saw that they were working together seamlessly. Ning Shu smiled indifferently. Following the Breeze warned his companions, "Be careful, this thing will become very big." So everyone was looking forward to this spider becoming bigger, but they immediately discovered that this spider's defense was very strong. Many attacks landed on its body, but the spider's health did not decrease at all. There was no damage done to it at all. The most baffling one was Following the Breeze, because the last time he used his equipment, he was still able to leave a mark on the 8-clawed poison spider's body and even cause it to rot. But now there was no reaction at all. There was simply no way to fight. Seeing the 8-clawed poison spider release a large number of small spiders, Following the Breeze used the sword in his hand to release a fire dragon, burning these small spiders to ashes. He then said to the others, "Let's go, we're not fighting anymore. We're leaving first." Ning Shu stood at the entrance of the valley and waited for the passers-by, asking, "Hero, why haven't you guys succeeded yet? This little girl's foot hurts." Following the Breeze simply did not know what to say. Why was this dungeon so hard to fight? It was simply too hard to kill. Every time he came, it was different. "A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south," Ning Shu said, "Beautiful girl, just bear with it a little more. Next time we'll definitely succeed." As he said that, he even wanted to stretch out his hand to touch Ning Shu. This NPC looked so real, he didn't know how to feel. Ning Shu was speechless. Even teasing an NPC, could you be any better at playing? You want to tease me? Trigger a level 1 storyline. Ning Shu said coldly. This was originally a pre-designed storyline. A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south stared at Ning Shu in astonishment. Ning Shu pitifully said to the other 4 players, "Heroes, save me. I'm weak, and now I've met a bully who wants to take me. I have nothing to repay her, so I'll give her my rainbow feather and 2 bottles of vitality-raising pills." Heroes, please save me. A chrysanthemum facing south almost jumped up. He was clearly a player, but now he had become a monster. A chrysanthemum blossoms towards the south, hurriedly waved his hands when he saw that his companions were up to no good. I'm a player, I'm not trying to flirt with her. Teasing an NPC was simply too embarrassing. I'm sorry, chrysanthemum. Who asked you to be so valuable? The rainbow feather is a material for creating divine artifacts. This is something that has been delivered to my doorstep. It would be a waste to reject it. Fuck, you guys can't be so heartless, forgetting your friends when you see profit. A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south, was attacked by a swarm of 3 players. As the leader of the party, blown by the wind, could not attack his own teammates. He just watched from the side and looked at Ning Shu with a complicated expression. In the end, a chrysanthemum blossoms, was attacked until he lost a level, and the quest was considered complete. Ning Shu looked at the bruised and battered a chrysanthemum blossoms to the south. The system gave him the rainbow feather and 2 bottles of vitality-raising pills. Ning Shu was very happy in his heart, and said with a happy face, "Thank you, heroes, for getting rid of the bully and allowing me to escape from the evil clutches." When a chrysanthemum blossoms to the south heard Ning Shu's words, his face twitched. After, blown by the wind, and the others left, Ning Shu went back to the valley to adjust the code of the big spider. Then, Ning Shu began to crazily learn how to code. Who knew, he might be able to leave his identity as an NPC. Although 2333's conduct was very unpleasant, he was really very knowledgeable. It wasn't that knowledgeable, but it was more like he had all sorts of things in his knowledge base. When he needed them, 2333 would be able to pull them out. Ning Shu used a tree branch to constantly write on the ground, constantly learning. However, this dungeon was finally conquered by someone. It was a male player with the ID, "This King is Mighty." The World Channel released a message, congratulating "This King is Mighty" for conquering the Spider Valley dungeon. When, blown by the wind, heard this news, he was shocked. The dungeon was so difficult, but this player named "This King is Mighty" had actually conquered it. Furthermore, he had done it alone. Blown by the wind, went to find "This King is Mighty," but he saw that "This King is Mighty's" level was lower than his own. His stats were inferior to him in all aspects. They had formed a group to farm the monster, but they had not succeeded. However, this King is Mighty had succeeded alone. Blown by the wind, communicated with "This King is Mighty," and when he heard "This King is Mighty" say that the big spider did not have the ability to grow bigger, nor did it have a strong defense, it made, blown by the wind, even more confused. Why was it that when he went to farm the monster, the big spider was so strong, but why was it so easy for him? Blown by the wind felt that he had followed the game's guidelines correctly, but, blown by the wind, also knew that there was no need for them to target him. With "This King is Mighty's" success, there were also people who succeeded in conquering this dungeon. This made, blown by the wind, even more dissatisfied. At the same time, he felt that he had lost something. He had always valued this dungeon, and wanted to be the first to conquer this dungeon. This was an indescribable feeling. In order to verify his thoughts, blown by the wind, went to the valley again. He wanted to see if the spider was so easy to farm. If it was so easy, he would have taken down this dungeon long ago. When Ning Shu saw, blown by the wind, he curled his lips, knowing that he would come. Blown by the wind succeeded, easily killing the big spider, and plucking the immortal grass, but it made his expression very ugly. How could it be so easy? Did the game's developers change the difficulty? Ning Shu looked at the angry, blown by the wind, coming out to turn in the quest, and suppressed the joy in his heart, then watched, blown by the wind, leave. This was done on purpose by Ning Shu. Every time, blown by the wind, came to the dungeon, Ning Shu would increase the difficulty. Once, blown by the wind, left, Ning Shu would return it to the previous difficulty. When there were players who conquered this dungeon, Ning Shu would not use this dungeon to make things difficult for, blown by the wind, anymore. He did not want, Blown by the Wind, to be the first person to conquer this dungeon. This valley was the first step for, Blown by the Wind, to become famous. Now that, Blown by the Wind, had conquered this dungeon, there was no use at all. After all, there were still quite a few players who had conquered this dungeon. If there were more, it would not be strange. After, Blown by the Wind, conquered this dungeon, his few companions came over to conquer this dungeon. But this time, when they saw Ning Shu, they did not dare to speak nonsense anymore. After conquering the dungeon and getting their own things, they left. Chapter 363. After completing the Spider Valley Instance dungeon, Following the Breeze became angrier the more he thought about it. He felt that he was being targeted. When he was killing monsters, the Instance dungeon was difficult, but when other people were doing it, it was so easy. Following the Breeze directly questioned the game developer on the game forum. The content of the post was nothing more than the game developer casually changing the difficulty of the game. He also explained in detail the changes of the 8-clawed venomous spiders and the process of him defeating the monsters. Following the Breeze's post quickly became a popular post. To verify the authenticity of the post, many gamers came to the valley to see if it was true. Ning Shu, who was studying seriously, suddenly had to receive many gamers. They swarmed to the Instance dungeon, which made Ning Shu feel puzzled. Ning Shu roughly knew what was going on from these gamers. They were here to test the large spider. She did not change the programming code of the 8-clawed venomous spiders. The large spider was very normal now. Even the game's main system could not detect any abnormalities. However, what Ning Shu did not expect was that Sui Qingfeng actually had such a reaction. Was he angry out of humiliation? Ning Shu did not know how Following the Breeze was feeling. If the Instance dungeons were of the same difficulty, then it would be fine. However, it was different every time. It was simply toying with him. The gamers who came to test felt that everything was normal. However, the gamer who posted the post swore solemnly as if it was true. Many players were looking down on Following the Breeze and replied to Following the Breeze in the post. Opposite is my grandson. After personal verification, what the OP said did not happen. The OP must have seen a ghost. I sympathize, peasant, the OP must be suffering from paranoia. Noon, 1, my dear is right. Pretty name, what is the OP thinking when he posted this? Could it be that the game developer fell in love with you and used this method to attract your attention? Although a few of Following the Breeze's buddies supported him, he was still drowned out. The posts were one-sided and had been verified, so most players felt that Following the Breeze was just a person who was trying to attract attention and scam people to reply to his posts. Using such an obvious lie to deceive people, wasn't that just playing to the gallery? What kind of person was she in real life? Following the Breeze looked at these replies and was about to explode in anger. These people had no idea what was going on. Several members of Following the Breeze looked at each other. A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south, comforted, Following the Breeze, boss, we naturally believe in you, but what's the use of us believing in you? Everyone thinks that there's nothing wrong. Very strong monsters, you go first also said, luckily, there was only one dungeon that had a problem. Don't talk about that dungeon anymore. Let's go to other dungeons. Blown by the Wind rubbed his forehead. There was an inexplicable anger in his heart. Even he himself did not know where this anger came from. In short, he was very angry. Yurong Big Breast said, boss, don't worry about it. Don't worry about that dungeon anymore. There's been a new dungeon recently. I heard that the equipment of the monsters this time is pretty good. We can earn a lot. Blown by the Wind could only nod his head. He kept feeling that there was something that he had forgotten. The popularity of Blown by the Wind's post did not decrease. It alarmed the game officials. In order to show fairness, the game officials rescanned all the data of the Spider Valley dungeon and concluded that everything was normal. They announced the results of this announcement. Blown by the Wind looked at this result and only laughed coldly. Whatever the officials wanted to say, he had already admitted his defeat. Blown by the Wind deleted the post. However, the dungeon owners kept an eye on it. The game capsule cached the dungeon so that there would be evidence. However, these dungeons did not have any more problems. Ning Shu only laughed coldly. She felt that after a period of time, she would be able to break away from the identity of an NPC. However, with her current programming novice level, she still needed a period of time. Ning Shu was more concerned about, Blown by the Wind. As expected, he was a person with luck. The current, Blown by the Wind, already had a bit of fame. Moreover, his skills were excellent. It was said that he was going to establish a guild soon. Ning Shu was not in a hurry. She worked hard to learn how to program. These things were very complicated. Ning Shu wanted to ensure that she would be able to break away from the system's control without any mistakes. Blown by the Wind was already very popular in the game and was respectfully called a great god. After countless experiments, Ning Shu took a deep breath. Finally, she replicated an NPC that looked exactly like her. This NPC was connected to the main system and would replace her to complete the commands of the main system. Actually, this NPC was a real NPC. It would meticulously complete the commands issued by the main system. And Ning Shu would be able to break away from the main system. Ning Shu registered a player account for herself. Her ID was, kneel and worship this palace. Then, Ning Shu used the identity of a player to wander around the game. She changed her clothes and chose a martial master character. She held a large knife and chopped monsters. She felt very refreshed. Ning Shu started a life of unlimited dungeons. This allowed Ning Shu's level to soar. Ning Shu did not think of using the programming code to cheat. After all, she was now an honest player. Walking in the night for a long time would lead to bumping into ghosts. So Ning Shu did not think of cheating at all. Killing monsters that had no life but a string of data felt very refreshed. She obtained a lot of good equipment. In a large-scale dungeon, Ning Shu and, Blown by the Wind, met. When Ning Shu saw, Blown by the Wind, she pulled out the large knife on her back and shouted, "You thief, eat my knife." Then, without caring about anything else, she chopped towards, Blown by the Wind. Blown by the Wind was first stunned. Then, he saw a woman rushing towards him. She was simply crazy. Blown by the Wind avoided Ning Shu's attack. He was not going to fight with a woman. Moreover, he did not even know this person with the ID, kneel and worship this palace. Ning Shu did not care about, Blown by the Wind, dodging. She continued to rush towards him. She was determined to fight with, Blown by the Wind. "You're crazy. If you continue to be like this, don't blame me for being rough." Blown by the Wind coldly snorted. He held a cool sword in his hand and confronted Ning Shu. Ning Shu opened his mouth and sneered, "I want to take revenge for my sister." "You're a beast who plays with other people's feelings." Blown by the Wind, crazy. "Boss, who did you play with?" "A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south," asked, Blown by the Wind. He then looked towards Ning Shu, "Such a beautiful woman. Can't we talk things out? Why fight and kill? Listen to Chrysanthemum brother. If there's anything, let's sit down and talk." Chapter 364. Ning Shu felt that the guy with the ID, "A chrysanthemum blossoms towards the south," was the most wretched. He looked at him and said, "You guys are jackals of the same tribe. You're someone who even flirts with NPCs. I don't dare to sit with you." A chrysanthemum blossoms towards the south, this was simply a black history. A chrysanthemum blossoms towards the south, wiped his face and his face twitched. The other team members who originally wanted to support their boss, upon seeing this scene, suddenly fell silent. Following the breeze, looked at the pestering Ning Shu and said, "I don't know the sister you're talking about. Did you get the wrong person?" Ning Shu shook his head and said, "Even if you turned into ashes, I'd still recognize you. Because of you, my sister is living a life worse than death. Yet you're free and unfettered in the game. I'm going to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Following the Breeze was baffled. When did he cheat a girl's feelings? Following the Breeze sneered and said, if you want to use this kind of method to attract my attention, this kind of method makes me feel disgusted. Why don't you tell me your sister's name? You don't need to use such a disgusting name to get close to me. Ning Shu, could it be that the current, Following the Breeze, was so famous that all the female players were throwing themselves at him? Ni Pingsan. Abbreviated as NPC. Never heard of her. Following the Breeze said expressionlessly. Ning Shu sneered and said, of course you don't remember. My sister was heartbroken for you and you actually don't remember her. You really are heartless. Following the Breeze, expression was very impatient. Someone suddenly appeared and said that he cheated a girl's feelings. How could he be happy? He directly waved the sword in his hand and wanted to destroy this noisy and annoying girl in front of him. Ning Shu chuckled a couple of times. While blocking Sui Qingfeng's sword, she coldly said, see, you're angry out of humiliation. You deceived my sister's feelings and even used her to achieve your own goals. You simply can't be any worse. Crazy. Following the Breeze, coldly waved his sword. Seeing that the opponent was actually able to dodge his attack, he increased the power of his attack. Ning Shu did not have as many pieces of equipment as Following the Breeze, so it would be difficult for him to deal with Following the Breeze, but he would not be defeated easily. The surrounding players looked at each other. When did such a powerful person appear? Moreover, she was a female player. Moreover, she had chosen the martial master character. Normally, very few female players would choose such a character. Usually, they would choose to play supporting and elegant roles. Ning Shu saw that he wasn't Following the Breeze's opponent for the time being. In order to avoid losing levels, Ning Shu retreated a few steps to avoid Following the Breeze's attack. Following the Cool Breeze coldly looked at Ning Shu. At this time, Following the Cool Breeze had the demeanor of a great deity. He stood proudly on Mount Han, with an attitude that was too high to endure. Stop fighting. Aya, if you have something to say, let's talk it out. Wind blows my balls cold, could tell that the two of them didn't want to fight anymore. Kneel and worship this queen, was slightly weaker than, blown by the wind, but the boss didn't want to bear the reputation of not being gentlemanly and bullying female players. Ning Shu arrogantly said, I'll let you off this time. I'm here to clear an instance dungeon. Following the Cool Breeze didn't say anything. He just coldly laughed. What the hell was he laughing at? His fake smile was really ugly. He really thought that he had some style. Pretentious. Beauty, you're also here to clear this instance dungeon. Why don't we form a team? The monsters this time are very strong. I see that your strength isn't weak. Join us and we can resolve our grudges. Let's laugh and forget our grudges. A chrysanthemum blossoms southward, said to Ning Shu. A pair of lecherous eyes were still looking at Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu really wanted to dig out his eyeballs. Her current appearance was already completely different from an NPC. At most, she could be considered to have a delicate and pretty face. She was already like this, yet this guy was still like this. No wonder even NPCs wanted to take liberties with people. Ning Shu glanced at, Following the Cool Breeze, and coldly snorted. She disdainfully said, I won't stay with some people. Following the Cool Breeze coldly said, you simply don't have the qualifications to join my team. Ning Shu curled her lips and turned around to enter the instance dungeon. This instance dungeon was in a dilapidated palace. There were many treasures in this palace, especially some hidden artifacts. Perhaps the stones you passed by could be the highest quality gems. But in Ning Shu's eyes, these were all strings of data. After going through a series of twists and turns, he would be able to obtain some good things. Following the Cool Breeze, S team also entered the palace. Relying on their keen senses, Following the Cool Breeze, and his team found many treasures. as expected of Nan Zhu-jun, who had a halo around her. Ning Shu discovered that the equipment on Following the Cool Breeze were all top quality. Even the other people's equipment wasn't bad. They were simply a group of rich people. He really wanted to rob these people. The guarding boss was an ink-top silver beast. Its entire body was pitch black like a shadow, and its speed was extremely fast. Before they could even react, this boss would be by their side. One claw was enough to make them lose a level. A few more claws and they could only be killed and sent back to the city. Losing a level could be trained back, but when these claws hit a person's body, it could cause them to vomit blood. The feeling was too real. Ning Shu took the lead to face off against this boss. The opponent was too fast, making her unable to react. Ning Shu analyzed the boss's code. The stronger the boss, the more stable its code was. Ning Shu didn't even know where to start. She really was too bad. She should learn more. Ning Shu was kicked in the back by the boss's hoof. Immediately, she felt a burning pain. Ever since she became a player, her stats were based on the player. Even if she was just a string of data, it would still cause her to feel pain. "Hi, beautiful lady, do you need our help?" A chrysanthemum blossom smiled at Ning Shu and asked. Every time Ning Shu saw the smile on this burly man's face, she felt that it was very wretched. Ning Shu humphed and crawled up from the ground. "No need." Following the Cool Breeze glanced at Ning Shu and started to attack the boss with a few other members. Ning Shu saw that these people were not weak. As expected of an unshakable god in the future, Ning Shu planned to retreat. This boss was too strong. She couldn't do it. However, she wanted to level up and get a few more pieces of equipment before trying again. Following the Cool Breeze saw that this female player was preparing to leave. A ray of light flashed in his eyes. He turned around and rushed towards Ning Shu. "Ning Shu, fuck, this bastard." Ning Shu saw that Following the Cool Breeze had lured the boss over. She immediately became angry. She held a large sword in her hand and prepared to fight the boss head-on. The boss's huge impact made Ning Shu feel as if her internal organs were displaced. In an instant, she was killed by this boss and lost 5 levels. Ning Shu sucked in a breath of pain. She turned around and ran. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Next time, she would definitely kill Following the Cool Breeze and lose 5 levels. No, 10 levels. Chapter 365. Following the Breeze looked at Ning Shu's fleeing figure and furrowed his brows. He really didn't like this female player, especially her eyes. He felt like he had seen them somewhere before. It made Following the Breeze feel a little haze in his heart. He really didn't like this feeling. The other members looked at Following the Breeze. A chrysanthemum blossomed southward, said, "Boss, you actually lured the boss and killed her level, and it was even level 5. You're on big breasts, boss, what you're doing isn't right." A chrysanthemum blossomed southward nodded, "Yeah, it really wasn't right." Following the Breeze said snappily, "Come on, isn't it just because she's a female player? If it was a male player, would you guys be so protective?" A chrysanthemum blossomed southward shrugged his shoulders. "It's rare to see a female player that's not weak. There's always a special feeling, ha ha ha." In the end, Following the Breeze and the others killed the boss and dropped a lot of equipment. The game's main system broadcasted Following the Breeze and his party's achievements in the world. The equipment that was dropped made other players drool. And at this time, Ning Shu had already returned to the city. Going out for a trip had lowered her level by 5. What Ning Shu didn't expect was that Following the Breeze was actually so sinister. It didn't match his refined and handsome appearance. This time she was careless. Ning Shu was very suspicious. If the game's main system didn't discover the original owner's abnormality, she was afraid that Following the Breeze would have told the game's developers about this loophole and finally erased the original owner. This time she was tricked by him, but there wouldn't be a next time. Ning Shu first learned the code. One day she would be able to understand all the codes in this game world. She wasn't skilled enough and didn't dare to casually change the code. If she was found out, then she would be miserable. Being erased would be miserable. Because of the drop in level, Ning Shu had no choice but to farm monsters for equipment and experience. She had to raise her level. There were many benefits to having a higher level. Her defense and attack would greatly increase. Ning Shu found that her quest was just like a game. Completing the quest would give her reward. But the game she played was much more difficult than this. The bet was her life. If she didn't complete it, then there was nothing left. And this kind of game could start all over again. Ning Shu returned to Spider Valley to take a look, preparing to return to his own territory to grind. The replicated NPC was a very responsible NPC. When he saw Ning Shu walking over, he immediately asked for help from Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at the beautiful but dull NPC. If the original owner was like this, he definitely wouldn't have been killed. But what's the point of being so silly and ignorant? Being able to understand human feelings was something that couldn't be exchanged for anything. It was a pity that although he had feelings, he didn't have experience or intelligence. In the end, because of his insignificant feelings, he buried himself. It was impossible for the original owner and, following the breeze, to be one. Humans and demons were very different. One person with a string of codes, it was simply the strangest combination. Following the breeze was only using the original owner. In his heart, he probably knew that this NPC liked him and probably felt disgusted. But towards the original owner, he was just coaxing and deceiving. Ning Shu accepted the quest and entered the valley. As soon as the eight-clawed poisonous spider saw that Ning Shu was about to pick the immortal grass, it immediately spat out spider silk at Ning Shu, wanting to entangle Ning Shu. Before, when she was still an NPC, this spider didn't even bother with her. Now that she was a player, it immediately attacked. Ning Shu directly used her broadsword to stab through the large spider's swollen abdomen. The large spider was destroyed. Ning Shu took the immortal grass and went to turn in the quest. However, it required a lot of experience to increase by 5 levels. The higher the level, the more experience was required. Ning Shu hated Sui Qingfeng so much that her teeth itched. When she had more equipment and level up, she would definitely kill Sui Qingfeng 100 times. When Ning Shu was preparing to rush to the next instance dungeon, she suddenly heard the voices of 2 little girls. Then she saw the 2 girls walking over hand in hand. It was obvious that they were here to farm monsters. But Ning Shu looked at their state. They were holding hands and looking around as if they were shopping. This made Ning Shu very speechless. Ning Shu looked at the ID above their heads. One was called Lost Mimi. It was a little pharmacist. No, the level was too low. It should be called a little pharmacist. The other was called Icy Lotus. It was a mage. The levels of these 2 girls were not high. They actually came to farm an intermediate instance dungeon. It was obvious that they were rookies who had just entered the Jianghu. Ning Shu turned around and left. She still had to farm the next instance dungeon. After taking 2 steps, Ning Shu suddenly thought of something. That was, the destined girl of Following the Breeze, was a girl called Lost Mimi. Then this little pharmacist was the female lead. In the original owner's memory, he did not have any impression of the female lead. Naturally, he did not know what the female lead looked like. Ning Shu turned her head and looked at Lost Mimi. She was thin and small, youthful and lively. In short, she looked like a very simple girl. And it should be the female lead. Ning Shu turned around and left. In the future, she would probably cross paths with this Lost Mimi. After all, she still had to chase and kill, Following the Breeze. Ning Shu was just about to leave when a voice called out to Ning Shu. The voice was crisp and lively. Sister, wait a moment. Ning Shu, she had a premonition that trouble was coming. Sister. Lost Mimi pulled her partner Icy Lotus and ran in front of Ning Shu. Ning Shu saw that she was carrying a small medicine basket on her back. In the medicine basket, there were a few very low-level herbs. It was the kind of herbs that could be seen everywhere. It looked really shabby. Walking closer to take a look, Ning Shu discovered that Lost Mimi was very cute. She had a small round face, clear eyes, and a face full of collagen. She looked very tender and smooth. It made people's hands itch to pinch her and see if water could be pinched out. Following the breeze liked to tease this kind of little girl. Ning Shu coldly asked, "What's the matter?" Lost Mimi was a little reserved and asked Ning Shu, "Sister, how should we accept the quest?" Ning Shu pointed at the beautiful NPC and said, "You guys go over. The NPC will tell you what to do." "Can you be more specific?" Lost Mimi asked again. Ning Shu, this was no longer an ordinary noob. It was a white eye. When entering the game, you should first look at the game strategy. Seeing that the other party was looking at her strangely, Lost Mimi was a little reserved and said, "Is it too much trouble for you? You guys go over. The NPC will give you the quest." Ning Shu said somewhat powerlessly. "Thank you." Lost Mimi quickly thanked Ning Shu and then pulled her little friend over to the NPC. Ning Shu also heard the girl with the ID, Icy Lotus, whisper, "What's there to be arrogant about? Isn't it just a higher level? So arrogant." Chapter 366. Ning Shu naturally heard Clear Ice Lotus say that she was arrogant and proud. Ning Shu crossed his arms and looked at the two's backs. "Stop talking." Lost Mimi tugged on her friend's sleeve. She turned her head and saw Ning Shu looking at her. Suddenly, she felt a little embarrassed and quickly turned her back. The two rookies hurriedly accepted the quest and then entered the valley. Ning Shu was suddenly curious. Could it be that the two of them couldn't find the quest location? Maybe if they wandered around the valley, they wouldn't be able to find the location of the herb. Ning Shu used a tree branch to draw the code outside and waited for the two to come out. After waiting for a long time, Lost Mimi and Clear Ice Lotus came out. They didn't lose any levels and came out unscathed. Ning Shu was a little surprised. Did the two of them kill the 8-clawed poison spider? The two of them didn't go to the NPC to hand in the quest. Instead, they saw Ning Shu and came over excitedly. Lost Mimi asked Ning Shu, "Sister, were you waiting for us?" Ning Shu didn't say anything. Lost Mimi said, "Sister, there are a lot of herbs in the valley. Look, I found a lot of herbs." Ning Shu looked at the basket on Lost Mimi's back. There were some low-level herbs in it. "Didn't you do the quest?" Ning Shu asked. Lost Mimi said, "We didn't find the place. When we saw the herbs, Clear Ice Lotus and I went to pick the herbs. There are so many herbs." Ning Shu's mouth was slightly open. The tree branch in his hand fell. He was simply indescribably shocked. How much confidence did she have to be able to mistake stupidity for cuteness? Stupid people should learn more. Ning Shu's mouth twitched. He felt that he should go to the dungeon and kill Clear Ice Lotus. Why waste time here? Lost Mimi didn't come here to play games. She came here to meet a beautiful love. Compared to this girl, Ning Shu felt that he was quite smart. Ning Shu turned around and left, thinking that he needed to get himself a mount. He didn't believe that he could rely on his legs to walk. Lost Mimi still wanted to talk to this sister, but the other party left without saying anything, which made Lost Mimi a little embarrassed. Beside her, Clear Ice Lotus curled her lips and said, "Mimi, why are you talking to her? This kind of person's eyes grow on top of her head. Just because she's high level, she's very arrogant. Don't ask for a rebuff." Lost Mimi could only nod her head, and then said expectantly, "When can we also reach such a level and become experts?" "Definitely," Icy Lotus said. Ning Shu naturally knew that these two young ladies were very dissatisfied with him. So what if they were dissatisfied? Did he have to be polite and humble to them? This was originally a game world where seniority and strength were the most important. If he, a high-level player, lowered his voice to two newbies, that would be a joke. Ning Shu went to clear 2 more dungeons, but he still didn't let his level not go up. Moreover, if he leveled up again after leveling up, he would have 20% more points than before. Therefore, Ning Shu hated following the breeze to the point that his teeth itched. While Ning Shu was still working hard to clear dungeons, a message came from the World Channel. Great God, following the breeze, will be establishing a guild in 2 days. He welcomes all players to come. This was the first guild in the entire server. Following the breeze was very ambitious. The requirements to establish a guild were very harsh. Honor points, battle power, level, all of these had to be met before the guild could be established. After establishing a guild, the game system would give the guild a few shops. These shops were all real money. Moreover, there were more and more players in the game, and there would be more wealth. Shops could bring a lot of benefits to a guild. This was the real Jianghu world. However, there were very few people who could establish a guild. Ning Shu clenched his fists. Since he was going to establish a guild, Ning Shu felt that he needed to give his blessings. The disappearance of Following the Breeze, who wanted to establish a guild, caused a commotion in some worlds. To be able to establish a guild in such a short period of time, he really was a great god. It must be known that most of the players had just left the newbie level and were slowly climbing up. Now, other great gods were establishing guilds. However, Ning Shu felt that the current Following the Breeze was far from the Following the Breeze in the storyline. He wasn't as godly as in the storyline. The current Following the Breeze was very impetuous, like a half-empty pot of water. He wanted to show off just because he had some achievements. He could barely be called a great god, but he couldn't be called a great god. Ning Shu felt that there should be a great god in this server, but he was a bit low-key. When Lost Mimi and Icy Clear Lotus heard this news, they were filled with worship. Icy Clear Lotus said to Lost Mimi, "Mimi, let's join a guild. This way, we can find a master and do quests easier." Lost Mimi's eyes lit up, but she hesitated and said, "Our levels are so low, they won't want us." Icy Clear Lotus patted Lost Mimi's shoulder and said with certainty, "They will definitely want us. Don't forget that you are a medicine master. Guilds lack this kind of support profession the most. We will definitely succeed. Okay, let's give it a try." Lost Mimi suddenly smiled. Her face looked very cute. 2 days later, Ning Shu arrived at the city where, Following the Breeze, established his guild. The guild's name was Following the Dragon Gang. The name was very domineering. Many players entered the guild with congratulatory gifts. Ning Shu held a phoenix feather in his hand and was about to give it to the doorman, but when he saw that the person who welcomed the players was a chrysanthemum blossoms to the south, he immediately took back the phoenix feather. When a chrysanthemum blossoms to the south saw the feather, his eyes lit up. Just as he reached out his hand to take it, the other party took it back. When he saw Ning Shu, his heart suddenly thumped. Seeing the other party like this, he was definitely here to cause trouble. A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south immediately smiled and said, "Hi beauty, long time no see. Your level has increased again. Congratulations, congratulations." A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south touched his head and said with a smile. However, he did not let Ning Shu in. Obviously, he did not welcome Ning Shu. Ning Shu revealed a fake smile and said, "Congratulations, congratulations. I haven't seen you for a while and you have already established your guild. When I heard the news, I wanted to come and pay my respects. This is my congratulatory gift." Ning Shu threw a gold coin to a chrysanthemum blossoms to the south and said without any sincerity, "Congratulations, you are the first guild in the entire server." A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south took the gold coin, his rough face twisted. Chapter 367. The congratulatory gift was just a gold coin. You might as well not give it. A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south, said with a cold face, "Beauty, on such a joyous occasion, we welcome you with open arms with the dragon gang, but what you did was wrong." Ning Shu blinked and asked, "Don't you want the gift?" A chrysanthemum blossoms southwards threw the gold coin to Ning Shu, "You can go in." Ning Shu kept the gold coin and asked, "What is your leader's level now?" A chrysanthemum blossoms southwards looked at Ning Shu warily, "Why are you asking this?" "I'm just asking, why are you so nervous?" Ning Shu laughed. The two rookies not far away heard their conversation. Lost Mimi said anxiously, "We still need the gift, we don't have any at all." Icy Lotus was also anxious, "Can't we go in?" "If we don't go in, how can we join the dragon gang?" Lost Mimi saw that the elder sister she had met before seemed to know the people from the dragon gang. She pulled Icy Lotus and ran in front of Ning Shu and said, "Elder sister, can you take us in?" Ning Shu, Lost Mimi saw that Ning Shu didn't say anything, so she said to a chrysanthemum blossom southwards, "Can you let us in? We are here to participate in the opening ceremony, and we want to join the dragon gang." A chrysanthemum blossom southwards was obviously choked, especially after seeing the two girls' strength. He was speechless and said, "Our gang is not recruiting now." "So it's like that." Lost Mimi was very sad and disappointed, showing all her emotions on her face. "I'm a mage, she's a pharmacist. Although she's only a junior pharmacist now, she'll be able to make pills soon." A chrysanthemum blossoms southwards, "They don't want such a trash pharmacist, there are plenty of great pharmacists who want to join their gang." "But these two girls are really cute," a chrysanthemum blossoms southwards thought while rubbing his chin. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. He felt that the female lead would definitely be able to enter. "Chrysanthemum, let them in." Following the Breeze's voice rang out. Ning Shu turned her head and saw that Following the Breeze was wearing gorgeous equipment. Even his pair of shoes were top-quality god artifacts. It was like a moving mountain of gold. This was all money. Blown by the wind, stunned the two girls, especially Lost Mimi. Her eyes stared straight as she said, "He looks really good." Following the Breeze looked at Ning Shu. The player with the ID, kneel and worship this palace, had actually leveled up. He had lost 5 levels from the boss, but now he had actually leveled back up. Moreover, his level was even higher than before, and he had a godly weapon on his wrist. Sui Qingfeng felt gloomy in his heart. Then, he heard a voice that didn't know what to say. Sui Qingfeng looked at the person who spoke. It was a little girl. Sui Qingfeng was speechless as he shook his head. He turned around and entered the guild. Lost Mimi immediately pulled Icy Lotus into the guild. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. The male lead and female lead met at a glance. Walking into the guild, everywhere was luxurious and joyous. It was obvious that Sui Qingfeng had paid a lot for this guild. After all, it was the first guild in the entire server. He guessed that the game developers would also help out a little. There were many players in the guild. They were all chatting with each other. Most of them were male players. There were very few female players. Seeing a high-level female player like Ning Shu suddenly appear, they were all very surprised. Especially when they saw the equipment on Ning Shu's body. Some players even came over to strike up a conversation with Ning Shu. But Ning Shu had a cold face and didn't say anything. This made the players who came over to strike up a conversation unhappy. However, some people paid attention and looked up and down at the equipment on Ning Shu's body. The two rookies, Lost Mimi and Icy Lotus, saw that there were many high-level players around them. They were all high-level players. This kind of scene made them feel weak in their hearts. They only knew this cold big sister here. The two rookies went over to Ning Shu's side. Ning Shu saw these two little girls go over to her side. She was speechless. Ning Shu knew that these two people didn't like her. Outside the house, there was the sound of firecrackers. Ning Shu listened to this sound and felt that the whole world was like a real world. There were many people, many grievances. It was virtual but also real. The original owner came back to live in this kind of world. This was a real world. What was real and what was fake, no one could say for sure. Sui Qingfeng brought a few partners and stood on the high platform. He was in high spirits as he announced the official opening of the Dragon Gang. Just as Sui Qingfeng finished speaking, there were countless red packets floating in the air. Sui Qingfeng said, "This is a little gift from the Dragon Gang. Thank you for coming to the Dragon Gang's opening ceremony." Many players were snatching the red packets. Ning Shu caught a red packet. When he opened it, he saw that it was actually a high-quality gem. If he was lucky, he could get a semi-divine weapon. If he was unlucky, he could only get a gold coin. The two girls beside Ning Shu each snatched a red packet. Icy Lotus only got 100 gold coins. Lost Mimi got a magic staff. It was extremely gorgeous and cool. Lost Mimi was only a pharmacist. This kind of staff was not suitable for her. He generously gave it to Icy Lotus and said, "Icy Lotus, this is for you." Icy Lotus Pure forced a smile and said, "Thank you. I heard that you want to join the Dragon Gang." Sui Qingfeng noticed the situation here. He saw the round apple-faced girl get a staff and walk over. Ning Shu rolled his eyes and moved to the side. The attraction between the male lead and female lead was simply too strong. Lost Mimi saw that the gang leader was actually talking to her. She was so excited that her body was trembling. She said, "Gang leader, I want to join the Dragon Gang. I will definitely contribute to the Dragon Gang." "Yes, I can do it too." Icy Lotus also quickly said. Sui Qingfeng nodded. His gaze landed on Lost Mimi. He had never seen such a pure girl in the game. Could it be that she did not see that other players were staring at the staff in her hand? She even put it out so casually. Was she not afraid of others stealing it? "You too can join the Dragon Gang today." Sui Qingfeng waved his hand and let the two rookies join the gang. This made the other players envious. They wanted to join the Dragon Gang. The Dragon Gang had all kinds of requirements. Now, two rookies who just entered the game could join the Dragon Gang so easily. They only hated that they were not girls. Really? Lost Mimi immediately hugged Icy Lotus and happily cheered. Ning Shu was speechless. Was there a need to be so exaggerated? Chapter 368. Just like that, the male and female lead met. One was a godly player, and the other was a noob who didn't know anything. From then on, the godly player brought the noob to various dungeons, and there were pink bubbles all the way. So this was the type that, Following the Breeze, liked, but wasn't the original owner also ignorant of worldly affairs? Following the Breeze didn't like the original owner? Or was it because the original owner was an NPC, and didn't treat the other party as a person, let alone like the original owner? People had different lives. This was a troublesome matter, so there was no need to think about it. This kind of "you love me, I love him" thing was the most troublesome. Ning Shu just watched Following the Breeze and the noob talk. Following the Breeze kept talking to Lost Mimi, but left Lost Mimi's partner, Icy Clear Lotus, to the side. It looked very awkward. And at this time, Lost Mimi also seemed to have forgotten her partner, and her face was red as she excitedly talked to the godly player. Follow the Breeze proposed to help Lost Mimi keep the mage staff. Follow the Breeze also had good intentions. After all, if this kind of rookie had anything valuable on him, he would be cheated by other players. Moreover, Follow the Breeze could see that this little rookie was just a piece of blank paper. He was simply an idiot. Lost Mimi very straightforwardly gave the mage staff to Following the Breeze. "You're not afraid that I won't give it to you?" Lost Mimi looked at Following the Breeze with a pair of clear eyes. "Leader won't be like this, I believe in Leader. Besides, giving this to Leader is nothing. You may not know, but this thing is very valuable." Following the Breeze raised his eyebrows at this idiot. Lost Mimi shook her head, following the breeze, kept the staff. Ning Shu shook his head, and saw that, icy clear lotus, beside, Lost Mimi, had a very ugly expression, especially when she saw, Lost Mimi, straightforwardly give the staff to someone else, and her face flashed with annoyance. First he said that he would give it to her, and now he gave it to someone else in a blink of an eye. Lost Mimi didn't understand the ways of the world, and didn't know how to look at people's faces. Naturally, she didn't know that her partner was in a bad mood. Following this kind of female lead was the easiest way to turn evil and make people vomit blood. This was because she didn't even know that her actions would make others unhappy or bring harm to others. After turning evil and doing something to harm the female lead would innocently and sadly ask, "Why are you doing this to me? Aren't we good friends?" Even if he told her about the harm she had done to herself, the female lead would still look innocent and sad and say, "I didn't know, I didn't want it to be like this." Was simply vomiting blood. Following the breeze, Mimi's face, following the breeze, SSS, following the breezes, S's face, S, following the breeze, S, following the breeze, mimicked breeze speaks have a 8 speak. Are you afraid to accept my challenge? Following the dragon gang's leader shouldn't be a coward. Ning Shu mocked. Many players were excited, looking at Following the Breeze and the female player with the ID, kneel and worship this queen. The matter between a male player and a female player always had some ambiguous color. They were all guessing what kind of grudge Ning Shu had with Following the Breeze, that he had to pick this time to challenge them. It must be known that the Following the Dragon gang could be said to be the center of attention, and now that they were challenged, they were slapped in the face. Ning Shu wanted Following the Breeze's reputation to hit rock bottom, so that he wouldn't be able to use the ID, Following the Breeze, to mingle in this game. When the Following the Dragon gang saw Ning Shu's challenge, each and every one of their faces turned black. A chrysanthemum facing south stood out, and Ning Shu said, "Your level isn't high, so you don't have the qualifications to challenge our leader. How about I fight with you?" Ning Shu coldly said, "I'm not going to fight with you, I want to fight with Following the Breeze." Following the Breeze felt that this female player was really annoying. Following the Breeze was sure that he didn't hurt any girls at all, but this female player used the name of standing up for her sisters to go against him everywhere. Wasn't it just to attract his attention? It was simply disgusting. Ning Shu saw that Following the Breeze was ignoring him, and with a high and mighty appearance, it was clear that he wouldn't accept his challenge. Ning Shu insisted on fighting with Following the Breeze, otherwise what was the use of her coming here today? Ning Shu directly asked the game's main system to fight with Following the Breeze. World News, kneel and worship this queen, challenges Following the Breeze, does Following the Breeze accept? Now all the players in the game knew that Ning Shu wanted to challenge Following the Breeze. Following the Breeze was the first great god to establish a guild, and now he was being challenged by an unknown player. This kind of challenge to a god, a heroic act of sending oneself to death, simply made people give a thumbs up. World News, kneel and worship this queen, challenges Following the Breeze, does Following the Breeze accept? Following the Breeze's face was black, and the entire Following the Dragon gang's players looked at him with unkind eyes. What kind of deep hatred was this, that he had to choose to challenge him when he was establishing a guild, and purposely lower the Following the Dragon gang's honor points? Honor points were very important, and if the guild's honor points didn't reach the standard, the entire guild would be disbanded. Ning Shu pulled out his broadsword, pointed at Following the Breeze and shouted, "Guild leader Following the Breeze, do you want to accept my challenge?" Lost Mimi obviously couldn't understand why she would pull out her sword and point it at him, and hurriedly ran in front of Ning Shu and said, "Sister, don't fight, okay?" Ning Shu turned his head towards Lost Mimi and said, "Sister is very busy, go play at the side." Lost Mimi, it was still Ice Lotus who pulled Lost Mimi to the side, and Lost Mimi even said, "Why do they want to fight? Why does she want to challenge our guild leader? This is simply too much, there are so many people watching." Ning Shu ignored Lost Mimi and impatiently said to Following Cool Breeze, "Are you a man or not? Can't you be a bit more straightforward with your nagging?" Following the Breeze stood up, and coldly said, "As you wish." Just as Following the Breeze's voice fell, a dual stage appeared below Ning Shu and Following the Breeze's feet. World News: Following the Cool Breeze, accepts, kneel and worship this palace, duel. Following the Breeze said in disgust, "How long are you going to go against me? I said before, this method of yours will only cause me to be disgusted. I don't know if you know me outside the game, but use this method in the game." Ning Shu only said one sentence: "The enmity of losing a level is absolutely irreconcilable." If he didn't make Following the Breeze lose a level today, Ning Shu would crawl back today. Perhaps due to the demeanor of an expert, Following the Breeze didn't make the first move. Ning Shu naturally didn't hold back, and took out his broadsword and chopped towards Following the Breeze. Looking at the opponent's attack, Following the Breeze's eyes flashed with disdain. Such a weak attack actually wanted to challenge him, he was simply overestimating himself. A sharp light flashed in Following the Breeze's eyes, and he met Ning Shu's attack head-on. Chapter 369. Following Cool Breeze was very annoyed with this strange woman. The first thing she said was that he had cheated the woman's feelings. Following Cool Breeze even felt that this woman could not love him in the real world, and was only going against him in this game. Today was supposed to be the day of the establishment of the sect. The other party's provocative behavior was simply stepping on the dignity of the dragon follower gang. It was also an insult to him as the gang leader. If he did not make this, kneel and worship this queen, unable to jump around today, in the future, other people would think that the dragon follower gang could be casually stepped on. Ning Shu wanted to make Following Cool Breeze lose his reputation, and Following Cool Breeze wanted to use Ning Shu to establish his prestige, killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Following Cool Breeze had already decided that this time he would not kill the opponent by 5 levels, but directly kill her back to the novice village, so that she could not jump around in front of him. It would be best if she could not stay in the game anymore. Following Cool Breeze's eyes flashed a ray of light, and his attacks became even more ferocious. Ning Shu was also not to be outdone. He followed Cool Breeze and resisted. Only after resisting like this did he feel that Following Cool Breeze's strength was strong. Ning Shu fiercely counterattacked. He did not care about losing levels at all. As long as he could make the opponent lose levels, he was willing to make any sacrifices. The surrounding players looked at these two ferocious appearances, as if they had a deep hatred. They looked at each other in dismay and their blood boiled. A chrysanthemum faces south. Boss, looks like you can't easily defeat, kneel and worship this queen. You roam big breasts, tightly frowned, this woman is really fierce. She is completely fighting without any regard for her life. Instead, it is making boss's hands and feet tied. To establish our prestige, we need to one-shot her to establish our prestige. Wind blows my balls cold, and monsters are strong, you go first. Both felt that something was wrong. Boss's strength is definitely stronger than kneel and worship this queen, but one shot is a bit unrealistic. Boss has been killed by kneel and worship this queen, and lost a level. A chrysanthemum faces south, slapped his thigh and said, but kneel and worship this queen has already been killed by boss and lost 3 levels. So what if he was level 3? Everyone could only watch as the dragon follower gang's leader was killed and his level dropped. That was enough. On the other hand, Ning Shu, who was fighting with Following the Breeze, felt pain all over her body. Following the Breeze was really strong, but she wasn't someone to be trifled with. She had already said that if she didn't kill Following the Breeze today, she would crawl back. How could 1 level be enough? Ning Shu equipped himself with all of his equipment. On the other side, Following the Breeze's face darkened. He pursed his lips and looked at Ning Shu with loathing. The long sword in his hand flashed with a brilliant light. Your strength is not bad, but if you think that you can rely on these equipment to make up for the level difference, you're thinking too much. Following Cool Breeze's entire body was also equipped with equipment. Every piece of equipment on his body was a top-notch divine artifact. The surrounding players were drooling at the sight of Yishuan's gorgeous godly equipment. Their eyes were red with jealousy. These were all things that could only be bought with a ticket. Being able to have one divine artifact was already pretty good, but Yishuan's entire body was full of them. Ning Shu saw that, following the breeze, was fully equipped. Instead of getting angry, she laughed and said, "You being so serious means that you are afraid of me. You're even wearing equipment on your body. Very good, very good." When Ning Shu said this, the surrounding people's gazes became a bit subtle. Originally, following the breeze, S level was higher than Ning Shu's. Now that he was using a divine artifact, there was a bit of an unfair advantage. Adding on the fact that Ning Shu was a female player, following the breeze, S actions seemed to be even more of a bully. Following the breeze, S face darkened. A few of his companions, the core members of the Dragon Follower gang, all had a look of displeasure on their faces. They looked at Ning Shu with unkind eyes. The opponent's method of not leaving any leeway made him an enemy. A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south, a burly man, rubbed his head and viciously said, "In the future, every time I see, kneel to me, I will kill her once and make her stay in the beginner village for the rest of her life." He really thought that they were pushovers. If he wanted to step on the Dragon Follower gang to become famous, he would have to see whether or not it would hurt his feet. "Monsters are strong, you go first," frowned. "How did boss provoke such a lunatic? No matter how you look at it, this woman is crazy." A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south, sneered, "Boss is handsome, he will always attract crazy bees and butterflies." At this time, Lost Mimi came over and asked, "A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south, boss will win, right?" A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south, seeing such a cute girl, rubbed his head and said, "Don't underestimate boss. How can a great god be defeated so easily?" Lost Mimi immediately became happy. Her apple-like face was flushed red, making people feel comfortable just by looking at her. A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south, S eyes revealed a wolf-like green light. She really was a top-grade little beauty. "Bing bing, I knew that boss wouldn't lose." Lost Mimi pulled bing 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 and said excitedly. Bing ching bing 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 made a sound and did not say anything. Seeing such a cute girl, a chrysanthemum blossoms to the south, started drooling and stared at Lost Mimi. "Lost Mimi, yes, your Mimi is indeed lost. She doesn't even have one." Lost Mimi hurriedly covered her chest with her arms and shouted angrily, "You pervert, Mimi means cat." A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south, only laughed ambiguously. "Chrysanthemum, that's enough. Stop messing around. Monsters are strong, you go first," glanced at Lost Mimi, frowned and said, "Boss is fighting up there, and you are teasing girls here." On the battle stage, Ning Shu was unable to take it anymore. She had already lost 10 levels to Following Cool Breeze. Using the method of exchanging life for life, Ning Shu had already killed Following Cool Breeze by 5 levels. Following Cool Breeze would have to work hard to regain 5 levels of experience. Although she had also been killed by Following Cool Breeze, she had already lost 10 levels. Both sides were already angry. Following Cool Breeze was very ruthless. Ning Shu directly attacked him. She was not afraid at all. At worst, she would just give up on this ID and register a new one. Following Cool Breeze was willing to give up his Great God ID. Moreover, this ID was the boss of a guild. Following Cool Breeze was unwilling. Ning Shu had a plan in her heart. She did not care about anything else and did not defend anymore. Following Cool Breeze was shocked by the attack on Ning Shu. The opponent did not care about anything else and only attacked him. Even if the opponent's level was dropping rapidly, he was still attacked. Ning Shu's level was dropping rapidly, but, Following Cool Breeze, was directly killed by Ning Shu and lost 10 levels. 10 levels. Following Cool Breeze was so angry that he wanted to die. At the same time, he was also terrified. The opponent's attitude made him very scared. He even wondered if he had really hurt the girl's feelings. Following Cool Breeze used a big move and directly cleared Ning Shu's level to 0. Then, Ning Shu was forced to return to the beginner village. Change your ID and start over. Following cool breeze, just you wait. World news, following cool breeze, challenge victory. World news, following cool breeze, challenge victory. World news, following cool breeze, challenge victory. This news was broadcasted 3 times in a row, and even the sound of fireworks rang out. It seemed very jubilant. Chapter 370. Following the cool breeze, won, but his heart was not happy at all. Instead, it was filled with irritation that was hard to get rid of, making following the cool breeze's face very ugly. To actually encounter a challenge when establishing a sect, and the leader was even killed and lost 10 levels, it was not easy to reach level 10. Thus, following the cool breeze did not establish his power very smoothly. The dragon following gang members all had black faces, especially following the cool breeze's few companions, who were all frowning. Following the breeze jumped off the stage. "Don't wear underwear, cold balls," asked Boss. "I'm afraid that this woman is really here to take revenge on you." Looking at her ferocious appearance, did you really do something to make her hate you? Following the cool breeze's mood was very bad. When he heard his own members questioning him, his tone was very bad. "What do you mean I really did something? I didn't do anything at all. I just met a crazy person." Balls don't wear underpants pursed his lips and did not say anything. The others saw that there was going to be hostility between the two, so they quickly mediated. Following the cool breeze turned around and left. Lost Mimi did not care about Clear Ice Lotus beside her and quickly following the cool breeze. Following the cool breeze glanced at her from the corner of his eyes and coldly said, "What are you following me for?" Lost Mimi said very sincerely, "You're so strong, you directly killed that female player." "You really think I'm strong?" Following the cool breeze sneered and said. Seeing this girl's face full of reverence, he felt a lot better in his heart. Lost Mimi said as if it was a matter of course, "You have always been strong, really." Ning Shu was forced to return to the novice village. She was now a little novice. If she wanted to train this account back, she would need more time than a new account. Ning Shu immediately cancelled this ID and registered a new one called, "This Queen is Here Again." However, this ID also chose the mage class. Then, Ning Shu began his days of learning code while grinding dungeons. Ning Shu's coding skills were now a little better than before. Sometimes, when he went to dungeon, he could even change the boss coding, making it much easier to kill bosses. However, Ning Shu encountered a problem when she went out to grind bosses. Many players attacked her the moment they saw her. This made Ning Shu speechless. For example, now that she had just finished killing the boss, a male player with the ID, "Let the Lord be enlightened," stopped Ning Shu and said, "Kneel and worship this queen." Ning Shu asked curiously, "Who is kneel and worship this queen?" "I don't know her." Let the Lord be enlightened felt that his intelligence had been insulted and said, "The dragon gang has issued a bounty. As long as I can kill you, I can get the equipment. If you let me kill you, you can leave. I know you are, kneel and worship this queen. Your new ID is, this queen is back, and you are also a martial master. Don't joke around, you are so open, who doesn't know? Stand there and let me kill you, this way everyone can report back." Ning Shu was speechless. She didn't think that, following the wind, would have this move, a bounty. He really didn't even want his face anymore. Ning Shu was someone who was about to level up. She directly killed, "Let the Lord be enlightened." When she met players who wanted to get rich, Ning Shu directly killed them and lowered their level. After a long time, some low-level players didn't come to find trouble with Ning Shu, but it was the high-level players that came to find trouble with Ning Shu. Ning Shu didn't think that the dragon gang would be so willing. The equipment that could move high-level players should be something good, or else these high-level players wouldn't be so persistent in finding trouble with her. Towards these people, Ning Shu would definitely not be merciful. Even if she had to risk her life, she would teach these people a lesson, or else they would always come to find trouble with her. She didn't have that much free time. Every time the players that came to find Ning Shu, they would all be killed by Ning Shu until their level dropped, and Ning Shu also obtained the title of Killing Level Demon King. Ning Shu didn't want to find trouble with following the wind for the time being, but she didn't expect to meet him in an intermediate dungeon. In a short period of time, following the wind's level went back, and now, following the wind was bringing Lost Mimi and Icy Lotus, these two rookies, to clear dungeons. Along the way, following the wind was arguing with Lost Mimi, mainly because following the wind liked to tease Lost Mimi too much. Following the wind felt that this little girl was too gullible, too pure, and he couldn't help but want to tease her. For example, if he told her that there was a herb in front of her, she would immediately run over, but if she didn't see the herb, she would immediately pull a long face and accuse him of lying. But she didn't learn from her mistakes, and was always tricked by him. And Icy Lotus, at the side, was a bit embarrassed. Following behind the two of them, she couldn't say anything, only looking at the figures of the two people in front of her, her eyes were filled with hidden bitterness. Just like this, the two teams met, and Ning Shu saw, following the wind, smiled and said, "Yo, your level went back again, as expected of a great god." Following the wind saw the smile on her face, and a wave of disgust welled up in his heart, before she looked at him as if he was her enemy, and now she was smiling. She was simply crazy. Even if you changed your account, you are still a weakling. Following the wind said coldly. Ning Shu smiled and said, "Is that so? Sooner or later, I will kill you back to the beginner village. Who knows who will be the one returning to the beginner village?" Following the wind said coldly. Following the wind narrowed his eyes, seeing that the other's level wasn't very high, he sneered, "Now I will let you return to the beginner village. Once you reach the beginner village, I will kill you back to the beginner village." Ning Shu rubbed his chin and nodded, "This is really a good idea. In the future, I will kill you back to the beginner village again and again." Following the wind's eyes became fierce, and he wanted to make a move. Ning Shu wasn't afraid of following the wind at all. It was a good opportunity to test out his own code. Lost Mimi blocked following the wind. In front of following the wind, Ning Shu asked, "Sister, why do you always want to fight with our gang leader? If you have something to say it properly." Ning Shu looked at the naive and cute Lost Mimi. Why is she protecting following the wind? Ning Shu suddenly said, "Because following the wind deceived my sister's feelings, I came to find him for revenge." Lost Mimi was stunned. Deceived feelings? Following the wind's face darkened. He pushed Lost Mimi behind him, looked at Ning Shu and said coldly, "You are spreading rumors. I didn't deceive a girl's feelings at all." Following the wind directly pulled out his sword and chopped at Ning Shu's head. Ning Shu dodged following the wind's attack, and coldly said, "You can't win in words, so you attack. Aren't you just angry out of humiliation?" Lost Mimi bit her lips and looked at Ning Shu, and then looked at following the wind. Following the wind felt that Lost Mimi, this girl, was quite interesting, and didn't want her to misunderstand, so immediately Ning Shu coldly scolded, "Shut up." Chapter 371. Following the cool breeze saw that Ning Shu always put the title of a heartless man on his head, especially in front of Lost Mimi, this little girl, and his heart immediately became angry. Fuck, he really wanted to kill this crazy woman. It was simply too bad. "You want me to shut up, so I'll shut up. Why would I listen to your words?" Ning Shu sneered. "Come and hit me, even if you kill me, I'll still say it." Lost Mimi pouted her cherry red lips and snorted, then turned her head and did not look at following the cool breeze. Following the cool breeze took a deep breath, thinking about what sins he had committed in his previous life to meet such a crazy person in this life, and it was even a female crazy person, who completely relied on her brain to imagine things. Following the cool breeze saw that the little girl was angry, and looked at Ning Shu with an even colder gaze. Holding a sharp sword in his hand, he released a big move towards Ning Shu, really wanting to beat Ning Shu into ashes. Ning Shu very straightforwardly laughed and directly jumped away, then with a point of his finger, the grass under, following the cool breeze, feet instantly grew into vines, entangling, following the cool breeze, feet. Following the cool breeze, was entangled by the vines and could not break free, so he directly used his sword to cut off the vines, but as soon as he cut off the vines, new vines immediately grew out to entangle him. Following the cool breeze, flipped in the air, but as soon as he touched the ground, vines would immediately grow out from his feet, making, following the cool breeze, very annoyed. Ning Shu bared his teeth and said to following the cool breeze, "This is my pet, you'll be firmly entangled by it." This 1,000-mile vines code had been modified by her, making it abnormally strong, and the ability to entangle was infinitely expanded. It was simply awesome. Following the cool breeze, was finally entangled by the vines, his hands and feet were entangled, and he did not have the slightest ability to resist. Ning Shu cracked his fingers, held the big sword in his hand, and walked step by step towards, following the cool breeze. Slash by slash, he slowly cut down, following the cool breeze's level. Lost Mimi saw that, following the cool breeze, was entangled and could not break free from the vines, so she anxiously said to Icy Lotus, quickly save the guild leader. Icy Lotus's face flashed a gloomy color, she shook her head and said, "I can't beat her at all, what's the use of me going over this?" Lost Mimi was so anxious that her eyes turned red. What should I do? What should I do? Lost Mimi saw the female player with the ID, "This palace is here again," approach the guild master who had no power to resist like a demon. She took a deep breath and wanted to rush over to save, following the breeze. There was no way to see, following cool breeze, being bullied like this. "This palace is coming again," was really too unreasonable. Clear Lotus saw that Lost Mimi was about to righteously rush over, so she quickly pulled her back and said, "What are you doing? What's the use of you going over? Our levels aren't high to begin with. What if we annoy her and she kills us and drops our levels? But I can't just stand by and watch the gang leader become like this." Lost Mimi saw, following the breeze, continuously cutting down the vines. The sword in his hand emitted a roaring fire dragon, but these vines seemed to be endless. After being cut down, they grew back again. "I've already informed the rest of the gang. They're already on their way here. We're just waiting for them to arrive." But Lost Mimi kept staring at, blown by the breeze. "That's enough. Even if you rush up, you won't be able to help Sect Master." Icy Lotus sounded impatient, but Lost Mimi didn't notice it. She apologized to Icy Lotus, "I'm sorry." Lost Mimi said as she rushed in front of Ning Shu. She opened her arms to block Ning Shu, not letting Ning Shu go with the wind. Ning Shu was speechless. Seeing Lost Mimi standing in front of him with a strong and resolute face, Ning Shu was suddenly speechless. He didn't know what to say at all. He felt that he was really a bad guy. Oh, when, following the breeze, saw Lost Mimi's actions, his heart was unspeakably complicated. This girl was really an idiot. She wouldn't really be killed. This was just a game. Looking at such a pure and serious girl, something took root and sprouted in, blown by the wind's heart, breaking open his heart. Little idiot, go to the side. There's nothing for you to do here." Following the breeze, shouted at Lost Mimi. Her level was very low, and she was also a medicine master who didn't have any battle experience. What was the use of her blocking in front? The most important thing was that in the holographic game, one could feel pain. If this queen came back and made a move on Lost Mimi would feel a lot of pain. The pain was real. "I won't let her hurt you." Lost Mimi turned her head and shouted at, following the breeze. Ning Shu was speechless. Now she was the bad guy who broke up the mandarin ducks. Oh, sister, following the breeze, is not the kind of person who deceives other people's feelings. There must be some misunderstanding between the two of you. You can talk it out. Attacking as soon as you meet is not a solution. Sister, can you let go of gang leader? Lost Mimi, Ning Shu explained. Ning Shu was speechless. The female lead was so kind. What should she do? No matter what she did, she felt that she was a bad guy. What should she do? Ning Shu directly let a vine drag Lost Mimi away. he didn't kill her and drop her level. Lost Mimi, who was being dragged away by the vines, was so scared that her face turned pale and she screamed. When, Following the Breeze, saw this situation, he did not care about the vines around him and cut off the vines that were wrapped around Lost Mimi's ankle. But, Following the Breeze himself was completely entangled by the vines. His 4 limbs were entangled. Under the burden of Lost Mimi, Following the Breeze completely lost his fighting strength. Go to the side. Following the Breeze shouted at Lost Mimi. His face was a bit ferocious. Lost Mimi immediately started crying. She felt very wronged in her heart. She was trying to save him, yet the clan leader was still so fierce to her. However, when she saw that, Following Cool Breeze, was being controlled, Lost Mimi felt a dull pain in her heart. She simply did not know why. She kept feeling very uncomfortable. She even resented Ning Shu. Ning Shu shouted, "You vicious woman." "I'm vicious, I'm proud." Ning Shu glanced at Lost Mimi and directly went in front of Following the Breeze. He laughed coldly. "Let's see who will go to the novice village first." Ning Shu took the big knife and slashed at Following the Breeze. Following the Breeze was in so much pain that his face turned pale. In a short while, Following the Breeze was killed by Ning Shu and dropped 2 levels. Ning Shu was very happy to slash people. Following the Breeze looked at Ning Shu with even more resentment and loathing. Chapter 372. Following the Cool Breeze was entangled by the vines and could not move. He was like a fish on a chopping board, being slashed by the woman in front of him. His level dropped rapidly like a broken elevator, and the pain of being slashed by the knife was the most infuriating. Following the Cool Breeze looked at Ning Shu with bloodshot eyes. Ning Shu tilted his head and looked at Following the Cool Breeze, and said, "You don't like knives?" Ning Shu put away the knife and took out a whip. The pitch-black whip, with a flick of it, there was an explosive sound in the air. Following the Cool Breeze's pupils trembled, clearly stunned. He finally confirmed that he had really met a crazy person. Ning Shu swung her whip, and with a crackling sound, it landed on Following the Breeze's body. Following the Breeze's level dropped rapidly, and the whip landed on Following the Breeze's body, causing it to feel a burning pain. The 2 little girls next to him were stunned. Lost Mimi covered her mouth and cried. The last Lost Mimi could not take it anymore. Ning Shu roared, "You're so cruel, how can you be like this?" Ning Shu smiled, "There's nothing I can't do." If she and Following the Cool Breeze were to exchange places, and Following the Cool Breeze treated her like this, Lost Mimi would probably think that the clan leader was mighty and domineering. The double standard was too serious. Just as Following the Cool Breeze was about to be killed back to the beginner village, Following the Cool Breeze's few companions finally arrived. Lost Mimi saw that her savior had finally arrived, and cried towards the few people, "Hurry and save the clan leader is being tortured by that woman, she's so scary." When the few people saw Following the Cool Breeze's level, they were simply stunned. They quickly destroyed the vines on Following the Cool Breeze's body. Ning Shu blew on his whip and lashed out at Following the Cool Breeze, making the few people's faces turn black and their faces tremble. The burly man, a chrysanthemum blossoms to the south, looked at Ning Shu and said darkly, "Don't go too far." The few of them stared at Ning Shu with unfriendly eyes. Ning Shu sneered, "You've gone too far. Your dragon gang put out a bounty for other players to kill me. You've gone too far." The few of them worked together to bring Follow the Breeze down. Follow the Breeze's expression was indifferent as he pointed at Ning Shu and said, "I will make you pay the price. You can't stay in this game anymore." Ning Shu patted her chest and said, "I'm so scared. You should raise your novice level first before we talk." Ning Shu pointed his whip at Following the Breeze, and said, "That's what I said. I'll make sure you can't stay in this game any longer." Following the Breeze's expression was extremely ugly. He stared at Ning Shu and then looked away. "You've succeeded in pissing me off." Follow the Breeze, turned around and left. The other people frowned and glanced at Ningshu. In the end, they all followed Follow the Breeze. A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south, Ningshu grinned, revealing his white teeth. He made a throat-slitting gesture towards Ningshu. No matter who you are, you're really out of luck. If we get serious, you might not be able to bear the consequences. Ningshu said indifferently, there's nothing that I can't bear. Following the Breeze saw that Lost Mimi was in a daze and his voice was filled with warmth. Girl, let's go. What are you still standing there for? Previously, Lost Mimi's actions made Following the Breeze feel very touched. There was a girl who was willing to stand up for him when he was in danger. Although her strength was very weak, it still made Following the Breeze feel warm in his heart. Before, he felt that this girl was stupid. Now, he felt that this girl was really stupid. Stupid to the point that she was cute and made people feel sorry for her. Icy Clear Lotus saw that, with the cool breeze, only called Lost Mimi, and did not pay attention to her at all. She immediately bit her lips and felt indignant in her heart. Why did these people only see Lost Mimi, and were all comforting her? If she did not call people to save Following the Breeze, would Following the Breeze be able to escape from the hands of This Palace is Coming Again? Lost Mimi was so stupid and would only cause trouble. Following the Breeze was tied up because Lost Mimi dragged him down. Why did Following the Breeze not blame her? People who did the right thing did not have a single word of praise. People who caused trouble without brains could still get other people's attention and praise. Icy Clear Lotus could not understand. Why was this? Why did Following the Breeze only place his eyes on this stupid girl? Icy Clear Lotus looked at Lost Mimi, who was crying and laughing at Following the Breeze. Following the Breeze was even gently wiping away her tears. Annoyance and jealousy rose in her heart. Why did Following the Breeze only like Lost Mimi? Why? Ningshu kept the 1,000-mile vine. He cleared the intermediate level instance dungeon and prepared to return to the city. But on the way back, Ningshu clearly felt that there was something wrong with the way people looked at him. Among them were quite a few high-level players. Moreover, they were the kind of high-level gods. The way these people looked at him was like he was a piece of high-quality equipment. Ningshu was very vigilant in his heart, but he was still blocked by a player. Ningshu looked at this person. He did not recognize him, but his level was very high. He was just a bit lower than Following the Breeze, who did not level up. Why are you blocking me? Don't tell me you want to kill me. Ningshu looked at him. His level was not low, so it would take some effort to get rid of him. This player with the ID Lousy Invincible Handsome looked at Ningshu without any malice and said, you can only blame your bad luck. Now that Following the Dragon Gang has increased the rewards, just a full attribute triple cross flat top swallow wing purple gold crown is enough to make people go crazy. There are also a lot of other high-quality equipment. Ningshu had heard of this equipment. The purple gold crown was the most popular equipment among male players. At the same time, it was also the most expensive equipment. It was simply a tool to show off. If it was converted to RMB, it would be worth at least 10,000 yuan. Ningshu sneered. Following the Breeze was really willing to use a large sum of money to lure players. He made her face enemies from all sides, and in the end, she could only leave the game world. But, Following the Breeze did not know that she was originally a part of this game. If she could register an infinite number of IDs. Moreover, she could change her appearance and continue to mingle in this game. If she was a real player, he was afraid that she would really be attacked by Following the Breeze to the point that she would not dare to enter this game again. Ningshu felt that Following the Breeze in real life should have a rich family, and the people that Following the Breeze hung out with should not be bad either. Right now, they were ganging up against her. Following the Breeze had been killed by her so many levels. If she lost another 2 levels, she would really have to go back to the novice village to re-level. Right now, she was determined to take revenge on her. Today, there was lousy invincible handsome. Tomorrow, there would be lousy invincible handsome. Players who wanted equipment would all come to find trouble with her. Chapter 373. Towards these people who wanted to use him as a stepping stone to obtain equipment, Ning Shu would not tolerate them. He released the 1,000-mile vine and entangled the players who were blocking him. Invincible commander, who was entangled by the 1,000-mile vine, struggled violently. Seeing Ning Shu's cold face, he smiled and said, "Beauty, I was just joking. I just wanted to see what it was like to make the Dragon Gang's great god jump up in anger." Ning Shu grinned, "You're too modest. You're also a great god." Ning Shu took a knife and cut down Invincible Commander's level. Everyone was not a good person, so there was no need to talk about mercy. If his strength was too weak, these people would swarm over and treat him as a money tree. They would treat him as a boss that dropped equipment. He was much more pitiful than these people. After cutting down the person's level, Ning Shu very carefully left. Invincible Commander grimaced as he looked at Ning Shu's back. This woman was really too violent. It would be very difficult to get back after being cut down. It seemed like this equipment was not that easy to get. Following the cool breeze made all the players target her. She definitely wanted to get revenge. Because the ID, Following the Cool Breeze, was a great god account, Following the Cool Breeze could not bear to part with this account. Even if it took a long time to level back, Following the Cool Breeze still wanted to level back. Therefore, Ning Shu was now wasting time with Following the Cool Breeze. Whichever instance Following the Cool Breeze appeared in, Ning Shu would immediately rush over and kill Following the Cool Breeze. As long as he leveled up, he would take advantage of the fact that his level was not high to kill him back to the beginner village. Let him start over from the beginner village. He didn't know if, with the breeze, was really inseparable from Lost Mimi. Lost Mimi was just an alchemist that didn't have any battle power. With the breeze even brought Lost Mimi along to level up. Lost Mimi was very happy. To be able to accompany the clan master back to the peak, this kind of excitement was even happier than leveling up by herself. So when Ning Shu killed Following the Breeze, Lost Mimi would immediately condemn Ning Shu, saying that Ning Shu was a perverted woman. Ning Shu gladly accepted the title of perverted woman. He didn't even speak to Lost Mimi. This was because she only considered things from her own point of view. She only saw that her favorite, Following the Breeze, had been killed and his level dropped, but she did not see the trouble that Following the Breeze had brought to her by throwing money. Ning Shu didn't want to argue with her at all because it didn't make sense. Every time Following the Breeze was killed by Ning Shu, he would use a very hateful and disgusted expression to look at Ning Shu. In addition to Lost Mimi's condemning gaze, Ning Shu, who was bathed in the "you are a bad person" gaze, felt very sour. Ning Shu knew that the hatred between Following the Breeze and himself was irreconcilable, so every time he acted, he was very ruthless. Following the Breeze was killed by Ning Shu and sent back to the beginner village twice. Following the Breeze also learned to be obedient. Every time he went to the instance dungeon, he would bring a few of his companions to escort him. He could see that this woman was crazy. Ning Shu saw that Following the Breeze had called his people. That serious look made Ning Shu directly laugh. A chrysanthemum blossoms towards the south, touched his head and looked at Ning Shu. As a person, don't go overboard. Don't think that just because you have a high level, we can still kill you. Ning Shu's legs were shaking. Come on, come and kill me. A chrysanthemum blossoms towards the south, sneered, you want me to fuck you, right? A crazy woman like you, even if you lay down and let me fuck you, I wouldn't fuck you. Ning Shu was speechless. Do you think you can fuck me just because you want to? Ning Shu sneered. Following the Breeze's companions' levels weren't low, and every one of them was a great god. Following the Breeze's level looked very shabby. Your level is really low. Look at your team members, every one of their levels is higher than yours. you still have the nerve to be the leader of the dragon follower gang. If you want some face, hurry up and give up your position. Ning Shu sneered maliciously. Following the Breeze's face was a bit ugly. Seeing that his own team members' levels were indeed much higher than his face became even uglier. Following the Breeze had a very strong ego. This account should be the highest level out of all of them, but now, too many of them had been killed by this crazy woman. A chrysanthemum blossoms towards the south, viciously looked at Ning Shu. You are trying to sow discord between us. Let me tell you, the boss is the boss. No matter what level he is our boss. Yes. The monsters are very strong, you go first, immediately said, and then said to, following the Breeze, boss, you will be able to quickly raise your level. You roam Big Milk, what kind of intentions do you have, woman? Why do you always go against us? If you have any grievances, then say it clearly. Why are you using underhanded methods like this? Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. He didn't think that, following the Breeze, and his companions would support him so strongly. Supporting him wasn't right, following the Breeze was the leader of this team. He reckoned that in reality, following the Breeze's family background was definitely better than these people, and they were subconsciously trying to curry favor with, following the Breeze. However, Ning Shu only cared that he couldn't stay in this game any longer. He also didn't say much to these people. It was obvious that he wanted to fight. Ning Shu directly released his own 1,000-mile vine, entangling these people. A chrysanthemum blossoms towards the south, sneered, you think that you are the only one with good things. A chrysanthemum blossoms towards the south also had a 1,000-mile vine. Although the vine wasn't as big as Ning Shu's, the 2,000-mile vines were entangled together. They were fighting with each other, and a large area of thorns intertwined with each other. Ning Shu laughed and snapped his fingers. His 1,000-mile vine immediately became bigger. Under everyone's gaze, a chrysanthemum blossoms towards the south, vines were all swallowed up by Ning Shu's 1,000-mile vine. A chrysanthemum blossoms towards the south, frowned, the 1,000-mile vine also has this kind of effect? After this period of dungeon clearing, Ning Shu's level was already very high. At the very least, he was around the same level as, following the Breeze, and his other companions. Moreover, he had the 1,000-mile vine with a very strong entanglement ability. Ning Shu immediately let the 1,000-mile vine entangle these people. However, a chrysanthemum blossoms towards the south, and the others weren't just for show. They had a lot of equipment on them, and they were all very strong. The vines couldn't even get close to their bodies. Ning Shu stepped on the vines and held his broadsword to fight with these people. Following the Breeze, and Lost Mimi, as well as Icy Lotus, who didn't have much of a sense of existence, watched from the side. Following the Breeze, clenched his fists. This kind of feeling of being weak really didn't feel good. Watching others fight so coolly, it made, following the Breeze's self-esteem shatter into pieces. Seeing his own team members stronger than him, this kind of feeling made him feel very bad. Chapter 374. Because of the existence of the 1,000-mile vine, Ning Shu and the few people were equally matched in the battle. Not only did the few people have to deal with Ning Shu, they also had to be harassed by the 1,000-mile vine. For a moment, both sides were locked in battle. Ning Shu glanced at following the cool Breeze, who was being protected by a few people, and hurriedly let the 1,000-mile vine drag following the cool Breeze over. Following the cool Breeze saw this woman's gaze on him and felt that something was wrong. Then, he saw the overwhelming number of vines rushing towards him. Following the cool Breeze reflexively protected Lost Mimi behind him and tightly held the sword in his hand as he chopped at the vines that wanted to entangle him. Following the Breeze only protected the Lost Mimi and did not care about Icy Lotus at the side. Icy Lotus was quickly entangled by the vines. Although she did not die, she was still in pain from being strangled by the vines. Icy Clear Lotus blushed as she looked at Lost Mimi, who was behind, following the Breeze. Seeing Following the Breeze protecting her so much, her face twisted with jealousy. She also liked Follow the Breeze, but Follow the Breeze only liked Lost Mimi. Why, how was she inferior to that stupid Lost Mimi? Why did these people all like Lost Mimi, saying that she was a person with heavy thoughts and did not like her? Why could Lost Mimi be easily forgiven when she got into trouble? Was it okay because she was stupid? Just because she was a little more meticulous, they said that she was a person with deep thoughts. Based on what? The few people saw that Ning Shu was so sinister. When he was fighting with them, he actually went to sneak attack their boss. Following the Cool Breeze directly released an incomparably bright ball of light. This ball of light exploded and emitted a strong light, burning the vines. Ning Shu saw that the various attributes of the vines were decreasing and immediately kept the vines. He squinted his eyes and looked at Cool Breeze. This healer actually had such a strong battle strength? When Ning Shu kept the vines, the few people were very concerned about Following the Cool Breeze. Following the Cool Breeze shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Lost Mimi stood out and said to Ning Shu, "Sister, why do you always want to hurt our leader?" "Because I'm happy," Ning Shu said with a smile. Lost Mimi pouted and said, "I know you're doing this because you like gang leader. You're doing this to attract his attention. You can't get what you want and hate because of love. Don't you want someone to live a better life if you love him?" Ning Shu, "Haha, who told you that?" Ning Shu's Lost Mimi asked. This little girl even knew that she couldn't get what she wanted, and that her love had turned into hate. Lost Mimi betrayed her partner without hesitation. She pointed at Icy Purity and said, "It was Bing Bing who told me. Bing Bing is very smart. She saw through your thoughts long ago." Icy Purity, who was coughing because of the vines, stared dumbfoundedly at her partner. She then looked at Ning Shu, who didn't have any expression on his face. Following the Cool Breeze, and the others all stared at Icy Purity. Icy Purity's face immediately turned red. She wanted to find a hole to hide in. "Bing Bing, don't you think so? Using the method of hurting others to attract attention. Since you really like him, you should treat him well and not hurt him like this. Bing Bing, this is what you told me." Lost Mimi walked over and grabbed Icy Purity's hand. She said to Icy Purity with a face full of certainty. Ning Shu really wanted to light a candle for this Icy Lotus clean girl. Icy Clear Lotus looked at Lost Mimi's face. At this time, the other party could still smile, and it was this kind of silly smile. Icy Clear Lotus couldn't help but want to slap her in the face. She stole the person she liked, and now she said these kinds of words to such a strong player. Was she looking down on her for not dying fast enough? Ning Shu used a move on Icy Purity, and directly killed her by a level. He coldly said, "Don't use your thoughts to guess at me." Instigating Lost Mimi to hate her was just Following the Cool Breeze. When Ning Shu made his move, Following the Cool Breeze had already pulled Lost Mimi to the side. Ning Shu's attack wasn't strong and the others could completely block it. But for some reason, they didn't help Icy Purity to block the attack. Icy Purity felt pain all over her body. She knew that the other party was unhappy because of her words and punished her. He warned her not to speak carelessly, otherwise she would be killed and sent back to the beginner village. Icy Purity knew that the difference in strength between her and this queen is here again was too big. She didn't dare to show any hostility towards this queen is here again. But in her heart, she hated Lost Mimi. How could she say what they had said in private? Lost Mimi saw that her good friend was attacked and hurriedly ran over to Icy Purity and said anxiously, "Icy Purity, are you okay? How can you do this? You were seen through by Icy Purity, so you attacked Icy Purity. How can you be like this? Even if you have great strength in the game, in reality you are still a woman who is not worthy of love." Lost Mimi angrily roared at Ning Shu. She wanted to stand up for her friend. Ning Shu didn't say anything. He didn't even look at Lost Mimi and Icy Purity. He looked at the few men who didn't care about the matter and shrugged his shoulders. Are we still going to fight? Today we didn't kill, following the cool breeze, and drop his level. Count him lucky. I hope that you guys can protect him at any time in the future. Tisk tsk tsk, following the cool breeze, great God is now a soft-footed shrimp. He is a trash who needs people to protect him wherever he goes. Ning Shu said very viciously. Following the cool breeze, tightly clenched his fist. He looked at Ning Shu with eyes full of anger and disgust. He had never seen such a hateful woman before. You are talking nonsense. Our guild master is not a soft-footed shrimp. You are bullying our guild master just because your level is high. What kind of man are you? Lost Mimi saw that her sweetheart was being insulted and quickly said. Ning Shu looked at her and said, you talk too much. Why are you jumping up and down? Is it fun? Looking at her was really annoying. He really wanted to kill her. But looking at Icy Purity's gloomy face and looking at Lost Mimi with eyes full of hatred and jealousy, he didn't make a move. There was a big bad wolf by the little cutie's side. She would always be at a disadvantage. What a good drama of close friends turning against each other. Ning Shu felt that if he was Icy Purity, he would definitely be blackened. She was so righteous in tricking her teammates. Moreover, it would make people feel that she was pure and cute. She would say whatever she wanted to say. Wasn't that pure and cute? I will make you regret it. Following the cool breeze, coldly looked at Ning Shu. His eyes were full of coldness, whether it is in the game or in reality. Chapter 375. This grudge had not only intensified in the game, it had also spread to the real world. Following the breeze, had already been completely pissed off by this woman and wanted to use his power in the real world to make this woman pay the price. When Ning Shu heard that, following the breeze, wanted to deal with him in the real world, he only laughed. If you have the ability, come find me, following the breeze. A chrysanthemum blossomed southward, saw that this woman was still so stubborn and sneered, you will die very miserably. Provoking the boss, you are really going to be unlucky. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and said, can you take out the name of the great god, following the breeze, in the real world and let me see if it can scare me to the ground. Balls Cold Without Pants said, following the breeze's family is the richest family in Qinghai City. A casual word from them can make it difficult for you to move a single step in the real world. Ning Shu seemed to chuckle and said, no wonder you all serve, following the breeze, like you serve the crown prince. Aren't you just trying to curry favor with him? Following the breeze, coldly said, we are childhood friends, so we treat each other as equals. Hearing, following the breeze, say treat each other as equals, the others did not say anything. Ning Shu did not comment. What equal treatment? Don't joke around. Boss, you are a rich family's young master. Lost Mimi curled her lips and did not look very happy. What, I can't be a rich family's young master? Following the breeze, raised his eyebrows and asked with interest. Lost Mimi curled her lips and said, rich people are not good people. How are we not good people? A chrysanthemum blossomed southward, touched his head and said unhappily. Lost Mimi stubbornly said, in any case, we are not good people. Ning Shu. Just you wait, great god, following the breeze. I will kill you every time I see you. Ning Shu said and turned to leave. Boss, she's too arrogant, a chrysanthemum blossomed southward said as he looked at Ning Shu's back. Following the breeze, coldly said, tomorrow, I will temporarily not enter the game. When the few of them heard, follow the breeze, say this, they knew what, follow the breeze, meant. It was obvious that he wanted to human search this woman and make, this queen is here again, in reality completely kneel down so that she would not be able to strut around in the game. Ning Shu didn't care at all about Cool Breeze checking him. What could she find out? It was just a game's programming code. No one would be able to guess her identity. Go ahead and check. Ning Shu went to clear a few ultimate instance dungeons, allowing her experience bar to rise rapidly. Moreover, There were many top-grade equipment, and she also leveled up the 1,000-mile vine. Now that her strength was strong, Ning Shu immediately went to find Following the Breeze. After not seeing him for a while, Following the Breeze also leveled up. This time, when Ning Shu met Following Cool Breeze again, Following Cool Breeze did not bring Lost Mimi with him. She did not know if it was because they quarreled or because he felt that it was too dangerous to bring Lost Mimi with him. When Following the Breeze saw Ning Shu, his face darkened. His expression was very complicated. He spent so much time, but he actually couldn't find out who this person was. Really, it was as if this person didn't exist in this world. It was simply inconceivable. Following the Breeze suspected that this woman's family was stronger than his, otherwise how could he not find out? Moreover, Following the Breeze couldn't remember when he had cheated a girl's feelings. This woman stared at him without letting go, making Following the Breeze feel extremely disgusted. Ning Shu looked around and asked, Following the Breeze, why is there no one protecting you today? You actually dare to come out to clear an instance dungeon alone? Ning Shu's tone was filled with disdain. Following the Breeze narrowed his eyes and looked at her. He suddenly asked, why do you keep following me like this? I've already said it many times. Ning Shu said indifferently. He pulled out his own knife and prepared to kill Following the Breeze. Then, I want to know who you are, and who is the girl that I hurt? Following the Breeze stared at Ning Shu and asked. Ning Shu was a little surprised. This was the first time he saw Following the Breeze speak to him so politely. Moreover, it was using the method of an equal status. In the past, Following the Breeze would look at him with disdain. What was wrong with him now? Regardless of what was wrong with him, Ning Shu raised his large knife and smashed it towards Following the Breeze's head. Following the Breeze resisted Ning Shu's attack. Although it was strenuous, he still managed to persevere. Following the Breeze now only wanted to level by himself. Even if he knew that this crazy woman would come looking for him, Following the Breeze still did not want to lose face in front of his teammates. He did not even bring Lost Mimi. Ning Shu's current level was much higher than Following the Breeze. He did not even release the 1,000-mile vine before killing Following the Breeze back to the beginner village. Following the Breeze's face was extremely ugly. Ning Shu roared, "Who are you?" Ning Shu did not speak. After killing Following the Breeze back to the beginner village, Ning Shu felt extremely happy. Finally, he also let Following the Breeze return to the beginner village. In the following days, every time Following the Breeze wanted to level, Ning Shu would immediately rush over and kill Following the Breeze. Once Following the Breeze leveled up, Ning Shu would go and kill Following the Breeze. It was like shaving wool. When it grew, he shaved it. Following the Breeze was simply going crazy. Being bullied so badly, Following the Breeze even more did not want his teammates to know. He felt that it was extremely embarrassing. Seeing the opponent become stronger and stronger, Following the Breeze felt that he could not level up anymore. With such a crazy woman staring at him, no one would be able to stand it. So, Following the Breeze decided to change accounts. When Ning Shu was learning the code, he heard the world news. A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south took over as the leader of the dragon gang. A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south became the leader of the dragon gang? Then what about Following the Breeze? Could it be that he left the gaming world? But the system did not notify him that the quest was completed. That meant that Following the Breeze had not left yet. The most likely thing was to change accounts and start over. Ning Shu hacked into the game's main system to check the newly registered accounts. He found a new account that looked a bit like Following the Breeze. The new account's ID was Lost Tibetan Mastiff. Lost Tibetan Mastiff. There was a Lost Mimi, and then there was a Lost Tibetan Mastiff. Could it be a couple account? Didn't Following the Breeze take the fresh and high-end route? How come there was such a big change in style? Ning Shu felt that he needed to test whether or not this lost Tibetan Mastiff was following the breeze. Ning Shu found the lost Tibetan Mastiff that was farming experience. His face was a bit similar to following the breeze, but it didn't seem like it. It was probably set, and the similarity with the original was estimated to be only 10%. Chapter 376. Ning Shu blocked lost Tibetan Mastiff and shouted, "Following the cool breeze?" Following the cool breeze, S body immediately stiffened. He stared at Ning Shu and did not deny it. "You're really amazing." He had just opened a new account not long ago and wanted to quickly level up. He had even spent money to buy a lot of equipment, but this crazy woman had come knocking on his door again. Crazy. Ning Shu immediately laughed and happily said, "It really is you. I didn't think that you would change to a new account, and your level is not bad." Following the cool breeze, looked at the woman who was as happy as an old friend. His heart was filled with disgust. Why didn't this crazy woman just go and die? Ning Shu asked again, "Is your ID and lost Mimi a couple account?" Following the cool breeze, go and die, crazy woman. Ning Shu ignored, following the cool breeze, twisted face and said with admiration, "I really didn't think that you would actually give up on following the cool breeze. This is a godly account. Being killed by a crazy woman like you to the point that I can't even level up. What's the point of having it?" Following the cool breeze, heart was filled with hatred for this woman. At the same time, he felt that being entangled by this crazy woman was truly a tragedy. For a moment, following the cool breeze, was somewhat dispirited. He had originally wanted to subdue this woman in the real world, but he did not think that he would not be able to find such a person. Following the cool breeze, heart was filled with curses. Ning Shu smacked his lips and said, "Actually, I still like your following the cool breeze name. Why did you have to be so stubborn and insist on having the same style as lost Mimi? AI, what a pity. Why did you have to be called a Tibetan Mastiff? Following the cool breeze, go and die, bitch. I don't want to chat with you. After all, I'm the first person to find you. I don't have anything to say. You probably didn't tell your followers about this account, right? After all, it's not a good thing to start a new account. Wait until you reach the top again and appear in front of them as a god." Ning Shu acted as if he was chatting with an old friend. Following the breeze, did not want to bother with her at all. He released his own spirit beast and prepared to leave. Ning Shu directly released the 1,000-mile vine and entangled following the breeze. Then, Ning Shu cut off all of following the breeze's levels, leaving nothing behind. Following the cool breeze, once again returned to the New Book village to stay. Following the cool breeze, now felt more melancholy than hatred. Just what kind of power supported this woman to find trouble with him again and again, insisting on killing him, again and again without knowing fatigue? Ning Shu suddenly liked the feeling of a cat chasing a mouse. Every time, following the cool breeze, leveled up, Ning Shu would suddenly appear and kill, following the cool breeze, change accounts and kill again, and then kill again, and then kill again, and then kill again. Following the cool breeze, did not even know how many times he had been killed by this crazy woman. Right now, he did not even have the slightest bit of passion to level up. Every time he leveled up, this woman would appear on time and kill him once. After killing him, she would chat with him as if they were good friends. Crazy. No matter how he changed accounts, this crazy woman would always be able to find him. What the hell was wrong with this person? Following the cool breeze, suspected that this woman was a hacker. That was why she could find him so accurately. What kind of spirit was this? Numb. Ning Shu kept his broadsword and comforted, following the cool breeze, by saying, "I believe that you will be able to level up very quickly. Good luck, I think very highly of you." Following the cool breeze, did not appear in the game anymore. Ning Shu could not find the target and would always invade the game's main system without leaving a trace, trying to filter out the possible ID of following the cool breeze. But Ning Shu did not discover following the cool breeze. Ning Shu did not believe that, following the cool breeze, would just leave like this. As a high and mighty young master of a rich family, a young master with an extremely high self-esteem would just leave like this? Ning Shu even ran to the following dragon gang to find following the cool breeze, but was told that, following the cool breeze, would not play this game anymore. Not only did, following the cool breeze, not appear, Lost Mimi, and Ice Clear Lotus also did not appear. Could it be that they went to develop feelings in the real world? She had a premonition that this would be another love story with pink bubbles. However, she really couldn't care less about the things in the real world. Ning Shu didn't want to care too much about things outside of the quest. All the grudges were in the game. Since, Blown with the Wind, wouldn't appear in the game, Ning Shu could not care less. However, she felt that, following the cool breeze, gave up too easily. It gave Ning Shu a very uneasy feeling. Of course, Ning Shu did not know that in following the cool breeze's heart, she was a crazy woman. Moreover, she was a crazy woman. Moreover, following the cool breeze felt that Ning Shu had power in the real world. In addition, he could not compete with Ning Shu in the game. It was not like this was the only game. In any case, following the cool breeze did not want to see this crazy woman at all. He took his little girlfriend and directly left. Lost Mimi felt that she could not leave her good friend behind. She brought the dark, ice-clear Lotus by her side. In the real world, Lost Mimi and Ice-Clear Lotus were good friends. However, when the two girls fell in love with the same boy, it was obvious what would happen. Especially when one of them had turned dark. Ning Shu did not train and clear dungeons anymore. Her level was already very high. She spent most of her time learning the code. She wanted to strive for perfection. She wanted to completely master the whole thing so that it would be easier to complete the mission in the future. Who knows, maybe this knowledge would be of great use. Not long after, the Following the Dragon gang also disbanded. Several members of Following the Cool Breeze also left the game. After all, playing the game had the meaning of accompanying the Crown Prince. Now that the Crown Prince was no longer here, there was no meaning in staying. Ning Shu's heart was somewhat unsure whether or not this mission was completed. This was because the original owner wanted to be a qualified and responsible NPC. However, she copied an NPC to replace her. If it was always an NPC, Ning Shu did not feel that the mission would be difficult to complete. Moreover, if the NPC had any abnormalities, it would be very easy to be scanned by the main game system and would be erased. However, the identity of a player was different. Moreover, Ning Shu felt that if the original owner came back to live in the game as a player, she would be able to communicate with others. She would not be confined to one place and could only move around in the area she was responsible for. The game world was very big, she could go anywhere she wanted. However, Ning Shu arbitrarily changed the original owner's wishes. Could the mission be considered completed? Ding, mission completed. Leaving the mission world. The sound of 2333 rang out. Ning Shu's head buzzed for a moment. When she remembered again, she was already in the system space. After staying in the game for so long, Ning Shu was somewhat unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. As usual, Ning Shu did not care about anything and went to sleep first. In a world, no matter how difficult the mission was, there would be many people and many things to do. If one did not organize everything for a long time, all the things would accumulate in one's heart. It would be unbearable. People with mental problems would see things that others could not see. Auditory hallucinations or visual hallucinations would cause them to have an emotional breakdown. Moreover, after experiencing so many worlds. Chapter 377. After a comfortable sleep, Ning Shu woke up. First, he took a watering can and sprinkled some water on the small potted plant. Then, he took a linen cloth and wiped the dust on the bookshelf. Although there was no dust in the system space, Ning Shu still carefully cleaned it. The most regrettable thing was that the soul state couldn't sweat. If he sweated, it would be very refreshing to sweat. After finishing, Ning Shu said, "Let's look at the points this time." Okay. Ning Shu's status panel appeared in front of him. Number, 23333 Name, Ning Shu, Beginner Task Taker, Age, 27 points, 170,000 30,000 Soul, 200 Life, 60 Wisdom, 80 Charm, 3 Luck, 34 Mental Power, 120 Martial Power, 40 Faith, 1 Qualifications, 26 Merit, 15-20 Skills, 5 Rings Shooting Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Absolute Martial Arts Beginner Rookie Honorary Title, War God Empress, Selfless Ancestor Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker Sister, Qin Shi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Complete NPC's Wish, Be a Dutiful NPC. Let Sui Qingfeng not use her at will. Let Sui Qingfeng not be able to survive in the game. Mission Completion Progress, 80. Obtained 5 attribute points. Ning Shu saw that the mission progress was only 80. The experience was only 30,000. It could be said that it was the lowest as an official task taker. Moreover, the attribute points were only 5. The last time it was 25 points. Ning Shu pursed his lips. He knew that this mission was considered a failure. People really couldn't be self-righteous. The original owner wanted to be a dutiful NPC, but she let the original owner break away from the identity of an NPC. Ning Shu stood in his position and felt that this was a very good way of life. But for the original owner, it was not necessarily so. The original owner was a programming code born from the game's main system. Breaking away from the identity of an NPC would make her feel at a loss. My honey, the other's arsenic. Fortunately, Ning Shu learned the code. The original owner could return to her NPC identity. Otherwise, this mission would be considered a failure. Generally speaking, the things that Ning Shu learned would be left to the original owner. The original owner would have this skill, and so would Ning Shu. Ning Shu took a deep breath. He felt that he could not be so self-righteous in the future. Even though that was what he thought, Ning Shu still felt a bit disappointed because he hadn't obtained much from this world. 30,000 experience points and 5 attribute points. Ning Shu remained silent for a while. Then, he added all 5 attribute points to wisdom, and the attribute panel changed. Serial number, 23333 Name, Ning Shu, Beginner Mission Taker, Age, 27 points, 200,000 Soul Value, 200 HP, 60 Wisdom, 805 Charm, 3 Luck, 34 Spiritual Power, 120 Combat Power, 40 Faith, 1 Aptitude, 26 Merit, 35 Skills, 5th Ring Spear Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Peerless Martial Arts Novice. Honorary Title, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker, Qin Shi's Blessing, Leader's Aura, Grass Blessing. Seeing Ning Shu's disappointment, 23333 said, the original owner's wish is what she wants the most. You don't have to change her wish. I know. I was stupid this time. I took it for granted. Ning Shu nodded. 23333 was silent for a while. Then, he comforted Ning Shu, but at that time, it was the best choice. It didn't matter if you lost a few points. The most important thing was still your life. 70 points is the mission standard. Actually, missions are also graded according to their levels. For example, Pass, Excellent, and Perfect. According to the 4 levels, the points and attributes awarded are different. There's such a thing. Ning Shu was stunned. 23333 said, actually, you have a quest that gives you a perfect title. It's a primitive society. So, the points and attributes are higher. But this NPC quest can only be considered pass. Your way of doing things didn't make the original owner very happy, but completing the latter part of the quest can only be considered pass. Ning Shu nodded to show that he understood. Ning Shu opened the exchange shop and browsed through the items available. He wanted to see if there was anything that he could afford and that was more practical. After browsing for a while, Ning Shu found something called the Calm Aura. It was an item that allowed the player to remain calm. Ning Shu was very fond of the aura, but it was very expensive. It cost 150,000 points. Ning Shu had worked so hard to earn 200,000 points. If he bought the Calm Aura, he would be back to square one. Ning Shu pursed his lips. After a painful struggle, he finally bought the Calm Aura. Without his life, points were nothing. Ning Shu clicked on the exchange button. Then, he saw his points jump violently. In the end, he only had 50,000 points left. However, with the aura on him, Ning Shu instantly felt his mind clear up. Even his depressed mood dissipated a little. His heart was calm and steady. However, Ning Shu knew that these were all supplementary effects. In the end, he still had to rely on himself to complete the quest. Ning Shu distributed some points and exchanged them for fasting pills, water, medicine, and detoxification pills. After everything was prepared, Ning Shu began to cultivate his soul. Ning Shu had always been cultivating peerless martial arts. First, Ning Shu felt that this thing was not bad. After so long, he had developed feelings for it. He also felt that this secret manual must be very powerful. It must be. Second, Ning Shu did not have enough points to exchange for high-level soul cultivation secret manuals. Secret manuals could easily cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of points. Ning Shu could only look at them. Therefore, the same was true for mission takers. The stronger the person, the more resources they had. The weaker the person, the weaker they became. In the end, they would be eliminated. Ning Shu waited until her soul was full before she stopped cultivating. Her soul was much stronger than when she first entered the system space. When this soul was able to condense into a physical body, it would be much easier to cultivate peerless martial arts. I can do it, Ning Shu thought to himself. He would continue on the path of a mission taker. Then he would become an intermediate mission taker. Then he would become an advanced mission taker. He would travel through countless worlds. Ning Shu's previously depressed heart was now boiling with blood. Ahead of him was a new journey. Our goal is, the Sea of Stars. 2333 System Sir, enter the mission world. Ning Shu said 2333. 2333 saw that Ning Shu had swept away his dispirited appearance. His tone also relaxed a little. Okay. Good luck, Ning Shu. Ning Shu felt his mind go blank. When he could feel again, he found himself lying on a wooden bed. Around him were antique furniture and decorations. Ning Shu knew that this mission should be set in ancient times. He just did not know what the original owner's wish was. Chapter 378. Ning Shu looked around and found that the things around him were very exquisite. The host was wearing a satin coat with a floral pattern. The stitches were so fine that there was no hair at all. It seemed that the host was either rich or noble. Ning Shu closed his eyes and began to end the plot. The host was called Wei Lingxian. She was the wife of An Yu, the first-rank general of Jinwei. They had a son and a daughter. They respected their mother-in-law and treated the servants well. They loved each other very much and didn't have a concubine in the backyard. There was a civil riot in Yunzhou. An Yu, the general of Jinwei, was ordered to rebel in Yunzhou. Yunzhou was the fief of the emperor's half-brother. After the emperor got the news, he hurriedly asked An Yu to suppress the rebels. An Yu hurried to Yunzhou and found that the whole family of the king of Yan had died in the battle. On his way back, An Yu met the orphans of the king of Yan. One of them was the daughter of the king of Yan, Princess Mingzhu, and the other was the youngest son of the king of Yan. In order to protect his only son, King of Yan ordered his beloved daughter, Princess Mingzhu, to protect his son and escape from the mansion that was about to be attacked by the rebels. Princess Mingzhu would lose her family overnight. If it weren't for her father's wish, she would have left with them. She disguised herself with her maid and encountered bandits. She was in great danger and was saved by An Yu. An Yu appeared in front of Princess Mingzhu like a god. He made Princess Mingzhu, who had lost everything, feel safe and warm. When she was desperate, and you saw a glimmer of hope. Like a god, and you gave Princess Mingzhu a new life and made her feel warm again. And you thought that he was responsible for protecting King of Yan's orphans since he failed to save them, so he escorted them all the way to the capital. And you often comforted Princess Mingzhu when he saw that she was in pain because of the loss of her family. Princess Mingzhu was the same age as his daughter. She comforted her patiently when she saw this 16-year-old girl suffer such a thing. And Yu's care and love made Princess Mingzhu fall in love with him. She had feelings for Yu, but she had to suppress her feelings because of her status. When they arrived in the capital, Yu took Princess Mingzhu and the little prince to the general's mansion. Yu felt responsible for Princess Mingzhu. The general's mansion welcomed Princess Mingzhu very much. Yu even specially built a courtyard for Princess Mingzhu so that she could live alone. He said that he must let Princess Mingzhu feel the warmth of home. Princess Mingzhu and Lingyun, who was of the same age, became good friends. Everyone in the general's mansion liked this weak but strong girl who shouldered the responsibility of revitalizing King Yan's mansion. Wei Lingxian's son, Yu, was 17 years old. He was in love with Princess Mingzhu, who was as gentle as water. Under the encouragement of his sister, Lingyun, he confessed to Princess Mingzhu. However, Princess Mingzhu loved Yu's father, Yu. Wei Lingxian found out about the relationship between her husband and Princess Mingzhu. She was dissatisfied with Princess Mingzhu and even did some things to stop Yu and Princess Mingzhu from getting together. She went to the palace to persuade the Empress Dowager to give Princess Mingzhu a marriage. The Empress Dowager arranged a good marriage for Princess Mingzhu, who was from a noble family in the capital. But when Princess Mingzhu heard the news, she almost collapsed. She knelt in front of the Empress Dowager and begged her to withdraw the engagement. She also told the Empress Dowager that she liked Yu and that she could only marry Yu in this life. The Empress Dowager was shocked and angry. Princess Mingzhu was going to be a concubine, and she was going to marry a man who was about the same age as her father. It would damage the social order of the imperial court. The Empress Dowager naturally wouldn't allow it. However, Princess Mingzhu said that she and Yu were in love with each other. It was true love. True love was not wrong. Princess Mingzhu knelt in front of Wei Lingxian and confessed that she loved Yu. She would rather be a concubine and stay with Yu like a cat or a dog. She only begged Wei Lingxian to forgive her. Wei Lingxian trembled with anger. Yu, who loved Princess Mingzhu, didn't agree. The Empress Dowager didn't dare to let a princess be a concubine. Lingyun blamed her good friend for letting her brother down and stealing her father. When Yu saw that everyone disapproved of his relationship with Princess Mingzhu and everyone was in pain because of it, he volunteered to go to war with a sorrowful heart. Princess Mingzhu secretly ran out of the capital and went to the battlefield alone to find Yu. Because of love, Yu was depressed. Yu, who lost the battle, decided to kill himself. At this time, Princess Mingzhu appeared in front of Yu. When they saw each other, they felt as if they had been separated for a lifetime. They couldn't contain their feelings anymore and decided not to be separated again. They survived together, but what greeted them was still overwhelming opposition. Princess Mingzhu became the target of public criticism. Princess Mingzhu didn't care about her status and felt wronged. She only hoped to resolve the knot in people's hearts with sincerity. In the end, she moved the Empress Dowager, who was the most opposed. Princess Mingzhu became Yu's concubine. Everyone was shocked by her bravery and fearlessness. Even the Empress Dowager supported her. Wei Lingxian humiliated and embarrassed Princess Mingzhu in all kinds of ways. This woman, who had lost almost everything, tortured Princess Mingzhu even more. Princess Mingzhu silently endured it, hoping to move Wei Lingxian with her true feelings. Yu, who liked Princess Mingzhu, was disheartened and got married in a fit of anger. He ignored his newly married wife and went to the battlefield. Yu knew his son's thoughts. In order to protect his son, he went to the battlefield with Princess Mingzhu. In the chaos, he was unfortunately shot and died in order to save Enyu. Enyu forgave his father. When Princess Mingzhu saw that Enyu was dead, she wanted to die in the same year, month, and day with him. She entrusted her younger brother, the crown prince, to Enyu and committed suicide. After Princess Mingzhu's death, the Empress Dowager found out about it. She thought that Princess Mingzhu was loyal and devoted, so she buried Princess Mingzhu with Enyu in the same grave. Wei Lingxian, the legal wife, was very embarrassed. Princess Mingzhu, who went to the battlefield and had her whole family died, had an illicit relationship with a man during her filial period. After her death, she was known as a loyal, brave, and strong woman. It put a hypocritical hat on this beautiful love story that had no regard for human relations. An old man and a simple and beautiful woman hurt everyone's love. Wei Lingxian's husband didn't love her, and her children were unfilial. She was known as a jealous woman. After her death, she couldn't be buried with her husband because he already had another woman. Even though the two of them were dead, Wei Lingxian still felt like a joke. She lived in misery. She was a woman who had nothing. How enviable Wei Lingxian was in the past was how pitiful she was now. His daughter and son both sided with the concubine. Even his son's daughter-in-law, who had just married his son, helped Princess Mingzhu and asked her not to be so cruel to Mingzhu. Ning Shu was speechless. Well, this story can be summarized as follows. I was kind enough to take in my daughter's lonely and helpless best friend, but my daughter's best friend stole my man and seduced my son's heart, causing my family to be ruined and everyone to die. Chapter 379. This was a story of a hero saving a damsel in distress. Enyu was a hero to Princess Mingzhu. She would give herself to him for saving her life. Ning Shu thought, ha ha ha, Princess Mingzhu had a noble status, but she knelt down to others. She should live in the palace, but she chose to live in the home of an official. She put the burden of revitalizing King Yan's residence on the shoulders of a 7-year-old child, but she loved him all day long. There were also servants who didn't care about status. He had a premonition that true love was about to hit him. But when Ning Shu saw the original owner's wish, he was stunned. Because the original owner's wish was like this. Wei Lingxian's wish, there was no content at all. You have no requirements. How am I supposed to help you? 2333, what's wrong? Ning Shu asked 2333, what's with Wei Lingxian's wish? 2333 said, the original owner didn't even know what she should wish for. Her resentment couldn't be alleviated. She was filial to her mother-in-law and worked hard at home. She let Enyu, who was fighting outside, have nothing to worry about, not to mention the 2 children. But she had nothing left. No matter how good she was to her mother-in-law, she only had her son and grandson in her heart. In the end, she agreed to let Princess Mingzhu become a concubine. Not to mention her husband, who was in love with her for more than 10 years, almost 20 years. He didn't even have a concubine. I've lost everyone. What kind of wish can I have? There's nothing sadder than a dead heart. 2333 said, this is an intermediate task. The person who asked for it doesn't have any specific requirements. It's the most difficult task. Ning Shu was speechless. Damn it. She had no regrets for love. She was crazy for love. She didn't even recognize her own family when she was in love. This task was really annoying. Ning Shu scratched his head. There were some strands of hair on his hand. Every time Enyu went to war, the original owner would wait for him to come back uneasily. She was afraid that something would happen to Enyu on the battlefield. She had to pretend to be calm and take care of the general's residence. Ning Shu got up from the bed and looked in the bronze mirror. Wei Lingxian looked graceful and elegant. She was a dignified woman who knew when to advance and retreat. She was someone who could take care of her family well. In a feudal society, she was a woman who was qualified to be the matron of a clan. Previously, when Enyu refused to take in a concubine because of Wei Lingxian, all the noble ladies in the capital were extremely envious. Wei Lingxian also said that she wanted Yu to take in a few concubines, but Yu refused all of them. Yu, a mighty general, was actually called henpecked, but Wei Lingxian felt sweet inside. She just didn't think that Yu would be so crazy as to fall in love with a woman who was the same age as her daughter. What was Wei Lingxian? Humans were different from animals. Humans had constraints and morals, responsibilities and morals. They relied on their biological instincts to do whatever they wanted. They were beasts. With a creak, the carved door opened, interrupting Ning Shu's thoughts. A delicate and pretty maidservant entered. She was about 17 or 18 years old. She looked very mature between her eyebrows, and her footsteps were light and unhurried. Seeing Ning Shu sitting in front of the bronze mirror, Zhu walked over with a smile. "Madam, you're up." Ning Shu nodded and said, "Help me wash up." Zhu helped Ning Shu wash up. She skillfully combed Ning Shu's hair and said, "Madam, you took a long nap this afternoon. It's time for dinner now. Old madam told me to wake you up." Ning Shu made a sound of acknowledgement and stood up. Zhu pulled down the fallen hair from the ivory comb and twisted it together, not wanting Ning Shu to see. "Zhu, am I getting old again?" Strictly speaking, Wei Lingxian was now a middle-aged woman. After all, her son was already 17 years old. Zhu smiled and said, "In Zhu's heart, madam will always be the most beautiful." Ning Shu shook his head. A beautiful figure floated in like a butterfly. "Mother." And Lingyun reached out and held Ning Shu's hand. "Grandmother asked me to come and see what's wrong with you today." "Mother, are you okay?" Ning Shu looked at Lingyun. She was pretty and cute. When Princess Mingzhu entered the general's manor, they became good friends. When her mother was sad, Lingyun ran to Princess Mingzhu's courtyard. Even if she didn't comfort her mother, she shouldn't have gone to the courtyard that made her mother's heart ache. Everyone said that daughters were considerate, but in the end, everyone was moved by Princess Mingzhu's sincerity and blamed the original owner of this body for being vicious and jealous. And Lingyun noticed that Ning Shu was staring at her. His eyes were scrutinizing and indifferent. She shook Ning Shu's arm uneasily and asked, "Mother, what's wrong?" A smile appeared on Ning Shu's face. She was elegant and magnanimous as she said, "Mother is thinking about it again. Lingyun is already a big girl and should have a husband's family. Mother is thinking about what kind of husband's family to find for you." And Lingyun was a naive girl. She grew up in a harmonious family. She didn't realize that Princess Mingzhu had become her father's concubine and hurt her mother. It was not just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks. Therefore, naive and innocent people hurt people the most. And Lingyun was like this, and so was Princess Mingzhu. When Lingyun heard that Ning Shu wanted to find a husband for her, she was a little shy. However, she said in a natural and unrestrained manner, "Lingyun wants to find a man like father, indomitable, like father to mother, wholeheartedly devoted." Hearing this, Ning Shu didn't say anything. His body was filled with sadness and numbness. There was also fear. He feared the arrival of Princess Mingzhu, who was about to destroy everything. Even Ning Shu was affected by the sadness, hesitation, hatred, and pain that surged out of his body. Ever since his soul became stronger, he was rarely affected by the original owner's plot. But now, these emotions were overwhelming. His heart was in sharp pain. The pain made Ning Shu's body bend. He couldn't help but cover his chest. It felt like there were countless needles pricking his heart. The pain made the veins on Ning Shu's forehead bulge. The blood in his body was cold. So cold. Ning Shu staggered. And Lingyun supported Ning Shu. Seeing her mother's pale face and cold sweat, she anxiously said, "Mother, are you okay?" Zhu also came over to support Ning Shu. Ning Shu said weakly, "Help me sit on the bed." And Lingyun and Zhu helped Ning Shu sit on the bed. Ning Shu covered his chest and took deep breaths to calm his emotions. A cool feeling flowed into his heart, calming the pain and anxiety in his heart. Ning Shu knew that this was the effect of the calm aura that she had spent 150,000 points on. The original owner of the body had spent day after day with these emotions. How painful it must have been. Chapter 380. This strong emotion slowly faded away, but Ning Shu didn't have any strength left in his body. His entire body was covered in cold sweat. Ning Shu was still thinking about practicing the peerless martial arts so that this body would be even more powerful. "Mother, are you all right?" And Ling Yun looked at Ning Shu with a face full of worry and concern. She had never seen her mother like this before. And Ling Yun's heart was still very flustered when her pillar of support mother suddenly became like this. Ning Shu used a silk handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat on his face and said, "I'm fine. I'll rest for a bit. You and grandmother can eat dinner first. Go, mother wants to rest." In the end, Ling Yun left first, occasionally turning back to look at Ning Shu. Zhu squeezed out a handkerchief for Ning Shu and helped Ning Shu wipe his face. Ning Shu asked, "Madam, do you want me to call a doctor to take a look? This servant sees that madam's complexion doesn't look too good." Ning Shu shook his head. His heart was still faintly aching. After a while, the sound of footsteps could be heard from outside the room. Following that, a large group of people walked in. Walking at the front was an old woman holding a mahogany cane. She wore dark red clothes and a black embroidered headband on her head. In the middle of the headband was an emerald. She looked like a dignified and wealthy old woman. The one supporting the old woman was Ling Yun. Beside her was the tall and delicate Yu. "And you and Ling Yun." Ning Shu shouted, "Mother! Mother, grandmother has come to see you," and Ling Yun said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu saw that Madame Shen had come over. He held on to Zhu's hand and struggled to stand up. The old woman walked over with her cane and pressed down on Ning Shu. She said, "Don't get up. Your complexion doesn't look too good. Have you been working too hard recently?" Ning Shu took advantage of the situation to sit down. His expression was very respectful. His eyebrows were tinged with exhaustion as he said, "Many thanks for mother's concern. Your daughter-in-law does feel a bit tired." The old woman sat on a stool beside the bed and said, "I know you're worried about Yu. It's fine. This old woman isn't worried, so you don't have to worry. And Yu is a person with good fortune." Ning Shu was speechless. "I'm afraid you'll be sending your child off." Ning Shu could only force out a smile and beckon to Ling Yun. And Ling Yun walked in front of Ning Shu. Ning Shu held Ling Yun's hand and turned his head to speak to Qin Shi. "Mother, daughter-in-law's health hasn't been very good recently. Ling Yun is not young anymore and should be betrothed to someone else after the new year. Ling Yun should learn how to manage a household. Can I trouble Granny to teach Ling Yun?" Ning Shu was panting heavily as he spoke. His face was sallow, and his forehead was dripping with sweat. He looked especially haggard. And Ling Yun and Yu felt uneasy in their hearts. "Mother, rest well. Little sister and I will definitely be fine." And Yu hurriedly said. Ning Shu looked at Yu and his pupils shrank. Under Ling Yun's instigation, he confessed to Princess Mingzhu, but was rejected by Princess Mingyue. The original owner of the body called Yu in front of him and told her not to think about having any entanglements with Mingzhu. Mingzhu was a princess of the imperial family and they were not worthy of her. And Yu was originally rejected by the woman who was as gentle as water, and then Wei Lingxian said this. Moreover, her own mother went to the palace to persuade the Empress Dowager to bestow a marriage to Princess Mingzhu. She actually hated the original owner of the body for obstructing her. To be hated by her own child, wasn't this cutting into Wei Lingxian's flesh? Ning Shu only smiled in the face of Yu's concern and looked at Qin Shi. Qin Shi put her hands on her walking stick and nodded, "All right, you rest well. I'll teach Ling Yun how to manage a household for the time being." Ning Shu struggled to get up. He opened the cabinet and placed the account book and the storehouse key on the table, saying, "I'll have to trouble Granny." Chen Shi made a sound of acknowledgement and had An Lingyun take the account book and the key. Chen Shi stood up and the maidservant next to her immediately supported her. Chen Shi comforted Ning Shu with a few words and told him to rest well. She said that An Yu was fine and that he shouldn't fall ill. Ning Shu only nodded. He was respectful and filial towards Chen Shi. An Lingyun held the account book and said to Ning Shu, "Mother, I'll bring you some food." Ning Shu smiled, "All right." When the group left the room, Ning Shu had Zhu close the door. "I'll sleep first. No one is to disturb me." Zhu nodded and closed the door. She stood guard at the door. Ning Shu sat cross-legged on the bed. The original owner of the body took care of the entire general's household in an orderly manner. All the expenses and income were recorded. Every sum was given to Chen Shi for review. If there were any large expenses, Chen Shi would ask for instructions. Rather than saying that Wei Lingxian managed the general's household, it was better to say that the true authority of the household was in Chen Shi's hands. In Chen Shi's eyes, Wei Lingxian, this daughter-in-law, was transparent. Wei Lingxian had almost no selfish motives for the family. She attentively served and took care of her mother-in-law. Chen Shi was very satisfied with Wei Lingxian as a daughter-in-law. She didn't say anything when her son didn't take a concubine. Wei Lingxian respected and loved Chen Shi even more. An Yu often went to war. Wei Lingxian spent more time with her mother-in-law than her husband. They were family. But when it came to her son, Chen Shi gave up on Wei Lingxian. In fact, this was something that didn't need to be considered. Ning Shu didn't have the patience to tire himself out every day for the general's household. Everyone else was enjoying themselves. Everything was orderly. When they were hungry, they had food to eat. When they were thirsty, they had warm water. Every day, their clothes were clean and fragrant. This kind of environment was painstakingly created by the original owner of the body. In the end, these people all accused her of being vicious and crazy. When one was full and warm, one would think of lust. Everything could be solved by oneself. Ning Shu began to cultivate the ultimate martial arts, but he didn't achieve anything. However, with the calm halo, Ning Shu was less affected by the original owner's emotions. The original owner's resentment and sadness were very strong. Ning Shu could only sigh. When a person's heart wasn't with them, everything they did would be in vain. Ning Shu really didn't have a clue about this mission. Take revenge on An Yu, Princess Mingzhu, and all the people who hurt Wei Lingxian. But the people who hurt Wei Lingxian were the people she loved the most. But if he didn't do anything, how was he going to complete this mission? Ning Shu realized that even if he became Wei Lingxian, he might not be able to do a better job than Wei Lingxian. No matter what he did, he had to deal with Princess Mingyu, this pure, beautiful, and true woman. Princess Mingyu was the prince's daughter and the emperor's niece. In this feudal society where the emperor's orders were greater than heaven, to deal with a princess of such high status, not only did he have to maintain his reputation as a virtuous person, but he also had to punish Princess Mingyu. It was a little difficult. The original owner of the body was a virtuous woman who supported the family. However, because of the incident with Princess Mingzhu, she was labeled as a vicious, jealous, tormented, and humiliated Princess Mingzhu. Princess Mingzhu's tolerance and kindness earned her the pity of everyone in the general's household. Ning Shu, he felt that this mission was really a pain in the ass. He had no direction at all. Moreover, Ning Shu couldn't tell what the original owner's attitude towards An Yu was. Was it hate, love, or a mixture of love and hate? There was no hint. Chapter 381. Ning Shu began his life of recuperation. Old Madame Fu called a doctor to see Ning Shu. The doctor took his pulse and said that his heart was damaged, and he was overthinking. To put it bluntly, he was thinking too much. When old Madame Fu came to see Ning Shu said to old Madame Fu, "Mother, I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling this time. I didn't have it before. Mother, is there something wrong with An Yu?" Madame Chen slammed her walking stick on the ground and said, "What can happen? And you hasn't encountered any major problems. This is just a civil disturbance. A group of rioters took advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble. What can happen? Ning Shu saw that old Madame Fu was a bit haggard. He guessed that it was because she had to manage the backyard of the general's mansion and teach Lingyun how to manage the household. Hearing old Madame Fu's lecture, Ning Shu immediately said, "Yes, mother. Daughter-in-law is thinking too much." Old Madame Fu looked at Ning Shu's yellow face and sickly appearance. She really couldn't let her manage the backyard. And Lingyun, who was forced by old Madame Fu to learn how to manage the backyard, was simply flustered. She ran to Ning Shu and cried to Ning Shu, "Mother, get better quickly. I really can't do it." Ning Shu stretched out her hand and touched Lingyun's head. She said with a smile, "You are my daughter. If mother can do it, you can also do it. When mother first learned, I was also like this. I was reprimanded by your grandmother until I cried. Don't you see that mother is doing well now? What kind of thoughts did she have to say that her mother was vicious? The original owner was crazy, but it wasn't because of you too." Ning Shu didn't have any feelings for the two children. They were completely ungrateful. Fortunately, they were born and raised. Without the company of a husband, they had to serve their mother-in-law and take care of their two children. In the end, they couldn't resist Princess Mingzhu's two sentences. Was Mingzhu beautiful and pure, or did she feel that the original owner's crazy appearance made them feel ashamed? Crows even know how to reciprocate. And Lingyun looked pitiful and her eyes were filled with tears. However, Ning Shu's eyes were indifferent. He had a loving and teasing expression on his face. "Lingyun is a big girl now. You can't cry. Although it's tough now, it's better than going to your in-laws to suffer." And Lingyun pouted and arched her body in Ning Shu's embrace. She said coquettishly, "Mother, I want to always be with you." Ning Shu smiled. How can a girl stay at home all the time? And Lingyun saw that Ning Shu had no intention of relenting, so she could only continue to learn how to manage a household. It was just that she was still young, so she was flustered. This caused the servants of the general's residence to become impatient as well. In the past, they all knew what they should do, but when Lingyun took over and faced the huge general's residence, they were completely dumbfounded. Chen Shi was already quite old, and seeing Lingyun so busy, she could only focus on managing. This caused Chen Shi's mental state to not be as good as before. Even Yu came to complain to Ning Shu. She said that her clothes were sent over before they were ironed. Sometimes, she didn't even get to drink water. Ning Shu looked at this child. He had handsome eyebrows and looked like Yu. There was a hint of immaturity between his eyebrows. In ancient times, a 17-year-old boy should be able to take responsibility. However, Yu had nothing to do. Every day, she calmly practiced martial arts. His confession was rejected by Princess Mingzhu. When he was depressed, he made bad friends and got addicted to gambling. Later, he even stole the original owner's money to gamble. Another spoiled child. Faced with Yu's complaints, Ning Shu only said, "Your younger sister is the one managing the household. There are some things that she doesn't do well. You have to be more tolerant." "Mother, are you feeling better?" Yu asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu said, "Mother is fine. You don't have to worry." Ning Shu looked at Yu's back. Each and every one of them was soaking in a honey pot. "This old lady should serve you all." "Nonsense." Zhu walked in with a face full of joy. Ning Shu said, "Madam, the general has returned in triumph." Ning Shu's face lit up with joy. He quickly said, "Help me dress." "Okay." Zhu responded and busily helped Ning Shu dress, wash, and dress. When they arrived at the entrance of the general's estate, the matriarch was already waiting for them. Her face was full of joy. When she saw Ning Shu, her expression became better. She said, "See, I told you that nothing would happen to you." Ning Shu let out a long sigh of relief. In a light tone, he said, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Mother-in-law, daughter-in-law, the two children, and the servants of the general's estate were waiting at the entrance. Ning Shu looked in the direction of the palace. And you and Princess Mingzhu were probably in the palace. The Empress Dowager felt sorry for the siblings and arranged for them to stay. Along the way, and you saw the weak and helpless Princess Mingyue and felt that it was his duty to take care of her. He begged the Empress Dowager to let the princess and the crown prince stay in the general's estate temporarily. Ning Shu wanted to vomit blood. What kind of plot was this? How could the Empress Dowager let an unmarried princess stay in the home of a minister? Moreover, she was still in her filial piety. Was it to make it easier for Anyu and Princess Mingzhu to hook up? On the way from Yunzhou to the capital, the two of them rode on the same horse. Anyu was very confident because he treated Princess Mingzhu like a father and daughter. Ning Shu chuckled at this. Men and women should not be so close. They hugged and hugged each other along the way. Princess Mingzhu often looked at this man who was old enough to be her father. This plot made Ning Shu want to vomit. This was the plot of an ode to a mistress. Don't talk about men in ancient times having multiple wives. And you promised the original Wei Lingxian that he would only have one wife. He said that he would be satisfied with having a wife like Wei Lingxian in this life. He thought that this was a commitment between the two of them. However, one day, Princess Mingzhu appeared. This Princess Mingzhu was a mistress. Princess Mingzhu's arrival caused a huge uproar in the general's mansion. She and Anyu could not help but love each other and hurt everyone. Anyu thought that the best result was that he did not divorce Wei Lingxian and married Princess Mingzhu. However, it was harmful to both women. Soon, he would be able to see Princess Mingzhu, who was the epitome of beauty. Ning Shu smiled and looked at the dark clouds accumulating in the sky. It seemed that it was going to rain. At this moment, Ning Shu's mood was just like the dark clouds. The sound of horse hooves could be heard not far away. Everyone was shocked. Ning Shu looked over and was shocked. Because he saw that Anyu and Princess Mingzhu were riding on the same horse. In broad daylight, it was not a big deal in Yunzhou. However, in the capital, Ning Shu could not figure out why the two of them were so calm. Did the powerful plot erase other things? This was an ancient time with strict rules. All the plot was focused on the general's mansion. Was everything else blurred? And Yuan and Lingyun did not care about the woman in their father's arms. When the old madam saw this, she glanced at Ning Shu and gave Ning Shu a look of affirmation. She was comforting Ning Shu. Ning Shu felt that the old madam was the most powerful person in the general's mansion. Her husband died young, so her son, Anyu, brought glory to the family and made her daughter-in-law be respectful and filial to her. The look in her eyes just now was very touching. He felt that his mother-in-law was on his side. Chapter 382. Anyu and the others arrived at the gate. Anyu got off the horse first and then helped Princess Mingzhu off the horse. They did not avoid physical contact. Mother. Anyu greeted the old lady first. The old lady nodded repeatedly and said, "It's good that you're back." Ning Shu looked at Anyu with a smile. Anyu was a handsome man with the charm of a mature man. His military uniform gave people a sense of security. Lingxian. Anyu looked gentle and reached out to grab Ning Shu's hand. The smile on Ning Shu's face froze and his hair stood on end. "Thank you for taking care of our family." Anyu grabbed Ning Shu's hand. "Father, Mother missed you so much that she got sick. She recovered as soon as you came back," and Lingyun said coquettishly. Looking at his daughter, Anyu thought of Princess Mingzhu again. He explained to everyone, "This is Princess Mingzhu, King Yan's daughter. Next to her is the young heir." Hearing this, everyone hurriedly knelt down to salute. Princess Mingzhu hurriedly said, "You don't have to be so polite. When I see you, I'm very envious and yearning. I want to integrate into this family." Ning Shu was speechless. The old lady's face changed. She had thought that Princess Mingzhu was an ordinary woman in the civil unrest, but she did not expect that she was a princess of the royal family. Moreover, she was riding on the same horse with her son. Princess Mingzhu will live in the general's mansion for the time being. And you said to everyone. Then he turned to Princess Mingzhu and said, you can treat the general's mansion as your home in the future. Seeing that her father treated Princess Mingzhu so well, and Lingyun stamped her feet and said, Father, you don't love me anymore. You like this princess? Ningxu scolded and Lingyun, don't be rude to the princess. It's okay. Princess Mingzhu hurriedly said, I envy you. When I see you, I think of my family in Yunzhou. They are no longer alive. And Lingyun immediately showed a sympathetic expression and said, it's okay. I'll be your good friend from now on. Princess Mingzhu nodded and smiled. She was very touched. She looked at Yu, who was looking at her with a smile. Ningxu looked at Princess Mingzhu. She was elegant, poetic, gentle, beautiful, weak, strong, brave, and strong. It was as if he wanted to give her all the good things, but it couldn't cover up what she had done. A group of people courteously welcomed Princess Mingzhu into the general's mansion. Ningxu saw that Yu had been comforting Princess Mingzhu the entire time. Even Lingyun and Yu were surrounding her. Ningxu just watched. Seeing the old lady frowning, he smiled faintly. There were some things that she couldn't bear alone. Yu opened a separate courtyard for Princess Mingzhu and added a lot of good things to the courtyard in order to make Princess Mingzhu feel the warmth of home. Yu found Ningxu and asked him to draw some money from his account to make the courtyard more comfortable. After all, Princess Mingzhu was a princess of the royal family. Ningxu almost rolled her eyes. She deeply felt that there was something wrong with Yu's head. He actually brought back an ancestor and made his family unhappy. What a childish act. Why did Yu feel that he was duty-bound to help Princess Mingzhu? Since she was a princess of the royal family, she should stay in the imperial palace instead of living in the houses of her officials. Maybe Princess Mingzhu really didn't know these things. In Yunzhou, Prince Yan was the king, and Princess Mingzhu lived like a princess. No one asked her. Her life was simple and beautiful. After such a family accident, Princess Mingzhu still chose to be simple. She was a pure white lotus, so pure that she didn't know anything about the world and didn't know shame. Ningxu smiled very virtuously and said to Yu, now Lingyun is in charge of the house. If you have anything to say, tell her. I thought that Lingyun is not young anymore, so I let her manage the house. Yu nodded and turned to find Lingyun. Then Lingyun generously gave Princess Mingzhu a large sum of money and even went out to buy things with her. She told Princess Mingzhu not to be polite. Ningxu just smiled faintly when she knew these things. She was so calm as if she was watching a play. The old lady's face darkened, but she couldn't say anything. Didn't she give the money? What if the reputation of treating a princess of the royal family was ruined? What if the Empress Dowager in the imperial palace was dissatisfied? Not everyone was like Princess Mingzhu, who didn't care about worldly opinions. Her son invited the great Buddha back, but she had to kneel down and worship him with tears in her eyes. It was ironic that a princess of the royal family had to be supported by the general's mansion. Moreover, the emperor and the Empress Dowager didn't give any compensation to the general's mansion. They didn't hold a funeral for Prince Yan, and his coffin wasn't brought back to the capital. These things had been forgotten. Princess Mingzhu didn't even burn any paper for her father and the clansmen of Yunzhou. All of them were full of love. A princess of the royal family cried and wanted to be an old man's concubine. After a busy day, Qin Haodong finally made Princess Mingzhu's small courtyard more presentable. Ningxu called Lingyun, who had gone out to play all day, to the front. Looking at his beautiful daughter, who was as beautiful as a butterfly, he felt cold in his heart. Mother, what can I do for you? Lingyun asked Ningxu. Ningxu told Lingyun, make a vegetarian meal for dinner. Princess Mingzhu has just lost her family, so she needs to observe mourning for her family. Lingyun, you are a big girl now. There are some things you should know. The ancients valued filial piety, and filial piety was the most important of all virtues. Filial piety was a measure of a person's character. A strict family would even abstain from sexual intercourse. If a child was born during the mourning period, it would even be a stain on the official's record. From this point of view, Princess Mingzhu was actually a heartless person. If she slept with a man during the mourning period, would the Prince of Yen be angry? However, Princess Mingzhu, who was ignorant of worldly affairs, wouldn't know these things. This was a world of romance. These were all trivial things, so there was no need to pay attention to them. If you have nothing to do, ask your grandmother more. Your grandmother is a great woman, Ning Shu said indifferently. And Ling Yun nodded and went to arrange it. At dinner time, old Madam Shen looked at the vegetarian dishes on the table. Ning Shu asked, "Today is not the 15th day of the month. Why are we eating vegetarian food?" Old Madam Shen believed in Buddhism. Every 15th day of the month, she would eat vegetarian food for a day. She prayed that An Yu, who often went to war, would be safe. She also prayed for An Yu, whose hands were stained with blood, to atone for his sins. Old Madam Shen felt very uncomfortable that she had broken the old madam's rules so rashly. Ning Shu said, "Mother, Princess Mingzhu is in mourning. It is not suitable for her to eat as much as we do." At this time, Princess Mingzhu walked in with the little heir. When she heard Ning Shu's words, she was very touched and said, "Thank you for thinking about me, madam, but I want to integrate into this big family. You don't have to worry about me." Ning Shu, ha ha ha, Ning Shu clearly saw the matriarch's face darken. Chen Shi looked at the delicate and pitiful, fresh and refined Zhu Mingzhu. Her heart felt very uncomfortable. A person who was in her mourning period was living in someone else's home. Chapter 383. Given Princess Mingzhu's status, it was not appropriate for her to live in the general's house. Not only was there a distinction between the ruler and the minister, but there was also the distinction between men and women. She was also an unmarried daughter. She had prepared vegetarian food for her sake so that she could fulfill her filial piety. How could she say that there was no need to care about her? Old Mrs. Shen's face was trembling, and she was so disgusted that she wanted to die. "Princess, don't you like the food I prepared for you?" And Ling Yun felt wronged. She had prepared the food especially for Princess Mingzhu, whose family had already passed away. Princess Mingzhu quickly explained. She was both moved and anxious. "It's not like that. Ling Yun, do you know how touched I am? But I want to be like you. I don't want to be special. Gich doesn't want me here. I want to be part of your family. Your family is so warm, with a kind grandmother, a strong father, and a noble and dignified mother." And Ling Yun forgave Princess Mingzhu immediately. And Yu, who was beside her, said, "Don't worry. Stay with us. We will take good care of you." And Yu, who was dressed in light blue, walked in and said, "Everyone, you don't have to worry about Princess Mingzhu. Treat her as a family. Don't exclude her. Don't give her any special care. Let her feel the warmth of a family." General. Princess Mingzhu looked at An Yu with infatuation. Her eyes were full of affection. But when she saw the dignified and virtuous wife of the general, she began to feel sorry for herself. He already had a wife, a dignified and noble wife. But she still longed for the warmth of his body. She wanted to absorb his warmth. God, please let her feel more of the general's warmth. God, please forgive her greed. Hearing her son's words, the old madam frowned so hard that her eyebrows could be pinched to death. Ning Shu laughed in his heart. And you looked old, but he was still a childish man. Without the guidance of his father, there were no more responsibilities on his shoulders. His mother was tolerant, and his wife gave in to him. And Yu was not influenced by the world. In essence, he was the same as Princess Mingzhu. How could he fight a battle with the intention of avoiding his feelings? How could he fight a battle with a calm heart, ignoring the piles of bones of the soldiers behind him? He, who was invincible, had lost the battle. He was ashamed and tortured by his feelings, so he wanted to commit suicide. However, Princess Mingzhu came, so they decided to live. Then she ran back and said that she wanted to be with him. Ningxu only wanted to ask, "Where is your face? Why is your face so thick?" And Yu was a man who was shameless as an old man, unrighteous as a husband, disrespectful as a father, unfilial as a son, and unwise as a minister. He was a man who looked like a genius on the outside but was rotten on the inside. Usually, it was not obvious, but when something happened, his character would be exposed incisively and vividly. For example, when it came to Princess Mingzhu, he was completely brainless. Ningxu said, "The princess has a noble status. How can she be the same as us? It's the same. Why would it be different? I want to be friends with everyone. We are all equal," Princess Mingzhu said firmly. Ningxu was speechless. And Yu looked at Princess Mingzhu with brighter eyes, while Lingyun looked at her with admiration. Ningxu narrowed his eyes and looked at his children. He had to do something. Everyone sat down, and the atmosphere was rather strange. The old madam, Chen Shi, had a long face, but Yu did not feel it. He smiled as he watched his children chatter with Zhu Mingzhu. Ningxu saw that Madame Shin's hands were trembling as she held the chopsticks tightly. Obviously, she was trying her best to restrain herself. Ningxu looked around and saw the little heir sitting next to Princess Mingzhu. The little heir was thin and looked tired. He looked weak when he was eating. He had not said a word since he entered the general's mansion. But Princess Mingzhu did not see it. She only had love in her heart. Love, she told the little heir to rebuild King Yan's mansion every day, but she did not expect that her behavior would completely ruin the little heir's future. She slept with a man during the mourning period and went to the battlefield. She was the princess of the royal family, but she insisted on being the concubine. With a sister like this, the little heir would face all kinds of colored eyes. This shame would be branded on him for the rest of his life. "Oh, your great love." Ningxu ate very little. After the meal, they went back to their own courtyards. Princess Mingzhu looked at Yu in a daze. Seeing her like this, Yu's heart moved as if something had broken. With extreme joy and strong uneasiness, he said in a dry voice, "Princess, have a good rest." Hearing this, Princess Mingzhu felt as if she had received the whole world. She held the little heir's hand and went to her own courtyard. Perhaps Yu had really regarded Princess Mingzhu as his daughter before. But having such a beautiful woman who loved him, compared to the dignified Wei Lingxian, Princess Mingzhu's naivety brought a different excitement to him. Yu followed Ningxu to Ningxu's courtyard. Seeing that Yu seemed to want to sleep with him, Ningxu became a Spartan. Neither Yu nor Ningxu spoke. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Ningxu said, "My husband must be tired. Rest early." Yu didn't seem to have the intention to roll around in bed either. He lay down with Ningxu. Ningxu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not need to sleep with her. This was someone else's husband, not hers. Although they were husband and wife physically, their souls belonged to her. She was only here to complete the mission. After completing the mission, she would leave this world. She had no right to use this body to do anything against reason. It was like a strange question. If one day, your mother and your girlfriend exchanged souls, you had to have sex to get rid of this state. Would your sex be the mother's body with your girlfriend's soul, or your sex be the mother's soul with your girlfriend's body? It was difficult to choose because both were immoral. Ningxu turned over with her back facing Yu. She kept thinking about how to complete the mission. Since entering this world, Ningxu had been in a state of dissociation because she did not have a definite goal to strive for. She did not know what the original owner of this body wanted at all, so she was also in a state of confusion. Ningxu scratched her head. She calmed herself down and put herself in Wei Lingxian's shoes. If she were Wei Lingxian, she would be a genuine feudal woman. She was born dependent on men. Society had a lot of restrictions on women and required them to be faithful to one man. This kind of thinking was deeply rooted in Wei Lingxian's mind. Then it would be impossible for her to get divorced. Women who were divorced by their husbands would have to bear a lot of pressure in society. Some women even chose to commit suicide because they were too ashamed to live. Therefore, even if An Yu hurt her deeply, An Yu was still her husband. Chapter 384. Ning Shu cursed in his heart. Why did he accept such a mission? Ning Shu wasn't really a woman from a feudal society. Even if he put himself in her shoes, he would still be biased. Besides, Ning Shu didn't want to give Wei Lingxian an ending that she couldn't accept. Ning Shu was a modern person. Fuck, she could cripple An Yu, tear Mary Sue apart, get a divorce, or find a man who truly loved her. But circumstances didn't allow it. Besides, this man could be found easily. Wei Lingxian, who would truly love and get a divorce, wasn't tempted. It wasn't that Wei Lingxian wasn't good, but the circumstances were. Therefore, she had to protect her position as the wife. She couldn't do anything wrong and make public opinion side with her. There was also Wei Lingxian's son and daughter. Ning Shu didn't know what to do with them. These two children were undoubtedly ingrates. They were both on Princess Mingzhu's side and even criticized their own mother for Princess Mingzhu's sake. Ning Shu was also bitterly disappointed in the two children. However, they were Wei Lingxian's flesh and blood. Wei Lingxian had painstakingly raised them with joy. It was instinctive to protect one's children. Even if these two children hurt Wei Lingxian deeply, would Wei Lingxian be willing to see the mission enforcers bully her children? She could scold and hit her own children, but others couldn't touch them. When she was the empress, Ning Shu changed the little kid's fate and made him the emperor. Empress Xiao Xiao even gave her the halo of an empress. Obviously, in the hearts of most women, children were very important. Blood ties couldn't be cut. Fuck, he really wanted to die. What kind of mission was this? 2333, what kind of mission did you accept? Ning Shu was furious. He vented his anger at 2333. How many times have you tricked me, 2333, this kind of mission is random. It has nothing to do with me, 2333 said. I can only try my best to figure out Wei Lingxian's thoughts. Then what do you think Wei Lingxian wants? Ning Shu asked 2333. I'm just a system. How would I understand the thoughts of humans, especially the thoughts of women? Ning Shu, holy shit, Ning Shu was at a loss the whole night. She pulled out a lot of her hair, but in her heart, she was thinking, what's the point of a woman's life? Marry, have children, work hard for a family, and in the end, these men won't take it to heart. So much so that when they met their true love, they would immediately forget about all these years of mutual help. Wasn't it good to live a peaceful life? Why did he have to make so many uncontrollable feelings? Live a peaceful life? Ning Shu suddenly had an idea. Right, Wei Lingxian hated Princess Mingzhu the most. Because of Princess Mingzhu's appearance, everyone in the general's mansion had fallen into hysteria. Their love and hatred had expanded infinitely. A father is not a father, and a son is not a son. Father and son are fighting over a woman. The entire general's mansion was destroyed because of this woman. What Wei Lingxian wanted the most was to return to the days without Princess Mingzhu. Although she worked hard to manage the general's mansion, she still had to worry about An Yu, who was away on an expedition. However, Wei Lingxian's heart was calm and peaceful. All a woman wanted was a home, a stable home. Those were the best days of Wei Lingxian's life. Ning Shu let out a long breath. Her erratic heart calmed down. At least she had a goal to strive for. Why aren't you sleeping? An Yu's voice rang out beside her. Ning Shu shifted to the side and said, General, I'm worried about An Yu. What's An Yu worried about? An Yu's voice was hoarse from waking up. Ning Shu was speechless. She said, and Yu is already 17 years old. He's about to get married and have children, but he doesn't have a job. He doesn't have any fame or fortune. I remember that you were already on the battlefield when you were 17. And Yu grunted. That's true. Ning Shu said, so I was wondering if I could find a job for Yu. He likes to practice martial arts. I want him to join the army. Join the army? Are you willing? I don't think mother will agree, Yu said. He's not my child. What's there to be reluctant about? Ning Shu was silent. Yu said he would think about it. At breakfast the next day, Yu told the old madam that Yu should join the army. The old madam didn't agree. Joining the army for 2 or 3 months and not seeing her grandson made the old madam's heart ache. Yu obviously didn't expect her father to suddenly ask her to join the army. Yu looked at the gentle Princess Mingzhu. Princess Mingzhu exclaimed and covered her mouth. She said to Yu, it's so dangerous to join the army. Why do you want Yu to join the army? Ning Shu smiled gracefully and said in an extremely dignified manner, it's a man's duty to protect the country and fulfill his ambitions. Princess, why can't Yu join the army? Princess Mingzhu looked at Ning Shu in astonishment. She said, but Yu is your son. How can you ignore his life and death? Princess Mingzhu frowned tightly. Her face was full of, how can you be so cold-blooded? The old madam didn't look happy. She was dissatisfied with Ning Shu. The old madam was old and not as decisive as she was when she was young. When she was young, she also pushed her son Yu into the battlefield and became the general of Jinwei today. But Princess Mingzhu's words made her want to kill Yu immediately. Ning Shu looked at Princess Mingzhu. Her casual actions and words would cause a huge dispute and sharp confrontation. Was she really innocent, or did she bring trouble to others with this kind of personality? Ning Shu wanted Yu to leave the general's mansion so that Yu wouldn't be caught in the whirlpool of father and son fighting for a daughter. Ning Shu looked at Yu and asked, Yu, what do you think? Don't you want to be like your father? Yu looked at Princess Mingzhu, but Princess Mingzhu was looking at Yu. Ning Shu looked at Yu. Princess Mingzhu had just arrived at the general's mansion yesterday, but Yu was already like this. Princess Mingzhu was really charming. Her gentle and weak appearance made men want to protect her the most. Yu said, I'll think about it. Ning Shu didn't say anything. He really didn't want to care about these 2 children, especially when he thought about the plot in the novel. It was simply too frustrating. As soon as Princess Mingzhu dropped Jin Daodu, everyone began to criticize her. Princess Mingzhu knew that she was wrong, but she wouldn't change. They were true love, and they didn't do anything wrong. She tried to use an apology to erase all the hurt. In fact, it was really scary to think about it. You couldn't avoid it because she would constantly confess to you, over and over again, and unconsciously stab you in the heart again and again. During breakfast, old Madame Fu's expression was gloomy. Moreover, she displayed it openly for Ning Shu to see. Usually, the old madam wouldn't show such a face to her daughter-in-law, which meant that she was really dissatisfied. Chapter 385. After breakfast, Ning Shu followed the old lady into the room. The old lady sat in a chair and drank tea, ignoring Ning Shu. Ning Shu walked over and poured a cup of tea for the old lady. He said calmly, Mother is angry that I sent Yu to the army. The old lady snorted. Ning Shu didn't care about the old lady's angry face. He said carefully, I'll tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Mother should know what kind of person I am. I've called you mother for more than 20 years. You're like my real mother. I have no choice but to do this. The old lady's face softened a little. She couldn't put down her pride and said, Why do you have to send Yu to the army? Ning Shu pursed his lips and said, Everyone in the general's mansion is different from Princess Mingzhu. Princess Mingzhu is an unmarried woman. If her reputation is damaged in the general's mansion, the Empress Dowager will blame us. How can the general's mansion bear the responsibility? And you and Princess Mingzhu are about the same age. Especially now that Princess Mingzhu is still in her mourning period, it will be a big scandal. I'm taking precautions. As Ning Shu spoke, he showed a distressed and helpless expression. And you is my son. How can I not feel distressed? But for the general's mansion and to train in you, I didn't sleep last night. After thinking it over and over again, I can only do this. The old lady frowned. She held the cane in her hand and kept turning it. Obviously, she was thinking about the consequences of this matter. Finally, she hit the cane and said, "Let's do it." The old lady asked Yu to send Yu to the army as quickly as possible. Moreover, it was the army of Lizhou, which was some distance away from the capital. The army of Lizhou was the most valiant of all the armies, and they were all veterans. If Yu, a pretty boy, didn't work hard, he would be miserable. And Yu meant to put Yu in the agile cavalry battalion in the capital. After all, he could take care of Yu. However, Ning Shu was determined to put Yu in Lizhou. How could they meet in the capital all the time? The old lady glanced at Princess Mingzhu and saw that her grandson looked at Princess Mingzhu differently. She immediately nodded, waved her hand, and sent her away. If this drags on, I'm afraid something bad will happen. Ning Shu did this on purpose. He wanted to make Yu suffer and take her mother's care for her as a matter of course. It was like raising a wolf for nothing. Before Yu could confess, she was packed up and sent away. Perhaps she had some vague feelings for Princess Mingzhu, whom she had only met a few times. Even if it's just a hazy feeling, I'm going to grind it out for you. And you wouldn't die. After all, he was the supporting male lead. But even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Once Yu left, Ning Shu felt much more relaxed. He looked at the elegant and refined Princess Mingzhu and smiled. Especially when he heard Princess Mingzhu ask Ning Shu, "Why didn't you send Yu off?" Ning Shu's smile became even more dignified. "Junzhu may not know, but if us womenfolk go, it will make the soldiers of Lizhou look down on Yu. In the future, they will target Yu even more." Ming Zhu's face was filled with disapproval. "Since you know those people have bad intentions, why did you send Yu over?" Ning Shu was speechless. He couldn't communicate with her. After Yu left for a while, Ning Shu found that there was something wrong with Yu. He was often in a daze. He was either distressed or had an irrepressible sweetness. Ning Shu knew that some things were bound to happen eventually. This was the plot and couldn't be resisted. What Ning Shu had to do was to minimize the damage. In order to prevent the general's mansion from falling apart, Ning Shu chose to protect the two children and give up Yu. And Ling Yun and Princess Mingzhu became good friends. And Ling Yun had the power to manage the mansion and often spent some money to buy things with Princess Mingzhu. Princess Mingzhu lived in Yunzhou and lived a very rich life. She had a good taste and bought expensive and rare things. And Ling Yun also spent a lot of money. When the old lady occasionally checked the account book, she was shocked and hurriedly asked Ning Shu to go over. Ning Shu looked at the account book and then looked at the uneasy Ling Yun. Princess Mingzhu was standing next to Ling Yun delicately. "Ling Yun, where did the money go? You are a member of the Guan family and the livelihood of the entire general's mansion is in your hands. If you use the money, the entire general's mansion may have no food to eat," Ning Shu said to Ling Yun in a calm tone. And Ling Yun twisted her handkerchief with her fingers and lowered her head, unable to say a word for a long time. "What happened?" And Yu walked in and asked. As soon as Yu came in, Princess Mingzhu's eyes were fixed on him. And Yu met her eyes and immediately looked away. Princess Mingzhu looked sad. And Yu's heart ached, but he forced himself to endure it. Ning Shu told Yu what happened. And Yu frowned and didn't say anything. Ning Shu said again, "Ling Yun, there should be a record of every expenditure. What did you buy with the money? You are not young anymore. You can't be so capricious." Seeing that her good friend was being scolded, Countess Mingzhu suddenly knelt down, which shocked everyone in the room. Ning Shu reacted first and knelt down. The old lady hesitated for a moment and also knelt down. Seeing that his mother knelt down, and Yu also knelt down. And Ling Yun was at a loss and didn't know what had happened. Seeing everyone in the room kneel down, she knelt down as well. Please forgive us. You are a princess. How can you kneel in front of us? We don't deserve it. Ning Shu said, if the Empress Dowager knows that you have been wronged in the general's mansion, the general's mansion will be blamed. Please forgive us. Princess Mingzhu's heart ached when she saw An Yu kneeling in front of her. Was this the distance between her and the god? She didn't care about being a princess at all. Even if she wanted to stay with the god like a cat or a dog, she wanted to be with him. However, he had a graceful wife, a pair of children, and the warmth she yearned for in the general's mansion. Mingzhu's words were stuck in her throat. Finally, she said, Madam, please don't blame Ling Yun. She went out with me. If it's because of money, I'm willing to take out my money. Please don't blame Ling Yun. Damn it. It's not a matter of money. I educated my daughter. It's none of your business. With Ning Shu's bad temper, he would have whipped her long ago. However, in this task, she had to keep calm to avoid falling into the crazy and depressing situation of the host. Hearing that Mingzhu pleaded for her, and Ling Yun was grateful. And Yu looked at Princess Mingzhu and felt that she was the kindest and purest woman he had ever met. However, there were too many things between them. Once they took a step forward, everything would be destroyed. Chapter 386. The matter of money was left unsettled. And Yu personally said that it was not a big deal and that it was not a big deal to buy something for Princess Mingzhu. When Ning Shu heard this, he sneered in his heart. Damn, the entire general's mansion owed Princess Mingzhu. If she said no now, would there be a rumor tomorrow that the general's mansion mistreated the orphan? Damn, it was simply infuriating. However, he still had to keep a smile on his face. The aura of calmness flowed into his heart, making Ning Shu feel like he was in a world of ice and fire. The old madam was so angry that her whole body was trembling, but An Yu, as her son, did not notice. Ning Shu originally wanted to work with the old madam to destroy Princess Mingzhu and protect the general's mansion before this matter was exposed. Going against Princess Mingzhu was actually going against the entire royal family, so he had to be careful with his strategy. However, the little heir suddenly fell ill and fainted in the school. This time, Princess Mingzhu went crazy. The little heir was the future of King Yan's mansion, so she cried for the imperial physician to save her brother. Ning Shu looked at Princess Mingzhu, who was crying her heart out as if the sky was falling down. Ning Shu rolled her eyes. She usually did not care about her younger brother, but she rushed all the way from Yunzhou to the capital. As soon as she reached the capital, she let the little heir enter the royal school. Usually, she only knew to tell the little heir that she wanted to revitalize King Yan's mansion. On Mingzhu's birthday, the little heir did not go to school and went to buy a gift for his sister. He was actually beaten by Mingzhu. After explaining, Mingzhu hugged the little heir and cried as she apologized. The little heir was traumatized. The imperial physician diagnosed that the little heir had caught a cold, which was contagious. In ancient times, colds were fatal. Seeing Mingzhu's desperate and sad look, An Yu insisted on staying to take care of the little heir despite the old madam's objection. Looking at An Yu's proactive attitude, she guessed that even her own mother did not receive such treatment when she was sick. Therefore, An Yu stayed in Mingzhu's courtyard all day long. The two of them were originally affectionate. After the little heir fell ill, the two of them almost broke through the window paper between them. However, their actions were filled with the sweetness of lovers. Ning Shu felt that she needed to have a good talk with her daughter. Last time, it was because of the money. After dinner, Ning Shu took An Ling Yun for a walk. Ning Shu looked at An Ling Yun's pretty face. The original owner really did spoil his children. Instead, he let them grow up to be so ignorant. Coupled with the influence of the main character aura, they basically didn't have the ability to think. Ning Shu had seen many brainless people kneeling under the halo. However, Ning Shu didn't know how to communicate with An Ling Yun. Teaching her a lesson would only cause her to have a rebellious mentality. If he was gentle, she wouldn't learn from her mistakes. She wouldn't know pain until the stick hit her. And Lingyun and Ning Shu strolled like this. When they passed by the fake mountain, they heard a sound coming from the shadows. Ning Shu stopped and asked Lingyun to keep quiet. It seemed to be in Yu's voice. There are many things that we can ignore, but there are many things that we can't ignore. To me, you're too beautiful, too good, too young, and too noble. You're a princess of the imperial family, and I'm already 40 years old. I have a wife and children. I can't give you a perfect love. Since I can't give you that, I still let myself go and provoke you. I deserve to die. Princess Mingzhu was in great pain. You've returned to your original world. All the responsibilities, family ties, status, are surrounding you. Don't worry, I still have this little bit of pride. I won't pester you. What are you talking about? And Yu's handsome face was filled with pain. He grabbed her wrist and shook her. If you can't truly understand my heart, I'm not thinking about myself now. I'm thinking about you. Your future, it's more important than my own matters. I love someone, but it doesn't mean that I have the right to destroy them. Princess Mingzhu's eyes shone brightly. Princess Mingzhu cried and laughed at the same time. Her voice trembled. I'm satisfied to hear you say that you love me. You said the word love. You said your true heart. That's enough. And you, I love you too. I'll always remember the first time we met. You rode a horse and rushed over like a god descending from the sky to save me. From that day on, in my heart, you became my master, my god, my faith, my love, and my heart's connection. I can't help it. I'm just like that. So, if you want me to keep a distance from you, fine. If you want me to control my gaze, fine. If you want me to talk to you as little as possible, there's only one thing that you can't control, and you can't control me. That's my heart. Princess Mingzhu looked at Yu with infatuation. The tears in her eyes had turned into 2 clusters of flames. There was a kind of power burning fiercely toward Yu. With a resolute expression, she said, I'll never take back the love I've given you, and I'll never repent. Even if it's just a game to you, it's an eternity to me. And Yu looked at Princess Mingzhu. His pupils were trembling. He was too shocked. After she said such a thing, he couldn't say anything else. Compared with her indomitable spirit, how shabby had he become? And Yu felt ashamed of his inferiority in front of her. Amidst the feeling of inferiority, there was also the most intense, most painful, most heartbreaking love. He had never experienced this kind of love in his life. And Yu gazed at Princess Mingzhu. Under the moonlight, her face was glowing like a pearl. There was deep affection and despair on her face. And Yu couldn't speak or think. He was completely immersed in an unprecedented shock. He had such sincere, pure, and passionate love. He was terrified, but he was also glad. Ning Shu was speechless. Master, my God, my faith, what the hell was this? After hearing Princess Mingzhu's words, Ning Shu's teeth were so sore that he couldn't even feel them. She was honest and shameless. Ning Shu's worldview was completely refreshed. They. And Lingyun pointed at the 2 people over there. Ning Shu looked over and saw that Yu and Mingzhu were already hugging and kissing each other. Ning Shu pulled Lingyun, who was in a daze, away and pulled her into his room. And Lingyun was so angry that her face turned ashen. How could Mingzhu do this? How could she snatch father away? I've always treated her as my sister-in-law in my heart. Ning Shu's face darkened. And Lingyun immediately shut her mouth, but her expression was still full of anger. She was angry that Mingzhu had lied to her. Ning Shu looked at the indignant Lingyun. At this time, Lingyun didn't speak up for her. She didn't even speak up for her mother. How could she save such a child? She was most afraid of meeting such a simple-minded and brainless person who would hurt her deeply. Ning Shu felt very tired. Chapter 387. Ning Shu didn't expect them to express their feelings so quickly. How long had it been? Princess Mingzhu had only been in the general's mansion for a little more than a month. This made the two of them burn with passion. They could no longer suppress the feelings in their hearts. And Yuming was aware of his responsibilities, identity, and status, but he still did not hesitate. He no longer suppressed his surging emotions and threw himself into this passionate love like a moth darting into a flame. Princess Mingzhu was even more so. Her god, her master, and her master responded to her feelings, which was enough to make her wild with joy. Ning Shu was a bystander. He couldn't see how desperate the love between them was. He only felt disgusted. He couldn't understand why such a love was respected and supported by everyone in the end. Logic was fed to the dogs. And Ling Yun was angry that Princess Mingzhu lied to her. She took a detour when she saw Princess Mingzhu. Especially when Ling Yun saw Princess Mingzhu's bright red face and her incomparably beautiful appearance, she was so angry that she could not vent her anger. When Princess Mingzhu saw her good friend treat her like this, she was still happy that her feelings were reciprocated. Her heart gradually cooled down. She wanted everyone's blessings, especially Ling Yun, who was Yu's daughter. Mingzhu wept as she stopped Ling Yun and asked, "Ling Yun, why are you treating me like this? Did I do something wrong? If I did something wrong, please tell me. You ignoring me like this makes me feel very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. I don't want to lose a friend like you, I beg you." And Ling Yun waved her hand away and said coldly, "Princess, I treated you as a friend, but I didn't expect you to like my father." Princess Mingzhu was shocked and depressed when she heard Ling Yun say what she had tried so hard to hide. She shook her head and said painfully, "Ling Yun, I didn't want to lie to you, but I really couldn't help it. I fell in love with your father without knowing where it came from. I couldn't suppress my feelings. Even if there was a cliff in front of me, I would jump down without hesitation." And Ling Yun was shocked. But, my mother." And Ling Yun struggled. That was her father, her mother's husband. Princess Mingzhu grabbed Ling Yun's hand and said humbly, "Ling Yun, I have never thought of destroying your family. I just want to stay by your father's side and watch him from afar. I just want to watch him from afar." And Ling Yun was speechless. She looked at Princess Mingzhu's beautiful face and the tears on her eyelashes. She looked very pitiful. And Ling Yun's heart softened. "I really lose to you." Princess Mingzhu laughed and cried at the same time. She grabbed Ling Yun's hand and said, "Ling Yun, thank you for forgiving me. Thank you. I'm just shocked by you." And Ling Yun shook her head, looking like she couldn't do anything about it. Ning Shu, who was standing in the corridor not far away, clutched his chest and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "She wanted to be your little mother. How could you forgive her so easily?" The veins on Ning Shu's forehead bulged when he saw the two of them holding hands again. How could Princess Mingzhu be so shameless as to say such things? She looked so pure and innocent. She snatched someone else's husband and did it without hesitation. Didn't Ling Yun have the ability to distinguish between right and wrong? He felt so stifled. Ning Shu hammered his chest. He had lived long enough to see things like this. "Madam?" Zhu looked at Ning Shu worriedly. "Madam, are you all right?" "I'm fine." "Go and find old madam." Ning Shu coughed and went to find old madam. Ning Shu wanted to protect the general's residence, not destroy it. The general's residence was already a small boat in a storm. She couldn't sink the boat just to take revenge on some people. The general's residence was where Wei Lingxian could settle down. Therefore, he had to find an ally. And old madam was an ally. Old madam had lost her father and supported the entire family on her own. She had also found a virtuous wife like Wei Lingxian for Yu so that Yu could focus on his career. Old madam was the best at manipulating people. All these years, She had never argued with Wei Lingxian. Wei Lingxian was filial and virtuous, and she had never interfered in the matters between An Yu and Wei Lingxian. Even if An Yu didn't have a concubine in his backyard, old madam didn't mind. This made Wei Lingxian feel even more respect for her mother-in-law. Ning Shu walked into old madam's courtyard and heard her personal maid say that she was taking a nap. Ning Shu didn't say anything and waited outside for her to wake up. The maid brought a stool for Ning Shu, and Ning Shu sat down with a faint smile. Ning Shu waited for almost 2 hours before there was movement in the room. It was obvious that old madam had just woken up. After a while, the maid called Ning Shu in. Ning Shu reached out to straighten his clothes before walking in. Old madam was drinking tea when she saw Ning Shu's red eyes. She was stunned for a moment before she asked, "What's wrong?" "Mother, I have something to say to you in private," Ning Shu said. Old madam had all the maids in the room leave before Ning Shu said, "Go ahead. There's nothing that can't be said between us." Ning Shu told old madam everything he saw last night. When old madam heard this, her hand that was holding the teacup trembled, and the tea spilled out. Ning Shu stepped forward, took the teacup from old madam's hand, and placed it on the table. Old madam looked very tired. "Why doesn't An Yu know his place? What will you and Princess Mingzhu do if he does this?" Old madam's expression was uncertain. "You can't do this." Ning Shu was not surprised at old madam's attitude. A widowed woman raising her eldest son must have gone through unimaginable hardships. Old madam had a lot to do with the fact that old madam could make the general's mansion what it was today. It was impossible for a princess of the royal family to be a concubine of a general. This was a challenge to the authority of the royal family. If An Yu divorced his wife and remarried, he would definitely be blamed for Qin Shimi. Besides, Wei Lingxian didn't do anything excessive. She didn't violate the rule of 7 divorces. She even gave birth to 2 children and took good care of the general's mansion. Old madam was famous for being virtuous. If she divorced Wei Lingxian, what would people think of the general's mansion? Old madam was a woman who had lost her husband, so she cared a lot about her reputation. Princess Mingzhu was also an ignorant person. If she could bear the responsibility of being the first wife of the general's mansion, she would be born to be a concubine. That was why old madam was so against Mingzhu and An Yu in the plot. However, old madam was more rational, while the original owner fell into endless pain and depression, which made her behavior a little crazy. The room was silent for a moment. Ning Shu and old madam didn't speak. The atmosphere was so heavy that it made people hold their breaths. Old madam closed her eyes. When she opened them, she looked at Ning Shu and asked, "What do you think we should do about this?" Chapter 388. The old lady asked for Ning Shu's opinion. If this matter was not handled well, it would be a disaster for the general's mansion. The old lady couldn't suppress her anger and disappointment, but she held it back. She pulled the beads in her hand quickly. Her son had done such an irresponsible thing at his age. The old lady had a shadow in her heart when she saw the 2 of them riding on the same horse. If An Yu was unmarried and a royal princess married his son, it would be good for his son's future. But now Princess Mingzhu might bring disaster to the general's mansion. The old lady tried her best to steady her breath. Ning Shu asked, "Lingxian, what do you think?" "I'm in a mess. I'm afraid that something will happen to the general's mansion. If Princess Mingzhu was not a royal princess, I would marry her for An Yu. But Princess Mingzhu is the descendant of King Yan. She is still in mourning. I'm afraid that the Empress Dowager will blame the general's mansion." Ning Shu looked depressed and sad. "I sent An Yu away before, but I didn't expect An Yu to be like this. I didn't expect An Yu to, Mother, what do you think?" Ning Shu kicked the ball to the old lady again. "I have no idea now. The general's mansion, An Yu, Princess Mingzhu, and Lingyun, who is Princess Mingzhu's friend." The old lady pulled the beads faster and faster. Finally, the beads scattered and the round beads rolled on the ground. The old lady suddenly opened her eyes. "You go to the palace with me. Ning Shu thought so. Even if Princess Mingzhu wanted to go to the battlefield, she couldn't run out of the general's mansion. Ning Shu went back to his yard and put on the third-rank noble lady's robe. When he came out, the old lady had already put on the robe and got on the carriage. Ning Shu handed the token to the palace and helped the old lady to the Empress Dowager's palace. After paying respects to the Empress Dowager asked about Princess Mingzhu. The old lady said respectfully, "Princess Mingzhu is very good. I'm afraid that I didn't take good care of her and neglected her." The Empress Dowager said with a smile, "Mingzhu is not a picky child. Please take care of her." The old lady's face darkened for a moment. Ning Shu watched from the side. He wondered how this absurd and illogical thing could happen. Why should the general's mansion support Princess Mingzhu? The matriarch hesitated for a moment before saying, "Empress Dowager, this subject's wife is afraid because this subject's grandson, Anyu, is planning to get married. Furthermore, Princess Mingzhu is still in mourning. This subject's wife is somewhat afraid that this happy occasion will offend Yan Wangying's spirit." When the Empress Dowager heard this, she was in a trance for a moment. She seemed to have just remembered that Princess Mingzhu was still in mourning. Ning Shu was too tired to complain. In this world, other than love, everything else could be ignored. The old lady said a few more words to the Empress Dowager. Seeing that the Empress Dowager was already tired, she tactfully excused herself. From the beginning to the end, Ning Shu didn't say anything. He just accompanied the old lady. Coming out of the palace, the old lady's figure was a little hunched. Ning Shu felt that this old lady was quite strong. Anyu was an unfilial son. Like father, like son. Wei Lingxian's child was also like this. He resented his own mother for a woman. The old lady went to rest as soon as she returned to the manor. Ning Shu was wondering when the Empress Dowager would call Princess Mingzhu back to the palace. Ever since Anyu and Mingzhu revealed their relationship, Anyu rarely came to Ning Shu's courtyard at night. Anyu was afraid that Princess Mingzhu would be angry. After receiving such a warm and sincere feeling, Anyu realized that he only respected his wife and didn't love her. She slept in the study every night, saying that she was reading military books. Ning Shu pretended that he didn't know anything. It was better for her to sleep alone. Not long after, the Empress Dowager sent someone to the general's mansion. She said that the King of Yen was about to reach the 7th day of his life. The emperor had asked an eminent monk to perform a ritual. As the King of Yan's descendants, Princess Mingzhu and the Crown Prince should go to the palace. Anyu and Mingzhu heard the news. At night, Anyu sneaked into Mingzhu's courtyard. Seeing Mingzhu crying alone, he was heartbroken. He hugged Mingzhu from behind. Mingzhu was shocked and struggled. "Mingzhu, it's me," Anyu said in a low voice. Mingzhu immediately stopped struggling and just cried. Anyu turned Mingzhu's body. Seeing Mingzhu's tears falling like rain, his heart ached even more. He couldn't help kissing Mingzhu's eyes. "Don't cry. Do you know that seeing you cry makes me feel so useless? I want to kill myself." "No." Mingzhu covered Anyu's mouth. "I won't allow you to say that. I'm going to the palace tomorrow. Anyu, I don't want to leave you. I don't want to go to the palace. I feel like I'm going to die if I leave the general's mansion and you." Anyu said, "It's okay. You'll come back." Mingzhu hugged Anyu. "I'm happy, but I'm also in pain. Anyu, I'll work hard to make everyone recognize us." "Mingzhu, you're so nice." The next day, Ning Shu looked at Anyu and Princess Mingzhu. The two of them were like White Snake who was going to be locked in Leifeng Pagoda. Princess Mingzhu cried in front of the nanny sent by the Empress Dowager. She went to the palace to kowtow to the dead King of Yen. Why did her father perform a ritual as if she was going to die? The nanny didn't know what to say. Anyu looked like he was enduring the pain. Ning Shu thought he was constipated. Although the two of them were in pain, the carriage still left. And you couldn't help but take a few steps as if you wanted to chase after the carriage. Princess Mingzhu lifted the curtain in the carriage. When she saw Yu standing at the gate of the general's mansion, she burst into tears. The old lady's face was dark all the time. Ning Shu was watching the show. He was not moved. He only felt inexplicable and disgusted. Since Princess Mingzhu entered the palace, Yu had become very dispirited. He sighed sorrowfully and was often in a daze. He was lovesick that only Princess Mingzhu could cure. Moreover, he had lost weight. Ning Shu thought it was too exaggerated. One day apart felt like 3 years. The religious rite lasted for 7 days, and it was time for Princess Mingzhu to come back. Yu had been waiting at the entrance of the general's mansion since early in the morning. He had cleaned himself up and looked handsome, completely different from the decadent look he had shown a few days ago. However, Yu didn't see Princess Mingzhu at the gate of the general's mansion until it was dark. He didn't eat or drink for the whole day. Ning Shu thought, so affectionate, so touched. Damn. The old lady asked Ning Shu to invite Yu into the mansion for dinner. Ning Shu went to invite Yu, but Yu ignored Ning Shu and looked in the direction of the palace. Ning Shu said, "You can eat or not." Without Princess Mingzhu in the general's mansion, Ning Shu could eat and sleep well. However, in front of the old lady, Ning Shu pretended to be very worried about Yu. It seemed that he couldn't eat and only ate the dishes. Chapter 389. The sky gradually darkened, but Yu had been waiting at the gate of the general's mansion. Seeing her father like this, Lingyun immediately felt distressed. At the same time, she was also moved by the sincere relationship between her father and Princess Mingzhu. Ning Shu saw the expression on Lingyun's face and was moved and shocked. Ning Shu's hands were itching to slap her face. What position did she place her mother in? Lingyun ran to the gate and said to her father, "Father, go in and eat something first." Lingyun waved her hand and didn't say anything. Lingyun lifted her skirt and ran into the general's mansion. She said to Ning Shu, "Mother, go and persuade father. Father's body won't be able to take it if he continues like this." Ning Shu was speechless. At this moment, Ning Shu didn't know what to do at all. Fuck, even if Yu died, it had nothing to do with her. It was better for him to die quickly, die quickly. Lingyun saw Ning Shu's cold face and didn't say anything. Finally, she sighed. Ning Shu sneered in his heart. "Soon, you won't have the mood to care about these sad things. And you kept waiting like this." The old lady stood at the gate with her walking stick and looked at Yu. She sighed and kept muttering, "Evil creature, evil creature." In the end, it was Princess Mingzhu who bribed a little eunuch in the palace. The little eunuch found the general's mansion and said to Yu, who was guarding the gate, "General Zhenwei, Princess Mingzhu was left in the palace by the Empress Dowager. She can't leave the palace until the princess is out of service. Princess Mingzhu asked you to find a way to save her. And you had been hungry for a day and hadn't eaten anything." When he heard this, his body shook twice. He grabbed the little eunuch's body and shook it. He roared, "How could this be? How could this be?" The little eunuch was shocked by Yu's shaking. He quickly said, "I don't know. I don't know anything." And Yu's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Ning Shu exclaimed and hurriedly ran over. He kicked Yu without leaving a trace, but Yu didn't have any reaction. It seemed that he had fainted. Old Madame Fu's face was full of anxiety and worry. She also expected better from Yu. Yu was almost 30 years old, but he was like a young boy, risking his life for a woman. Yu, who had fainted, was brought in. He fed him some water and called for the doctor. The doctor said that he was too angry and weak. In any case, Ning Shu just kept feeding Yu water. Father is so pitiful. And Lingyun clenched her fists. He can't meet Princess Mingzhu. Father, you have to wake up. Princess Mingzhu is still waiting for you to save her, and Lingyun said to the unconscious Yu. Ning Shu was speechless. How could there be such an unscrupulous person? Fuck. Was the Empress Dowager in the Imperial Palace going to kill Princess Mingzhu or something? She actually wanted to save her in the Imperial Palace. These words were really disgraceful. How did this child grow up? How did the original owner teach his child? Old Madame Fu stroked her chest as if she was about to have a heart attack. Ning Shu hurriedly asked the maid to help old Madame Fu to rest. Old Madame Fu didn't force him. She said that if Yu woke up, she would send someone to inform her. Ning Shu nodded. Ning Shu said coldly to Lingyun, "You also go to rest. I'll look after your father." Seeing Ning Shu like this, Lingyun said with some indignation, "Mother, why do you think the Empress Dowager doesn't let Princess Mingzhu return to the general's mansion?" Ning Shu wanted to roll his eyes. He wondered if Lingyun was living in a feudal society where the emperor's orders were greater than heaven. Did the Empress Dowager need to explain to you what she wanted to do? Princess Mingzhu is a princess of the royal family. What's wrong with her living in the imperial palace? For example, you are a member of the general's mansion. If you live in the general's mansion, why don't you live in the minister's mansion? Ning Shu said coldly. But. And Lingyun said again, but Princess Mingzhu has already treated the general's mansion as her own home. If you treat the minister's mansion as your home, then the minister's mansion is your home? Ning Shu's tone became colder. She was simply a muddle-headed person. And Lingyun felt very uncomfortable after being scolded by Ning Shu. Mother, don't you like Princess Mingzhu? She's so beautiful. Ning Shu said. Go and rest. I'll wait for your father to wake up. Get lost. I want to hit someone now. And Lingyun could only leave. Ning Shu pulled open Yu's clothes, revealing a strong and scarred body. He turned Yu over and stabbed a silver needle into his back. Yu, who was unconscious, groaned and sweated profusely. Ning Shu pulled out the silver needle and waited by the bed for Yu to wake up. Yu slept all night and only woke up the next morning. When he woke up, his face was sallow. He ignored Ning Shu, who had been watching over him all night, and lifted the quilt to go into the imperial palace to see Princess Mingzhu. However, after taking 2 steps, he collapsed on the ground. Yu had not eaten for a day and a night. He was so hungry that he had no strength. The old lady came in with her walking stick. When she saw Yu, she raised her walking stick and wanted to hit him. However, when she saw the haggard Yu, she held her walking stick in the air for a long time. Yu, what are you doing? You're so muddle-headed that you can't see things clearly. It's impossible between you and Princess Mingzhu, the old lady said sternly with her walking stick. Yu said, I'm muddle-headed. I don't want to see things clearly. After meeting Mingzhu, I feel that my life is not in vain. My life can be colorful, even if it's short. Colorful fireworks, right? They deserve to die in the end. Ning Shu looked at the old lady with a hurt, painful, and constipated expression. Mother. The old lady forced Yu to drink some porridge. Yu, who was drinking a bowl of porridge, looked at Ning Shu. He walked over and grabbed Ning Shu's wrist. He used so much strength that Ning Shu's wrist hurt. It's you. It must be you. Yu roared at Ning Shu. Ning Shu's face trembled. He felt that his face was splashed with saliva by Yu. Damn it, it's so disgusting. He really wanted to kick Yu's crotch. Ning Shu said in a trembling voice, Husband, I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean by it? The old lady held her walking stick and shouted, Yu, let go of Ling Xian first. We can talk about it. Ning Shu struggled to get rid of Yu's control and hid behind the old lady. It must be you. As soon as you entered the palace, the Empress Dowager summoned Princess Mingzhu. It's you. It must be you. Yu pointed at Ning Shu, his face full of pain and hatred. If you have anything to do with me, come at me. Why do you have to deal with Princess Mingzhu? Have you thought about how painful it must be for her to be alone in the palace? Wei Lingxian, I was wrong about you. Princess Mingzhu is just a lonely woman. Can't you tolerate her? Where did your elegance and dignity go? Ning Shu was speechless. I want to kill my husband. Chapter 390. And Yu's roar and accusations not only made Ning Shu want to kill him, but even the matriarch was dumbfounded. She said in a daze, "And you, Lingxian is your wife. How can you say that about her? Moreover, we entered the palace together." She didn't say anything in front of the Empress Dowager. "Mother, I'm your son. Why are you protecting this evil woman? If it wasn't for her, Princess Mingzhu wouldn't have entered the palace." And Yu had completely lost his mind. He wanted to vent the anger in his heart, but the pain made him unable to see anything clearly. He only wanted Mingzhu. Ning Shu looked at Yu's red eyes. He looked as if he had gone crazy. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. "You went to the palace because you wanted to stop me and Mingzhu, right?" And Yu said angrily. The old madam shook her head. "I went to the palace with Lingxian to ask the Empress Dowager to bestow a marriage to Yu. Once there's a suitable candidate, the Empress Dowager will bestow an honorable marriage." And Yu was stunned. He pursed his lips tightly, stood up, and rushed out of the room. "I don't care. I'm going to the palace to find Mingzhu." "I won't allow it," the old madam said sternly. And Yu was in pain and helplessness. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the old madam. "Mother, I beg you. I can't live without Mingzhu. Without Mingzhu, I feel that there's no joy in my life." Ning Shu rolled his eyes. "Then you lived in pain for the first half of your life?" "You and Wei Lingxian helped each other in difficult times, but it was fake." "Damn it." Seeing Yu's infatuated look, Ning Shu was so embarrassed that her cancer of embarrassment flared up. You. The old madam was so angry that she was about to have a seizure. "You're planning to abandon the general's mansion, your wife, and your son, and barge into the palace. What kind of place is the palace? You can go anywhere you want. Princess Mingzhu is a princess of the imperial family and lives a luxurious life in the palace. You're a man with a family. Can Princess Mingzhu be your concubine?" And Yu felt basin after basin of ice water being poured on his body, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. In the end, he was still her son. The old lady was angry and distressed. She said, "And you, forget about Mingzhu. She has a noble status. In the future, her husband will definitely be a dragon or phoenix among men. Don't tell me you want to ruin her and the general's residence." Thinking that Mingzhu was going to marry someone else, and Yu howled in pain, like a trapped beast. Seeing his mother like this, Ning Shu said, "Mother, and Yu's emotions are unstable now. Let him rest more." Old Madame Fu closed her eyes and locked the door to prevent Yu, who was emotionally unstable, from going out. The old lady's face had more wrinkles. She looked at Ning Shu and sighed. "Lingxian, it's been hard on you." Ning Shu shook his head and said, "I just want to protect the general's mansion and the two children." "You're sensible. And Yu hasn't suffered any setbacks since he was young, and his battles have been smooth sailing. I originally thought that Yu would be safe and sound, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen at this age. What kind of goo did Princess Mingzhu cast on Yu to make him so obsessed?" The old lady was almost gnashing her teeth, and her tone was filled with hatred. Ning Shu's face was filled with worry, but her heart was cold. And Yu was locked up, and his meals were sent in by Ning Shu. When Yu saw Ning Shu, his eyes were very cold. In front of Ning Shu, he threw all the food on the ground, and the plates shattered. Ning Shu's expression was indifferent. He didn't let anyone clean up and lock the door. He didn't care about Yu anymore. Old Madame Fu was in low spirits. When she heard Ning Shu say that Yu still didn't eat, she gritted her teeth and said, "It's fine if he doesn't eat. He only knows how to eat when he's hungry." Ning Shu just curled the corner of his mouth and didn't say anything. But what Ning Shu didn't expect was that Lingyun actually opened the door secretly and let Yu out. And Yu went straight in the direction of the imperial palace after he went out. When Ning Shu came to deliver the food, he saw An Lingyun in the room. His expression changed. He grabbed An Lingyun's collar and dragged her directly to the ancestral hall. He kicked her leg and directly made An Lingyun kneel on the ground. "Mother!" An Lingyun shouted in pain. She felt that her knees were broken. She looked at Ning Shu in disbelief. "How can you do this to me?" Ning Shu said coldly, "Repent in front of the ancestors properly. The entire general's mansion will be gone because of you." And Lingyun didn't understand. Seeing Ning Shu's cold expression, she was very scared. She wanted to say something, but she saw her mother quickly walk out and lock the ancestral hall. "If you don't understand, keep kneeling." Ning Shu went directly to the stable. He took a horse and jumped on its back, heading for the imperial palace. And Yu was crazy for love. What kind of place was the imperial palace? He could break in whenever he wanted. And Yu had lost his mind. There was only Mingzhu in his mind. Mingzhu, what kind of power could make someone so crazy and stupid? Was it really love? If it was, then love was really a terrible thing. Now An Yu was simply inhumane. When Ning Shu arrived at the entrance of the imperial palace, he saw An Yu arguing with the guards and shouting for Princess Mingzhu. "Let me in. I want to see Princess Mingzhu." "General An, you can't enter the imperial palace without the waist token and His Majesty's imperial edict. If you want to break in, we can only take you down as an assassin. I'm just going to the imperial palace to see Princess Mingzhu and the little heir. I'll see if they're doing well. I'll come out soon," An Yu said patiently. When Ning Shu heard An Yu's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The imperial palace was An Yu's home. He could enter whenever he wanted. He kept talking about Princess Mingzhu. Did An Yu really care about Princess Mingzhu's reputation? Did An Yu really love Mingzhu? He didn't care about her reputation. Ning Shu hurriedly got off the horse and dragged An Yu over. When An Yu saw Ning Shu, he immediately said, "What are you doing here? Are you also here to stop me? I'm telling you, I won't go back until I see Mingzhu." An Yu wanted to shake off Ning Shu's hand, but he felt that Ning Shu was too strong. He couldn't shake him off at all. "I don't care if you want to die, but I can't let you drag the general's mansion down with you." Ning Shu had never seen a person go crazy. It was as if he had been bitten by a mad dog and got rabies. He swelled again. He saw once again that great love needed to be so hysterical. The love that Ning Shu had seen was either hurting each other, trampling on others without principles, or ignoring everything hysterically. Damn it, love was a matter between two people. Why did so many people have to be involved in a love war? Damn it. Without saying anything, Ning Shu knocked An Yu out with a karate chop and put An Yu on the horse. Then he took out a money bag and gave it to the guards. He said, "I'm sorry, everyone. General An is drunk." The guards weighed the money in their hands and generously said that this didn't happen. Chapter 391. Ning Shu rode his own horse and led An Yu's horse. The unconscious An Yu was lying on the horse's back. Ning Shu flicked the whip in his hand and whipped An Yu's body. It was too damn annoying. How could there be such a person? An Yu, who was whipped by Ning Shu, groaned and did not wake up. When they returned to the general's mansion, the old madam was waiting anxiously. When she saw the unconscious An Yu, her expression turned ugly. Ning Shu explained, "Granny, An Yu wanted to barge into the palace, so I had someone knock him out." Ning Shu did not want to tell the old madam that he was the one who did it. The old madam sighed and had someone bring An Yu back to the room. She said to Ning Shu, "Ling Xian, you did the right thing. Now the general's mansion can only rely on you and me." The old madam grabbed Ning Shu's hand and patted it. "An Yu is lucky to have a wife like you. Was it a blessing?" However, An Yu did not know how lucky he was. It was ironic. It was supposed to be the man who protected the family, sheltered the family from the wind and rain, was filial, and raised the children. However, the woman had to support the entire family. A muddle-headed man was really scary. She could be so calm because she did not love anyone who did not have any fluctuations in his heart. People who fell into a whirlpool of emotions were irrational. Ning Shu said to the old madam, "The general's mansion will be fine." The old madam had been working too hard recently. She did not look energetic, but Anu could not see it. Ning Shu walked into the room and saw Anu lying on the bed with tears in the corners of his eyes. Ning Shu sneered and unbuttoned Anu's clothes. He turned over and took a silver needle to the side of Anu's waist. Anu groaned in pain and sweat poured out of his body. Ning Shu pulled out the silver needles with an indifferent face, helped Anu put on his clothes, and then locked the door. During dinner, there were only Ning Shu and the old lady at the table. The old lady sighed and said, "Let Ling Yun out." Ning Shu put down his bowl and chopsticks and said respectfully to the old lady, "Mother, Ling Yun is not young anymore and is still ignorant. If she marries into her husband's family like this, I'm afraid it's not a marriage but a feud. Didn't she think about what kind of disaster it would bring to the general's residence if she let her father out today?" The old lady sighed, waved her hand, and said tiredly, "Whatever you say." Ning Shu saw that the old lady didn't want to eat. She didn't even touch her chopsticks. Ning Shu scooped a bowl of soup and handed it to the old lady. He said, "Mother, drink some soup. It's not good for your health if you don't eat anything." Ning Shu really didn't want anything to happen to the old lady. The old lady was an old lady from a feudal society. There were some things that Ning Shu still needed the old lady to remind him. Although this body was the general's wife, it was nothing in front of the royal family. The old lady drank half a bowl of soup and didn't drink anymore. She returned to her room to rest. Ning Shu went to the ancestral hall to see Ling Yun. He opened the door with a creak. In the dim ancestral hall, Ling Yun was no longer kneeling on the ground. Instead, she was sitting on a praying mat. When she saw Ning Shu enter, she hurriedly said to Ning Shu, "Mother, you're here to let me out." Ning Shu closed the ancestral hall door. He looked at Ling Yun and asked, "Do you know your mistake?" "Mother." Ling Yun wanted to pull Ning Shu's sleeve coquettishly, but Ning Shu avoided her and only looked at Ling Yun coldly. Ling Yun looked at her mother's face flickering under the flickering candlelight. Her mother's eyes were so cold that it was frightening. Ling Yun felt wronged. "Mother, you don't love Ling Yun anymore." Ning Shu took a deep breath and said indifferently, "I asked you if you know your mistake." I know my mistake." Ling Yun immediately said, "Mother, can you let me out?" Ning Shu pointed at the rows of ancestral tablets. His voice was like thunder. "Tell me in front of the ancestors where you were wrong." Ling Yun was frightened by Ning Shu's terrifying appearance. She immediately started crying. "Mother, don't be like this. Ling Yun is scared." Ning Shu only looked at her. Ling Yun cried as she looked at Ning Shu. She saw her mother's gaze was as cold as a knife. When she looked at her, it was like a sharp blade piercing towards her. It was also like an ancient well that reflected the moon. It was treacherous and terrifying. Ling Yun was scared in her heart. She cried even louder. "Mother, I know my mistake. I really was wrong. I shouldn't have let father out." "What else?" Ning Shu asked. "What else?" Ling Yun looked at Ning Shu. She was a little confused. Ning Shu's heart was burning with anger. He was about to explode. After doing so many missions, Ning Shu had never felt so helpless and angry. Treating innocence as cuteness. Naivety was really killing people. Ning Shu was glad that he had sent Yu away in advance. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine what kind of chaotic scene it would be. This kind of love and hate entanglement really burned his brain. Ning Shu reached out and touched the tears on Ling Yun's face. Ling Yun's tears turned into a smile. "Mother." Ning Shu smiled and said, "Kneel properly. Don't be lazy. In this ancestral hall, the ancestors' spirits are watching you. When you think it through, they will let you out. Mother. The smile on An Lingyun's face froze. She looked at Ning Shu in disbelief. Ning Shu turned and walked out of the ancestral hall. An Lingyun in the room reacted. She banged on the door and shouted, "Mother, let me out. Mother, I'm so scared." Ning Shu stood outside the door. Hearing An Lingyun's heart-wrenching voice, a complicated feeling welled up in his heart. There was heartache, hatred, and an indescribable melancholy. These were clearly the emotions of the original owner. "Mother, mother, how can you do this to me? I hate you. I hate you. You weren't like this before, mother." And Lingyun banged on the door and cried. She didn't want to stay in the ancestral hall. She kept feeling that there were pairs of invisible eyes looking at her. "Mother, mother, Lingyun hates you. Mother, I was wrong. Let me out." Ning Shu stood at the door and said, "In the past, mother spoiled you too much, causing you to be unable to distinguish right from wrong. From today onwards, I won't spoil you anymore." When An Lingyun heard Ning Shu's voice outside the house, she cried even louder. It was especially unbearable for a person who doted on her to suddenly treat her badly. An Lingyun was very angry now. She even resented her mother. She said without thinking, "Mother, you're just angry because I let father out and he went to look for Princess Mingzhu. That's why you're angry and vent your anger on me." "Ning Shu, yes, I'm venting my anger on you. Who told you to be my daughter? I gave birth to you and raised you. What's wrong with venting my anger on you? Because what you owe me, I don't owe you." Ning Shu said indifferently. "Mother, you..." And Lingyun was stunned. "Kneel properly. The ancestors are watching you," Ning Shu said indifferently. Chapter 392. Ning Shu asked Zhu to bring him a praying mat. He knelt in front of the ancestral hall and said to An Lingyun, "Kneel properly. You're not the only one who did something wrong. I also did something wrong." And Lingyun saw her mother kneeling on the ground through the crack in the door and didn't know what to say. She just shouted, "Mother, kneel," Ning Shu said coldly. With Ning Shu outside, An Lingyun's heart calmed down. She knelt on the praying mat and looked around. She felt that the ancestral hall was gloomy. Zhu put a cloak on Ning Shu. Ning Shu closed his eyes and circulated his qi to extinguish the burning anger in his heart. She had to stay calm. Otherwise, she would be no different from the original owner. If she, an outsider, was so angry and irritable, then Wei Lingxian, who was in this situation, was like being roasted in a fire. All kinds of emotions could drive a person crazy. She always felt that there was some kind of power that made people crazy and desperate. If the heavens wanted to destroy people, they first had to make them crazy. "Mother, are you there?" And Lingyun heard that it was quiet outside and couldn't help but ask. Ning Shu made a sound of acknowledgement. And Lingyun's heart calmed down immediately. And Lingyun asked Ning Shu, "Mother, what did you do wrong?" Ning Shu said coldly, "I doted on you too much. You didn't know right from wrong and didn't know the ways of the world. Based on your own preferences, you arbitrarily decided right and wrong. You even brought harm to the entire general's residence. You're ashamed to face the ancestors of the Yin family." And Lingyun bit her lip and didn't say anything. She felt wronged and scared. Her mother, who loved her, shouldn't be like this. Ning Shu moved his knees and closed his eyes, reciting the incantation for a peerless martial art in his heart. Ning Shu felt that he needed to exchange for a secret manual that could calm one's heart, such as the heart-cleansing incantation. And Lingyun called out from time to time to check if Ning Shu was outside. As long as Ning Shu responded, An Lingyun's heart would be incomparably calm. "Mother, do you hate Princess Mingzhu?" An Lingyun asked. Ning Shu faintly said, "Lingyun, there are some things that you have to see with your own eyes. Put yourself in mother's shoes and treat yourself as mother. What do you think?" Ning Shu continued, "You don't have to stand on your mother's side. Let's talk about you. In the future, when you get married, your husband will fall in love with a woman of noble status. You will face the possibility of being abandoned. Not only that, the child you raised will have to call someone else mother. The husband you love doesn't love you, the child you love doesn't love you. You will grow old and have no one to rely on. You will die a miserable death. After you die, no one will burn any paper offerings for you, while your beloved husband will be in love with someone else. Will you like the woman who stole your husband and your child? Ning Shu's voice was very calm and indifferent. However, thunderclaps exploded in Lingyun's heart, making her body tremble and mournful. She said with a crying voice, "Mother, Ning Shu sighed and said, "Lingyun, this matter is far from simple. Think about it carefully. I hope that the general's mansion will be safe. I hope that you and your brother will be safe." This was the wish of the original owner of this body. She wanted to minimize the damage in this disaster as much as possible. As for Wei Lingxian wanting to return to the days without Princess Mingzhu, it was impossible. What happened was what happened. Wei Lingxian cared about these two children. Ning Shu had tried his best to make these two children understand things. Damn, it was really difficult for her, who had never given birth to children, to educate them. "Mother, Princess Mingzhu said that she didn't want to steal father from you. She said that she could stay by father's side regardless of the status. She said." And Lingyun couldn't continue in the end. Ning Shu didn't get angry. He said to Lingyun, "What else? What kind of person do you think Princess Mingzhu is?" "Princess Mingzhu is an approachable person. She is elegant and refined. Moreover, she is overflowing with talent. She can even compose poems," and Lingyun said. Ning Shu said, "No matter how approachable Commandery Princess Mingzhu is, she is still a Commandery Princess of the royal family. She has a noble status and is not equal to us. She can ignore it, but if she does, it will be disgraceful." That night, Ning Shu and Lingyun talked for a while. Ning Shu knelt at the door for the whole night. When he got up, his legs were numb. When he opened the door of the ancestral hall, he saw Lingyun lying on the ground. Touching her head, he felt that she had a fever. Ning Shu unhurriedly asked Zhu to bring the feverish Lingyun into the room. To put it bluntly, Ning Shu would rather Lingyun be sick like this than see her jump up and down all day. After giving Lingyun cold medicine, old madam came over and saw that her granddaughter was sick again. She sighed and blamed Ning Shu for keeping Lingyun in the ancestral hall all night and making her sick. Ning Shu didn't say anything. Old madam kept muttering things like "evil creature" and so on. While Lingyun was still sick, you woke up and wanted to go out. Ning Shu directly ordered people to seal up the windows to prevent you from running away. Old madam closed her eyes and didn't say anything to Ning Shu's actions. There were tears in the corners of her eyes. Ning Shu entered the room and looked at Yu. He said, "Yu, before you calm down, you should stay in this room." Yu looked indifferently at Ning Shu. "Do you think you can trap me like this?" Ning Shu said indifferently, "I know I can't trap you. I just want you to think clearly. You carry the lives of everyone in the general's residence on your shoulders. Are you sure you want so many people's lives to fulfill your love with Princess Mingzhu? Your Majesty, if the Empress Dowager blames you, Mother won't be able to bear it at her age. There's also your son Yu's future and Lingyun's future happiness. Have you considered her life for the rest of her life? If you don't care about anything, who will Lingyun marry if her reputation is ruined?" He clearly had so many responsibilities on his shoulders. Why was Yu still so willful and stubbornly wanted to be a moth to a flame? In the end, he was selfish. Sometimes, people didn't just live for themselves. Yu painfully covered his head and growled. His expression was contorted. Ning Shu didn't pay attention to him and directly locked the door. Lingyun's fever was very serious. Lying on the bed, she began to talk nonsense. Ning Shu rubbed her body and gave her cold medicine. It was faster than drinking Chinese medicine. Ning Shu was still calm and unhurried. This made the matriarch's anxious heart calm down a little. She felt that her daughter-in-law was strong. In the face of such a situation, she still wanted to take care of the general's residence. Holding Ning Shu's hand, she sighed and said, "Ling Xian, don't worry. I will always be on your side. If you weren't here, my old bones wouldn't be able to hold on." Because these people had nothing to do with her, she wasn't anxious at all. She didn't feel any heartache. Naturally, she was incomparably calm. Now, Yu was no longer hysterical. When Ning Shu brought food into the room, he ate and rarely lost his temper. It seemed that he had restrained all his emotions. He was often in a daze and sometimes clenched his fists. Clearly, he was struggling fiercely in his heart. On one side was his family. On the other side was the only woman he loved in his life. It was as if a knife had cut his heart in half.